stream clips going over it. But I just really appreciate some creative plans like this. I have no respect for drunk drivers at all, so I hope this guy gets locked up and punished accordingly. But god damn it, I gotta be honest, I admire his dedication to a wacky idea. You know, by the Colorado man who swapped seats with his dog when he got pulled over for the DUI. I meant to look that up. It was in Colorado? Let's see. Did it work? Keep in mind, they called Isaac Newton crazy when he pitched gravity, so let's not be too quick to judge. Colorado driver tried to avoid DUI by switching seats with dog. Speeding driver who was pulled over in Colorado tried to switch seats with his dog in the passenger seat to evade arrest. Like, that's just a big brain scheme. Man was initially stopped for speeding at 52 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone. He was intoxicated. The driver attempted to switch places with his dog as the SPD officer approached and watched the entire process. Is there body cam footage? I'd love to see it. Was it a smooth process? Did he almost get away with it except for these meddling kids? The man also claimed he was not driving in the vehicle and attempted to run away from police when he was asked about his alcohol consumption. He did not make it far. Police said the man, who's not been named, was arrested within 20 yards of the car and charged with driving under the influence, resisting arrest, and speeding. But what about the dog? Was the dog not slapped in handcuffs? He could have been the puppet master the whole time. Oh, here we go. As for his dogs, whom police did not name either, the animal was given to the driver's acquaintance to take care of while his owner serves his time in jail. The dog does not face any charges and was let go with a warning. They didn't even bother investigating. I've seen... Hey, I wouldn't be so quick to write this off as impossible. I've seen dogs driving cars. And with the way people drive in Florida, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more dogs behind the wheel of vehicles than we give credit for. Yeah, like, just take a peek at this. It happens. They're learning. They're evolving. God, that's so cute. Holy shit. I really wish there was footage of this. I would love to see how this played out. Because an officer saw everything, which means his body cam must have picked it up, but that footage hasn't seen the light of day yet. Maybe the dog's lawyers are trying to suppress it. Get the fuck out of my face. Florida man arrested for throwing lunch meat at a cop. Okay.
Yes, and it's not your fault. I was arrested about 8 months ago.
What an aggressive shirt. Just a cat that says die. Man was really on a Redbubble binge. That is an interesting fashion statement. I wonder what the rest of his wardrobe looks like.
About 8 months ago. Oh, okay. I was arrested 8 months ago and I spent 18 months in prison, which was not fun. I'm so glad to be out. But anyways.
Was this the same? Like, you got arrested 8 months ago and then spent 18 months in jail? Did they lock you in the hyperbolic time chamber? What happened? What kind of fucking time dilation happened there? Man got arrested on the outskirts of a black hole? Interesting. This is already a fascinating plot.
I'm suing the Volusia County Sheriff. I'm suing. This is all with my lawyer. It's currently underway.
What's your question?
The lawyer's coming? Why?
If I sue the Port Orange Police Department and they give me $250,000,
that's a good payday.
Free, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll have to talk to my accountant about that.
Okay. I'm here because
is she on her way?
An employee in the smoke shop right here behind me says that you've been coming in and out and bothering her and the customers.
No. When she set my stuff outside then.
What stuff?
I have $2,000 worth of merchandise that she's holding.
What?
She said that she run a
Go
bunch of
ask
stuff
her.
up for
Go
you and
ask
you never
her right
bought
now.
it.
Go ask her.
Why? Wait.
Come
What's...
over here and I'll kick the phone.
What the
Come on,
fuck?
mother.
Oh! Wow, I paused at a very deadly frame there. Luckily I stopped when I did, otherwise we wouldn't have even known he threw a kick, it was so fast. We'd just see its after image. How did that escalate so drastically? What happened? Good lord, though. Did he hit a whippet and I wasn't looking? Yeah, he's definitely on some shit. I have $2,000 worth of merchandise. Go ask her. Okay. You motherfucker. Put him up. It's time we get pugilistic.
Okay. You think I can't do it? I know.
Don't want to do
black
this.
belt in karate, and a black belt in judo.
You understand
You're
your
gonna be able to
trespass
roll
from the
Okay,
store?
you don't want to mess with this guy.
I'll take your gun and walkie-talkie,
Okay.
and I'll drive off in your patrol car.
Why would you do
You
that?
understand your trespass from the store, correct?
Yes, I understand you, motherfucker.
Okay.
Now get the out of my face.
I'm 12 feet away from you, not in your face at all.
No, the deli meat!
Okay.
He's sniping him with the cold cuts. Oh, Jesus Christ. You went too far when you brought out the hickory smoked turkey. He's also a black belt in handcuff escape magic. And arrest the sandwich as well.
This is another suit. I'm suing you for $1 million.
Well, okay. He might have a case on his hands here. I don't think the lunch meat hit him. He dodged it. Man, I don't know what possesses a man to waste deli meat like that, but god damn it. Fallen soldier. This guy's team of lawyers is going to have a field day with this officer. True, one of them's on the way here apparently. He's clearly a junkie. Well, I mean, we don't have a whole lot to go on, but he's definitely on something here for this video. No shot. I don't think he's sober. I mean, he does have a little quirk to him. He's got that pep in his step. He immediately was ready to throw down.
So, da ballerst du 20 Mal Werbung rein. Cake, die Werncard, wir reagieren heute auf Rootcake. Der hat nämlich auf mein Cake News reagiert. KugelTV feuert gegen Shoyoka und verträgt sich mit Montana Black 88. Und Twizzy ist wieder am Start. Hi.
Hallo?
Hi. Ja, würde ich sagen, starten wir mal rein, ne? Bin gespannt.
Shoyoka hat anscheinend einen Preis gewonnen und das Ganze findet KuchenTV wohl gar nicht cool. Er hat jetzt ein Video dazu gemacht und er redet noch ein bisschen über seine Beziehung mit Montana Black. Hören wir uns mal an, was er so sagen hat. Rein ins Video.
Ja, dieser Piep, ne, wieder komplett am Anfang, es geht gerade erst los und direkt negativ, so dieser Unterton und so. Wie hast du den geamst, dass er so auf dich
Er ist immer noch nachtragend einfach, der
Aber
Arm.
wofür? Was hast du ihm denn getan?
Video gegen ihn gemacht.
Kleines Video, das gibt ihm doch Reichweite, oder nicht?
Ja.
Okay, wir spielen ein Spiel kurz zu Beginn. 5 positive Sachen. Okay.
Keine Ahnung. Wollen wir uns gegenseitig Fragen stellen, wir antworten müssen?
Ja.
Hast du noch eine Frage?
Nein?
Herzlich willkommen zu den besten News in YouTube Deutschland. Herzlich willkommen zu den Cake News. Am Anfang etwas in eigener Sache und zwar findet am 20.05. ein Konzert von Twizzy und Cassius Clay in Köln statt.
Ja, kauft euch mal Tickets
dafür
jetzt.
Auf jeden Fall Karten, das Ganze verlinke ich oben in der Beschreibung. Das war allerdings noch nicht die News. Ich kann euch sogar noch 2 Gästelistenplätze verlosen. Alles, was ihr dafür tun müsst, ist
Musst du noch verkünden?
einen
Ja, oder
normalen Kommentar zu dieser Cake News Folge zu schreiben, egal zu welchem Thema oder was, und einfach euren Instagram-Namen am Ende einfügen. Dazu müsst ihr mir auf Instagram folgen und ja, 2 Leute wähle ich dann aus und die schreibe ich dann an. Ich werde es auch nochmal posten, weil ich scam keine Leute. Und dann könnt ihr früher als alle anderen Gästen da kostenlos rein und noch ein bisschen mit uns chillen, quatschen und alles, was so dazu
Hoffentlich sind die nicht unangenehm,
Solltet
ey.
ihr eine hübsche Frau sein, die Bock hat, dann schreibt das bitte dazu. Das wird natürlich bei der Verlosung mit eingebracht. Eventuell werde ich sogar mit Twizzy unsere JMA-Runde spielen, da schauen wir nochmal. Und auch Timothy, die ist am Start. Unter anderem auch
Warum guckt er da so gelangweilt? Er ist doch Fan.
Ja, wer soll ich mir jetzt ein Ticket holen?
Soll ich die DMs liegen, die du mir geschrieben hast?
Vielleicht kennt ihr einer von euch, also wäre auf jeden Fall nice, wenn wir uns am 20.05. in Köln sehen. Es gibt einen Skandal beim diesjährigen Computerspielepreis. Dieser Preis wird seit 2000, ist auch vollkommen egal, auf jeden Fall.
Warum lacht der da?
Ein Preis, der jährlich in verschiedenen Kategorien vergeben wird. Unter anderem so Sachen wie Bestes Spiel, Bestes Entwicklerstudio und auch bester Spieler/Spielerin. Und dieses Jahr hat eine Person gewonnen, die den Preis wirklich auch zu 100% verdient hat und was wirklich zeigt, dass man den Preis auf jeden Fall ernst nehmen muss. Und zwar unsere Lieblingsinfluencerin Shoyoka. Ja, das ist kein Spaß, sie ist wirklich Spielerin des Jahres geworden. Also
ich muss sagen, überrascht mich ein bisschen, weil ich wusste gar nicht, dass sie halt so viel zockt und sowas. Also ich
sie ja
dachte
gar nicht.
eher, sie macht halt, sag ich mal, eher so Politik-Content und Reactions und sowas, so ähnlich wie Dekadent und Stay und so weiter. Deswegen hat es mich gewundert.
Achso, er redet auch in der Reaction. Tatsächlich sagt er auch 2 Worte.
Nicht, aber zum Beispiel dekadent oder so.
So, mal ganz abgesehen davon, dass sie eine absolut toxische Person ist, die keine andere Meinung zulässt, die in ihren Streams sehr oft super hetzend ist, Rufmord betreibt, Falschinformationen verbreitet.
Ja, also weiß ich nicht, inwieweit das alles zustimmt oder passt auf sich. Ich habe von ihr nicht viel gesehen. Ich denke mal, KuchenTV hat von ihr auch nicht allzu viel gesehen. Es kann sein, dass sie KuchenTV nicht leiden kann.
Bruder, ich habe 10 Stunden auf die reagiert oder so. Wo habe ich denn nicht viel gesehen, Alter? Junge, es gibt irgendwie 8 Videos von mir oder so zu dem Thema.
Aber
Und dass sie sich
so zum Wort Fehlinformation. Hör dir das genau an, weil du machst das meiste auch die ganze Zeit so.
dort in einigen Punkten scheiße verhalten hat. Das kann sicherlich sein. So sehr erinnere ich mich nicht mehr an den ganzen Beef, sag ich mal, der zwischen KuchenTV und hier
Er wird ein bisschen high
das war
irgendwie, ne?
doch ganz schön hitzig, das Ganze, muss man sagen. Auf beiden Seiten. Deswegen, keine Ahnung.
Ist
war ich denn
sie auch
hitzig?
einfach keine Spielerin. Auf der Twitch-Statistikseite kann man sehen, dass 52% ihrer Inhalte aus Just Chatting bestehen. Also
Okay, ansonsten, was spielt Dings? Warhammer, Ark spielt World of Warships. Hä? Das sind so eine Kriegsspiele hier drin. Hätte ich jetzt nicht erwartet.
kein Zocken, sondern sie quatscht da halt einfach mit ihren Zuschauern über die Hälfte der Zeit. Wenn man mal so sieht, wer sonst so nominiert gewesen ist, dann sind es halt wirklich
Okay, Leon Krillin, nein. Senioren zocken, Stefan Pimmel,
Okay.
Games and History.
Hat er gerade Stefan Pimmel gesagt?
Also ich sag euch ehrlich, Senioren zocken kenne ich und Umut auch. Die anderen kenne ich nicht wirklich.
Kanäle und YouTuber, die sich komplett auf das Zocken spezialisiert haben. Sie wurde natürlich für diesen Preis kritisiert, ganz klar, weil sie es halt einfach absolut nicht verdient hat, diesen Preis zu bekommen.
Ja, die Frage ist ja natürlich, was die Kriterien sind, um diesen Preis zu gewinnen. Wir können uns ja kurz mal angucken, was das überhaupt für eine Preisverleihung ist, so, ne? Also hier der deutsche Computerspielpreis.
Jetzt haut er hier
ist
aber
das.
richtig einen raus.
Und okay, man sieht schon,
Für was willst du denn den Preis vergeben? Bester Spieler, Spielerin. Für was wird der wohl vergeben?
gefördert wird.
Den Preis gewinnt
vom Bund.
derjenige, der am meisten mit seinen Zuschauern quatscht, ohne zu spielen.
Man muss auch ein bisschen hetzen, sonst
Wichtig
ist man
ist ja
raus.
auch immer, was die Kriterien sind dafür, dass man gewinnt, sage ich mal, oder was die. Also das sind dann die. Hier zum Beispiel der Preis. Okay, der Deutsche Computerpreis ist der wichtigste Preis für die deutsche Games-Branche als gemeinsame Initiative der Wirtschaft und des Deutschen Bundestages. Natürlich, wenn der Deutsche Bundestag am Start ist, dann ist natürlich immer ein bisschen Politik mit am Start. Präsentiert gemeinsam mit der Bundesregierung die Entwicklung der innovativsten Computer- und Videospiele made in Germany. Hochrangige Fach- und Hauptjury wählen nach Aspekten wie Qualität, Innovationsgehalt, Spielspaß sowie kulturellem und pädagogischen Anspruch. Also anscheinend wird das auch danach beurteilt, aber hier steht jetzt die besten Games aus.
Ja, aber guck mal, was davon hat Shoyoka? Bruder, die hat keine Qualität, sie streamt ja einfach nur und das ist halt nicht mal krass. Ist ja auch nicht innovativ, was sie macht, weil sie spielt ja einfach nur im Stream. Ja, Spielspaß, ja, ich weiß nicht, ja, kann eher Spaß machen, keine Ahnung. Ja, und kulturellen und pädagogischen Anspruch hat sie ja auch nicht. Also ja, sie will halt politisch sein, aber hetzt halt mega oft. Bringt einfach richtig dumme Aussagen, übertreibt komplett, lässt keine andere Meinung zu. Also das ist weder pädagogisch noch kulturell, was sie da macht.
Und die kreativsten Köpfe hinter den Spielen. Okay, das ist jetzt zum Beispiel die Jury, ne, die entscheidet. Mal schauen, was man da jetzt so alles findet. Studios dahinter, Institut für immer aus dem Deutschen Bundestag dabei, Zentralrat der Juden mit dabei, Bandai, Namco, interessant.
Ui, aber
Ja.
die von Instinct, ist das nicht sogar diese Hand of Blood Bubble? Ist auch schon wieder sehr fair auf jeden Fall.
Eine Band anscheinend. Gamesmarkt,
Gute Vetternwirtschaft.
Senatskanzlei. Interessant, noch jemand aus dem Deutschen Bundestag. Also, es ist halt die Frage, was die Bewertungskriterien sind dafür, ob jemand gewinnt
Steht
oder
doch da.
nicht. Also im ersten Moment, wo ich die Teilnehmer gesehen habe, hätte ich erstmal gedacht, dass, ich glaube, Umut war er Weltmeister dieses Jahr oder sowas. Natürlich ist das ein bisschen seltsam, wenn man etwas den besten Spieler nennt und dann halt eher auf die Community guckt oder die politischen Inhalte, die man liefert, sondern und nicht so sehr auf die Spiele an sich.
Ist doch
Ja,
dumm.
kann man schon kritisieren dann.
Hat sich aber natürlich Shoyoka-mäßig wieder in die Opferrolle gestellt und zwar hat sie dann folgendes
Das ist
getweetet.
ganz
Wenn
kurz. Ich finde es immer krass, selbst wenn er dir zustimmt, hat es immer diesen Unterton,
Das ist
als
ja
wenn er gegen
negativ.
dich
Ja, ja, safe.
Das
absolut,
ist so krass
ja.
bei ihm. Also,
Vor allem, wenn er die ganze Zeit versucht, das zu entkräften, hat er selber gemerkt, ja, okay, klappt nicht, aber da auch nicht gesagt, okay, KuchenTV hat recht, sondern so, ja, okay, kann man kritisieren, ja, okay, wenn man unbedingt muss.
bei ihm so viele so deiner Feinde und ich nenne ihn jetzt einfach mal so, ne, weil was er da macht, ist ja schon so. Irgendwie, manchmal, ich kann es wenigstens nachvollziehen, was der dann immer von dir will und so weiter. Aber bei ihm ist es einfach so dieses blinde, dumme, also so richtig IQ-verweigerungsmäßig.
Ja,
Also
safe.
ich check
Hauptsache
das
negativ, ja.
nicht. Ja.
Du
Aber
als Frau
er wird ja
einen
auch nicht
Preis
belohnt
für
dafür, für das, was
gesellschaftliche
er
und
macht.
politische Arbeit bekommst und Twitter danach brennt, weil anonyme Troll- und Hassaccounts ausrasten und alles und jeden wegspammen, der was Positives dazu sagt, weißt du, wie wichtig die Arbeit ist, die du machst. Klar, es sind natürlich wieder alles Trolle und Hater, normale Kritik gibt es natürlich nicht, beziehungsweise sie hat danach auch nochmal gepostet, dass es natürlich...
Hier gibt es nochmal das hier dazu.
Ja, er hat jetzt aber auch die ganze Zeit weitergeguckt. Ne? Er lässt nicht locker. Er will mich jetzt hops nehmen irgendwie.
Nominierungen, hier steht nochmal, warum sie nominiert wurde. Aufgrund ihres hohen Maßes an Authentizität, Transparenz und ihren vielfältigen Inhalten.
Der willst du mich verarschen, Alter? Scheiße, das habe ich nicht gefunden. Das hätte ich auch noch kritisieren können, ne? Richtig dumm.
Na, ist doch nett. Okay, ey, Props an Rootcake.
Dankeschön. Also, ich würde sagen, also erstmal, ja, gut, ob sie authentisch ist oder nicht, da kann man gar nichts zu sagen. Da kann auch die Jury nichts zu sagen, oder? Würde ich sagen, weil ob jemand online authentisch ist, ich würde sagen, du musst den schon privat kennen, oder? Also allgemein jetzt.
Ich finde das so ein Gefühl, so, ne? Bisschen so Auslegungssache, so, weil zum Beispiel bei Rootcake nehme ich ihm das ab, dass er so ist, wie er ist.
Ja, okay, safe, ja. So, ja, Transparenz. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wo genau sie transparent ist, um ehrlich zu sein. Und ja, vielfältige Inhalte. 52% Just Chatting. Okay, dafür hat sie dann auch ein paar andere Games halt noch gezockt. Das heißt, so gesehen ist es halt schon vielfältig, aber vieles auch nicht so viel, also nicht so lange, ne, weil sie halt auch sehr viel Just Chatting macht. Liest er das noch weiter vor?
Regelmäßig spannende und innovative Gesprächsrunden. Dabei scheut sie unangenehme und sensible Themen keineswegs, sondern spricht sie offen an. Ob Diversität, Rechtsradikalismus, mentale Gesundheit, Sexismus oder ihr Beruf Influencer. Also man sieht halt hier...
Stopp. Sie spricht unangenehme Themen immer an und weicht dir nicht aus und so weiter. Alles, was doch irgendwie negativ gegen sie ist, deklariert sie doch als Troll und irgendwie gemein und sonst was postet das.
Ja,
das
auf
sogar.
Kritik geht sie gar nicht ein, aber...
So. Also negative Kritik an ihr lässt sie doch überhaupt nicht zu, sondern stempelt sie doch immer nur als Troll ab.
Ja.
Hä?
Ja. Und keine Ahnung, also ja, okay, sie setzt sich halt für solche Sachen ein. Mache ich aber auch. So. Keine Ahnung, kriege ich jetzt einen Preis? Also wie viele Videos habe ich schon zu diesen Themen gemacht? Also ich verstehe halt nicht, was, also es hat ja aber nichts mit Spielerin des Jahres zu tun, was die da schreiben. So, ja, okay, die setzt sich halt dann politisch für die Sachen ein. Dann soll sie halt von mir aus einen Politikpreis oder so bekommen, hätte sie auch nicht verdient. Aber dann halt das, aber was... Also 90% der Sachen haben doch gar nichts mit Gaming zu tun.
Ist jetzt nicht mehr so krass gegen sie, sondern nur, dass vielleicht andere es einfach mehr verdient hätten. So ist es ja dann eher gemeint. Weißt du, wie ich meine?
Ja. Und ich meine, sie setzt sich zwar für die Sachen ein, aber auch falsch. Das darf man auch nicht vergessen. Also, aber erstmal ja Hagrid dissen.
Also man sieht halt hier, dass sie vor allem deswegen, sage ich mal, nominiert wurde, wegen ihrem sozialen Einsatz etc. Und die Games sind bei ihr eher im Hintergrund, so würde ich mal sagen, nebensächlich. Aber natürlich kann man das dann kritisieren bei einer Nominierung als Spielerin des Jahres. So. Das ist dann irgendwie dann unpassend.
Natürlich nicht nur Troll-Accounts sind, die sie jetzt kritisieren, aber sie spielt damit einfach wieder die komplette Kritik runter, geht auch auf gar keinen einzigen Punkt ein, sondern stellt sich einfach mal wieder in die Opferrolle. Natürlich wegen ihrem Geschlecht, klar, das kann man natürlich immer machen. Auch
Ja,
eine weitere...
das kommt natürlich ein bisschen seltsam. Man muss allerdings auch sagen, ja, also, sie kann ja nichts dafür, dass sie nominiert und gewonnen wurde. Also ich glaube nicht, dass sie sich irgendeiner Kritik stellen muss. Ich glaube auch nicht, dass man sie jetzt dafür dumm anmacht.
Bruder, du kannst den Preis jederzeit verweigern.
Ja, aber komm.
Ja, würde man nicht machen, aber so. Aber er sagt halt, sie kann nichts dafür. Sie kann doch halt sagen,
Ja,
nein,
gut,
will ich nicht.
Per
Ich seh's
se
nicht
hat er ja recht. Per se hat er ja aber da recht. Also wenn du den Preis, das ist wie er als Bushido den Bambi bekommen hat. Natürlich nimmst du das.
Ja, natürlich nimmst du es an, aber also du musst ja nicht. Also
Machen sollte, weil sie hat ja damit nichts zu tun. Also die Kritik, wenn schon, gilt ja dem deutschen Computerspielepreis, die sie ausgezeichnet haben für die beste Spielerin. Also wie gesagt, die haben ihre eigenen Kriterien und die können ja entscheiden, was sie wollen, und die haben es hier eigentlich transparent gezeigt. Hier steht ja auch, warum sie nominiert wurde und was die Kriterien dafür waren, und deswegen weiß ich jetzt nicht. Also,
Ja, das ist so
Warum
gut
braucht
wie
man sich
nichts mit den
eigentlich auch-
Vorkriterien zu tun hat.
ja, also die sind ja schlecht, die passen ja auch gar nicht. Also
Aber er sagt ja gerade, dass das dann in Ordnung ist, sie zu kritisieren. Also müsste er das Video ja eigentlich so verkaufen, dass du es wieder komplett richtig gemacht hast. Er ist ja gar nicht gegen dich.
Ja.
Jetzt gerade.
Diese Person hatte getweetet, dass es ja jetzt nur daran liegt, dass sich Leute beschweren, weil sie eine Frau ist, und das ist halt einfach, es ist einfach falsch. Also man kann es ja auch beweisen. 2021 zum Beispiel hat GNU diesen Preis bekommen, auch absolut verdient, da müssen wir gar nicht drüber reden. Und bestimmt gab es irgendwelche Boomer bei Facebook, die sich darüber beschwert haben, aber insgesamt gab es dafür keine Kritik. weil sie wirklich eine Spielerin ist, weil sie guten Content macht und weil sie den Preis verdient hat. Und nicht wie Shoyoka. Dazu
Ja, also natürlich, man darf, Shoyoka ist jetzt nicht die beliebteste aufgrund des Beefs, was KuchenTV und sie hatten und aufgrund ihrer Position, sie war ja anti-Harry Potter und da gab es schon eine sehr große Menge an Leuten, die meinten, seid leise und lasst uns in Ruhe unser Spiel spielen etc. So, ist ja klar, sie steht halt nicht so gut da wie eine Gnu, ne?
stellt sich...
Hä? Ja, was hat das jetzt damit zu tun? Also sie hat den Preis ja trotzdem... Also ja, sie steht halt negativ da, aber es hat ja auch Gründe. Und deswegen hat sie auch Gründe, warum sie kritisiert wird. Das ist ja nicht so, dass Leute jetzt einfach den Preis nicht gönnen, weil sie mal was Unsympathisches gesagt hat oder weil sie unsympathisch ist, sondern weil sie einfach den Preis nicht verdient hat. Komplett gar nicht verdient hat. Das ist wirklich die letzte von denen.
Überhaupt die Frage, warum der Preis Spielerin des Jahres für gesellschaftliche und politische Arbeit vergeben werden sollte. Also es sollte doch die Person gewinnen, die den besten Gaming-Content macht, oder nicht? Finde ich wirklich absolut traurig, dass so eine Person überhaupt nominiert gewesen ist, also...
Ja, aber wie gesagt, bei dem Preis, da geht es ja auch um Kultur anscheinend. Das ist ja vom Bundestag organisiert und vielleicht findet man gerade diese Kombination von Spielen und Kultur halt so interessant. Also dass man da halt so facettenreich ist, dass man dieses Spielen nimmt und es verbindet mit etwas, was aus der Wahrnehmung des Bundestages und der Jury halt wichtig ist. So, ne? Also es hat ja alles eine Begründung.
Muss es sein.
Das ist es, ja genau, das wird sein, Bruder. Also ich glaube, wenn sie Games zockt, macht sie das nicht mal, dann zockt sie ja einfach ganz normal. Davon ganz abgesehen, bringt ja trotzdem super weirde Takes und so weiter. Wenn sie sich gut dafür einsetzen würde, würde wahrscheinlich keiner was sagen, aber sie bringt halt immer sehr komische Aussagen, unabhängig von Harry Potter auch.
Ich finde das so geil, wie er versucht jetzt.
Ja,
du merkst richtig,
irgendwie,
wenn ich mir das Argument da noch zurechtfische, da. Harry Potter, Bruder, mach mal die nächste Reaction mit Tarnum.
Aber wie gesagt, nur den Namen zu hören und dann kann ich verstehen, dass man das ein bisschen seltsam findet.
Ja, finde ich einfach lächerlich.
Ja, es ist ja auch trotzdem lächerlich, also...
Freunde, ja, ich denke mal, ihr alle habt es ja mitbekommen. Früher hat man sehr...
Naja, guck mal, Schöker könnte den Preis auch annehmen und selber posten, dass sie es selber gar nicht verdient hätte zum Beispiel. So, aber sie brüstet sich ja damit auch noch ganz groß und fühlt sich jetzt halt bestätigt, weil sie halt auch eine ist, die sehr krass von sich selbst überzeugt ist, wie wir mitbekommen haben. Sie lässt keine andere Meinung zu, hetzt gegen andere, die anders denken, so...
reagiert, dann hatten wir bereits vorher schon eine Diskrepanz, warum er aufgehört hat. Dann kam noch der ein oder andere Skandal dazu und ja, seitdem kam dann wirklich gar keine Reaction mehr. Das Ganze hat sich diese Woche einfach random geändert und zwar hat Montana Black auf meine letzten 2 Videos reagiert und zwar das, was ich über Mois gemacht habe und dann noch das über Manuelsen. Eigentlich ziemlich dumm, dass er genau jetzt angefangen hat, weil vor einer Woche habe ich in der Reaction das hier gesagt.
Ich würde Montana Black so ehrenlos geben, wenn er wieder auf mich reagieren würde, ne? Würde ihm auch meine Freundin geben, wenn ich eine hätte, so, ne? Das wäre für mich auch in Ordnung. Würdest du ihm stattdessen geben, freundschaftlich? Damit ich das nicht machen muss?
Weiß ich nicht, ein Mann, ein Wort, ne?
Also das ist schon krass. Ich denke, KuchenTV braucht nicht mal die Reactions von einem Montana Black. Das, was ihn jetzt wieder ein bisschen helfen könnte, ist halt, dass Montana Black ist halt einer der größten YouTuber und wenn er einen auf jemanden reagiert, dann gibt es den, sag ich mal, Kredibilität oder dann ist es so, als ob der größte Content Creator sieht halt eine Person als wichtig genug, um auf ihn zu reagieren. So, das kann ihn normal in der öffentlichen Wahrnehmung ein bisschen höher stehen lassen, weil dieses Problem hat ja KuchenTV.
Ich bin sauer, ne? Weil er ist so, guck mal, ihr sagt gerade, das verstehe ich gar nicht. KuchenTV braucht ihn doch eigentlich gar nicht. Ah nee, aber stopp, es würde ihm ja dann doch vielleicht helfen, weil Monte doch der größte. Wie kann man denn so blöd sein? Sorry, Alter, so. Dann sag doch gleich das zweite, wenn du dir danach direkt widersprichst. Wie kann man denn so dumm sein? Entschuldigung, also du musst es piepen wahrscheinlich.
Nee, alles gut. Das ist ja deine Anzeige.
Falter, ja, mach doch.
Ich check das auch nicht. Ja, ist halt
Digga,
so vor allem, also es hilft mir auch krass, muss man einfach sagen. Jetzt vielleicht, also ich habe jetzt ein paar Tage Plus-Abos gemacht, heute wieder Minus. Muss das mit Monta auf jeden Fall nochmal klären. Wir müssen dann nachher hinfahren. Ich kann deswegen auch nicht zum Training, aber dem Trainer schon Bescheid gesagt. Es hilft dann einfach enorm, wie er schon sagt. Ne? Also erstmal natürlich halt, ne, für die öffentliche Wahrnehmung steht man wieder deutlich besser da, weil du jetzt einen großen hast, der die Rücken gibt. Ne? Neben dem großen Penis von Twizzy. Und dazu halt auch einfach, dass natürlich wieder neue Leute auf mich aufmerksam werden. Ne? Also natürlich bringt mir das was. So, was heißt, ich brauche die Reactions nicht. Also, ja, okay.
Lieber Habenstadt braucht.
Ja, so klar brauche ich die jetzt nicht. Also jetzt nicht so, dass mein Kanal komplett tot ist, aber ist doch super. So.
Ihr habt so in den letzten, ist es im letzten Jahr vielleicht so? Und dadurch könnte sich das auf jeden Fall wieder bessern für ihn.
Also, ja, melde dich einfach. In der Reaction zu Manuelsen hat er dann auch das hier zu unseren Diskrepanzen gesagt.
Warum wieder Kuchenvideos? Aber ehrlich, Abi. Ehrliche Meinung, ich habe meine Differenzen mit Kuchen gehabt. Wir haben das geklärt. Ich habe ihn noch ein bisschen büßen lassen. Könnt ihr gerne die Statistik nachgucken. Als ich angefangen habe, seine Videos zu gucken, ist sein Kanal auch nach oben gegangen. Als ich aufgehört habe, seine Videos zu gucken, ist sein Kanal nach unten gegangen. Könnt ihr nachgucken, die Statistik. Ist kein Billy mehr was drauf ein, ist Real Rap. Wir hatten unsere Diskrepanzen. Wir haben uns privat ausgetauscht, schon vor langer Zeit oder vor einiger Zeit.
Ja, also man muss halt sagen, Montana Black hat halt aufgehört, auf seine Videos zu reagieren, als er halt diese Skandale hatte. Als er so.
Ne, vorher schon hat er, glaube ich, aufgehört, ne? Oder auf jeden Fall deutlich weniger. Nach dem Casino-Video hat er schon weniger auf mich reagiert.
Ein Vollvideo gemacht hat, als er dann angefangen hat, was weiß ich, und dann gesagt hat, das ist alles fake. Dann haben sich ja gefühlt alle Kollegen von ihm abgewandt und danach haben auch ganz viele Zuschauer die Schnauze voll von ihm gehabt. Und deswegen sind halt die Zahlen runtergegangen. Aber es kann schon sein, dass dadurch, dass Montana Black ihn jetzt sozusagen verziehen hat, dass dann jetzt seine Zuschauer halt, die auch von ihm beeinflusst werden, sagen, okay, ich schaue mir wieder Kuchen-TV-Videos an und jetzt geht's wieder, sage ich mal, mehr bergauf. Er hat ja, glaube ich, im letzten Jahr immer nur D-Abos gemacht, etc. Deswegen, mal schauen, wie es sich jetzt...
Also wenn Root K jetzt sagt, das kann sein, wenn einer der größten Streamer mit einer riesigen YouTube-Reichweite wieder auf dich reagiert, dass es dann so ein bisschen nach oben geht, dann kann man dem ja schon Glauben schenken.
Alter, ich habe gar nicht zugehört. Ich musste gerade mit Timo kurz reden wegen dem Video
Und
von
danach
heute.
haben auch ganz viele Zuschauer die Schnauze voll von ihm gehabt. Und deswegen sind halt die Zahlen runtergegangen. Aber
das ist auch
es kann
safe.
schon sein, dass
Jetzt kann schon sein.
dadurch, dass Montana Black ihn jetzt sozusagen verziehen hat, dass dann jetzt seine Zuschauer halt, die auch von ihm beeinflusst werden, sagen, okay, ich schaue mir wieder Kuchen-TV-Videos an und jetzt geht's wieder, sage ich mal, mehr bergauf. Er hat ja, glaube ich, im letzten Jahr immer nur D-Abos gemacht, etc. Deswegen, mal schauen, wie es sich jetzt entwickelt.
Haben alles
Ja, weiter rechts, also, oder was?
Ja,
Was ist?
natürlich, aber das ist doch klar. Er sagt ja erst so, er braucht es nicht und so weiter
Ja, und
und
jetzt
widerspricht
jetzt
sich dann ja
eigentlich nur
komplett
positiv, ja.
und sagt dann nochmal so, das ist so, ja, der größte Streamer, also einer der größten Streamer reagiert jetzt auf ihn. Also eventuell geht es jetzt so ein bisschen nach oben. So, ja, Bro, 2 + 2 ist 4, Alter.
Ja, vor allem am Anfang erst negativ geredet und jetzt dann doch irgendwie eingesehen, ah doch, Digga, stimmt, das
Digga,
bringt ihm
das
voll
ist
viel
geil, das
eigentlich,
macht
ne?
mich so sauer.
Ja, es ist halt, glaube ich, auch so ein bisschen, wie wir schon gesagt haben, also dieses eigentlich erstmal gegen mich sein und dann, wenn wirklich gar nichts mehr geht, dann irgendwie so halb zustimmen irgendwie noch,
Bei ihm
ne?
fällt das halt so extrem auf, weil das jetzt schon länger so geht auf jeden Fall. Das ist ja jetzt nicht kein Einzelfall.
Ja. Und ja, wie gesagt, safe bringt mir das mehr, ne? So, ja, Reactions sind schon wirklich krass so, ne? Auch unabhängig davon, ob es Monte ist oder nicht, gibt dir das wirklich viel Reichweite, wenn so aktiv auf deine Videos reagiert wird. Und es gibt auch Monte-Reactions auf meine Videos, die wie Millionen Klicks haben, ne? Von Ungar auch auf mich, das ist schon...
Und ja, wir hatten das bereits vorher privat auf jeden Fall geklärt. Ich will da jetzt auch gar nicht ins Detail gehen, um was es da genau geht. Es ging auf jeden Fall darum, dass ich halt in einem Video 1 oder 2 Informationen drin hatte, die einfach falsch waren, die auch nachweislich falsch gewesen sind, wodurch er aber hätte Nachteile bekommen können und er sich natürlich einfach gewünscht hätte, dass wenn ich ein Video halt mache, vielleicht bei Frage, zumindest bei Punkten, wo es halt auch wirklich um krassere Sachen geht, sage ich einfach mal, dass man das halt vorher irgendwie abklärt. Ich habe das zu der Zeit halt nie gemacht, weil ich immer Angst hatte, dass wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel zu einem YouTuber gehe, unabhängig von Monte, und mit ihm über irgendwas rede, also ich zum Beispiel sage, jo, ich mache halt ein Video, weil du hast, ja, das würde keiner machen, aber du hast zum Beispiel...
Was ist los?
Ja, jetzt schreibt hier seiner, ja, okay, hätte er machen können, aber vielleicht wusste er nicht mal, dass er sich dort widersprochen hat. Ja, aber das ist auch das bei solchen Menschen, dass sie halt nicht die Intelligenz haben zu merken, wenn sie kompletten...
Und halt nicht objektiv sind.
Ja.
Code auf den Bus geworfen, dass man sich dann zu sehr manipulieren lässt, wenn man die Person mag und am Ende die Kritik gar nicht mehr richtig rüberkommt. Aber natürlich bei so krassen Sachen mache ich das jetzt. Außer die
Ja, also das kann schon durchaus sein. Alleine schon, dass die jetzt wieder Kontakt haben, kann auch unbewusst dazu führen, dass man die Kritik nicht mehr so hart äußert, wie man es eigentlich machen müsste. Zum Beispiel jetzt diese Casino-Case-Openings, die er die ganze Zeit macht. Ich glaube, das hätte auch so ein eigenes Video von Kuchen-TV dazu verdient. Jetzt natürlich die Frage, ob das jetzt noch kommen wird, weil die jetzt wieder richtig cool miteinander sind.
Naja, es war ja vorher schon nicht geplant, also der macht das ja jetzt schon seit Monaten. Ne? Ich habe es in dem Floppy-Video ja kritisiert, dass er das macht. Und das war's halt, also Video war ja dazu halt nicht geplant.
Personen
Ne?
haben mich blockiert, aber das sind ja auch nur 80% von allen. Dazu sagt er dann auch noch das hier.
Übrigens, iCrimex folgt mir wieder auf Instagram, ne? Ich bin jetzt wieder richtig drin im
Ich habe
Game.
mir aber gedacht, nö, ich schaue noch nicht
Oder
seine
das ist
Videos.
ja unfassbar.
Aber um ehrlich zu sein, ich habe mir trotzdem privat mal seine Videos angeguckt, weil aus der Meinungsblogger-Szene finde ich KuchenTV mit am besten, am sympathischsten.
Stark, auf jeden Fall, weil er hat das überhaupt nicht nötig, diese Props in der Öffentlichkeit zu geben. Als ich mir das so reingezogen habe, dachte ich, Hut ab, Alter, so, das ist ein großer Move, weil, wie wir ja mitbekommen haben, sind YouTuber eher so, immer nur so, wenn man was von einem hat und so weiter und das ist eine große Geste, also ich habe das sehr gefühlt.
Ja, ich muss ganz kurz Sprachnachricht an Allotrix machen. Der wollte mal mit mir reden, hat sich dann nicht mehr gemeldet. Yo Bro, was geht? Ja, jetzt wo Monte wieder auf mich reagiert, wird es auch Zeit, dass du wieder anfängst, deswegen lass uns mal quatschen auf jeden Fall. Sag mal Bescheid, wenn du Zeit hast, Bro. Wir werden reich.
Ey, und sorry nochmal, Monte, wir wollten in deinem Merch hier sitzen, kam nur noch nicht an.
Ja, 680 Gramm
Ich finde
Sippoli.
seine Meinung in den meisten Fällen eine sehr gute Meinung und auch als Zuschauer habe ich immer seine Videos privat geschaut und es ist für mich auch ein Mehrwert für einen Stream, wenn ich mit euch die Videos schaue. Man ist immer up to date, man kann auch dann zu gewissen Themen seine Meinung äußern.
Und dafür auf jeden Fall.
Ja, also ich muss so sagen, KuchenTVs Videos an sich sind gut gemacht. Das, was er in den Videos sagt, da stimme ich ihm auch oft zu. Das, was ich bei ihm halt denke ist oder fühle ist, es passt nicht, was er sagt und wie er sich verhält. Er sagt zum Beispiel A und macht morgen B und dann kritisiert er jemanden für A und macht dann im nächsten Moment genau das Gleiche so. Ich sehe da keine, sage ich mal, keine roten Faden bei ihm oder sowas, wo ich denke, okay, das ist seine Moralvorstellung und danach handelt er die ganze Zeit. Also das sehe ich bei ihm nicht. Zum Beispiel, er kritisiert mich dafür, dass ich Floppys Tod ausgenutzt hätte, um gegen ihn zu feuern und nimmt dann Floppy in Titel und Thumbnail und stellt ihn so in den Vordergrund. Da denke ich, das ist mir schon sehr oft bei ihm aufgefallen.
Hey, was ist das denn für ein Kritikpunkt? Also, ich mache ein Video, wo ich halt über Floppys Tod rede und so weiter und dass Glücksspiel gefährlich ist und viel früher anfängt, blablabla. Da macht er eine Reaction darauf, wo er mich halt dafür kritisiert, dass ich angeblich Monte oder dass ich ein Verteidigungsvideo gegen Orange Mountain schon zu mache. Wo ich dann wieder ein Video zu mache, wo es ja auch um die Floppy-Thematik geht. Natürlich schreibe ich das in den Titel, die Leute sollen auch wissen, worum das Video handelt. Und es handelt ja einfach um diesen Fall. So, Also es macht gar keinen Sinn.
Ich hoffe, er hat sich dafür entschuldigt, Digga.
Ja, ist halt aber auch lustig, dass er wieder, also dass er zufällig das Beispiel nimmt, wo er mit drin ist. So anscheinend passiert das ja öfter bei mir, aber er nimmt extra das Beispiel, wo er mit drin ist, weil es zeigt wahrscheinlich, dass er damit noch nicht so ganz abgeschlossen hat mit der Situation.
Gefallen. Deswegen, die Kritik, die er äußert, kann ich nachvollziehen, aber ich kann es nicht ernst nehmen, wenn es von ihm kommt, weil ich mir so denke, das sind aber nicht die Sachen, nach denen er handelt oder sowas. Jedenfalls habe ich oft das Gefühl.
Ganz kurz. Das ist gut, dass er das so ausdrückt, denn wir haben ja an Leon Lovelock gesehen, dass es immer gut ist, wenn man mal auf sein Gefühl vertraut und dann einfach mal damit gegen Fakten gegengeht. Das ist immer gut.
Ja, also ich weiß nicht, sowas finde ich halt immer schade. Ist natürlich halt irgendwo nur eine Reaction, aber er bringt halt ein Beispiel. Okay, für ihn ist das ein Beispiel, ist halt offensichtlich aber Schwachsinn. Da würden mich halt andere Punkte, da halt mal interessieren. So, also natürlich, ich mache seit, keine Ahnung, 10 Jahren YouTube oder seit 10 Jahren Kuchen Talks und natürlich gibt es halt mal irgendwelche Sachen, wo man sich widerspricht oder man sagt im Stream vielleicht mal was man gar nicht so gefühlt hat, ne, das ist halt live. So, ja, okay, das kann halt mal passieren, aber ich finde jetzt nicht, dass ich jetzt einer bin, der so krass doppelmoralisch ist. Dass ich durchgängig Sachen mache, die ich selber kritisiere, also die ich aktiv jetzt heute kritisiere und morgen mache ich die.
Nee, Bruder, wenn er dich nicht fühlt, fühlt er dich einfach nicht. Wenn das sein Gefühl ist, ist das.
Also ich würde jetzt nicht sagen, er ist der Beste. Er fasst das halt gut zusammen, muss man halt sagen.
Auf jeden Fall von meiner Seite aus auf jeden Fall Respekt an Monte.
Aber alleine für Content lohnt es sich natürlich für Montana Black wieder auf KuchenTV zu reagieren. Weil, wie Montana Black sagt, KuchenTV macht immer Videos zu den neuesten Themen und gut zusammengefasst, sage ich mal. Und da kannst du dann halt immer auch deine Meinung dazu sagen. Das ist natürlich ein sehr, sehr gut für jemanden wie Montana.
Denn man muss ja sagen, dass...
Ja, ich denke, ich habe auf jeden Fall deutlich mehr als Monte davon. Wenn du dir die Reaction-Kanäle anguckst, dann laufen ja auch die anderen Sachen auch teilweise besser, als wenn er auf mich reagiert. Klar, ist natürlich cool, wenn du mal was zu einem aktuellen Thema sagen möchtest, dann hast du einfach ein Kuchen-TV-Video, wo du gucken kannst. Aber keine Ahnung, er könnte jetzt zum Beispiel auch auf Kaiser reagieren, mit dem Video mit Tilo zum Beispiel so. Na, er bräuchte dafür jetzt nicht auf meine Cake News am Sonntag warten zum Beispiel.
Aber er sagt, du bist der Beste.
Ich bin auch der Beste, muss man auch ganz offen muss man das dazu sagen. Ja, klar.
Dann kommen die wieder, der schleimt der neben dir. Ja, Mann, dafür werde ich bezahlt.
Aber Monte hat ja per se erstmal nichts davon, auf mich zu reagieren. Er macht auch so seine Klicks. Und dafür auf jeden Fall erstmal Respekt an Monte, dass er da quasi wieder hinter mir steht und mir auch diese Props gibt und auch wirklich positiv von...
Ich weiß by the way von einigen anderen großen YouTubern, dass die privat auch meine Videos gucken, öffentlich aber niemals Props geben würden. Ja, Privatvideos schauen, um sich zu informieren und dann mit einer Person, sage ich mal, in Verbindung stehen wollen, ist ja nochmal eine andere Sache. So.
Von mir redet, denn ich bin immer noch...
Ja, aber Digga, es geht halt, also es geht einfach um Videos gucken, also ja, inwiefern stehst du da in Verbindung? Also, es geht ja einfach darum, dass halt viele YouTuber einfach Angst um ihren Ruf haben und deswegen halt nicht auf mich reagieren, aber man sieht es ja auch an Monte, es juckt ja einfach keinen mehr.
Das ist halt so eine übelst negative Mentalität. Zum Beispiel, wenn ich jetzt die ganze Zeit nur Tilo hören würde, er so für mich so der krasseste Rapper wäre und so weiter, dann tut es mir doch nicht weh, auch zu sagen, ey, ich höre den die ganze Zeit, ich feiere den auch den Respekt dafür auszusprechen.
Ja.
Warum nicht? Und wenn fast alle seine Videos gucken, oder viele Leute seine Videos gucken, ne, und dann aber sagen, nee, ich mache das hinter verschlossener Tür, weil Kuchen TV steht ja ganz oft nicht so gut da und damit will ich nicht in Verbindung gebracht werden, das ist einfach schwach und charakterschwach.
Ja, und wie gesagt, es ist ja auch einfach gar nicht mehr so. Monte wird ja auch nicht dafür gehatet.
Der beliebteste und es kann natürlich auch sein, dass man selber dafür so ein bisschen in der Kritik steht. Ich meine, so schlimm ist mein Ruf schon lange nicht mehr, aber...
Schau. In der Bundesregierung gibt es nach der Entlassung von Wirtschaftsstaatssekretär Greichen neuen Streit über das Gebäudeenergiegesetz. Die FDP stellt jetzt den Zeitplan für das umstrittene Vorhaben zum Austausch von Öl- und Gasheizungen in Frage. Zur Begründung heißt es, dem Bundestag fehle nun der Ansprechpartner für das Gesetz. SPD und Grüne sehen dagegen keinen Zusammenhang.
Sichtlich angefasst verkündet der Bundeswirtschaftsminister gestern die Versetzung seines Staatssekretärs in den einstweiligen Ruhestand. Auch aus seiner Sicht ist dieser Schritt am Ende unausweichlich. Der gesamte Zeitplan des Ministeriums für das sogenannte Heizungsgesetz, so viel wird heute deutlich, gerät in Schieflage, auch im Regierungslager.
Es gibt viele Dinge, die an diesem Gesetz geändert werden müssen. Deswegen muss es zurück in die Montagehalle und dann in einem neuen Entwurf im Bundestag beraten werden.
Viele Einzelheiten umstritten und der zuständige Staatssekretär muss gehen. Dass Robert Habeck sein Heizungsgesetz vor der Sommerpause durchs Parlament bringt, scheint fraglich. Die Union fordert die Regierung auf, das Vorhaben jetzt gleich ganz aufzugeben.
Ich erwarte von Minister Habeck, dass er jetzt einfach mal auf die Stopptaste drückt, dass er nicht mit der Brechstange versucht, ein Gesetz durchzudrücken, was gegen jede wissenschaftliche Berechnungen, was auch gegen die Wünsche und Bedürfnisse der Bürgerinnen und Bürger ist und vor allen Dingen, dass überhaupt nicht technologieoffen ist.
Die Grünen ficht dieser Vorwurf nicht an. Der nächste wichtige Schritt Richtung Energiewende werde nun zügig gegangen. So sei es schon im Koalitionsausschuss mit SPD und FDP vereinbart worden.
Im Kabinett haben wieder alle zugestimmt und deswegen sind wir jetzt in den parlamentarischen Beratungen auch genau auf diesem Weg. Vor dem Sommer wird es einen Beschluss über das Gebäudeenergiegesetz im Deutschen Bundestag geben.
Auch die SPD möchte den straffen Zeitplan halten. Die jüngste Personalentscheidung im Wirtschaftsministerium dürfe die Energiewende nicht ausbremsen.
Und das können wir nur erreichen, wenn wir auch nun möglichst zügig in das Verfahren eintreten, um es dann auch zügig abzuschließen.
Robert Habeck hat ein personelles Problem erledigt. Inhaltlich kommt er der Energiewende nicht näher. Das Heizungsgesetz behält für die Regierung Sprengkraft.
Unterdessen ist mit Udo Philipp ein weiterer Staatssekretär aus dem Bundeswirtschaftsministerium in die Kritik geraten. Es geht um einen möglichen Interessenskonflikt, weil Philipp Beteiligungen an mehreren Unternehmen besitzt und zugleich für die Start-up-Strategie der Bundesregierung verantwortlich ist. Das Wirtschaftsministerium veröffentlichte heute eine Liste seiner direkten Beteiligungen und erklärte, Philipp sei bei seiner Arbeit nicht mit diesen Firmen befasst. Russland hat am frühen Morgen wieder zahlreiche Raketen auf Kiew und andere ukrainische Städte abgefeuert. Wie die Militärverwaltung der Ukraine mitteilte, wurde in der Hafenstadt Odessa ein Mensch getötet. Die Flugabwehr habe 29 von 30 Marschflugkörpern zerstören können. Heftige Kämpfe gab es auch rund um Bachmut.
Angriffe der vergangenen Nacht. Fast überall in der Ukraine, auch in Kiew. Hier habe die Flugabwehr, so ukrainische Behörden, alle Raketen zerstören können. Dennoch stürzten gefährliche Trümmer herab, etwa auf diesem Spielplatz neben einem Kindergarten. Gegen 5 Uhr früh. Eine Explosion, vielleicht eine Drohne oder etwas anderes. Sehen Sie dieses Loch da drüben. Gestern empfing der ukrainische Außenminister Kuleba den chinesischen Sondergesandten Liu Wei. Es ist der erste Besuch eines hochrangigen Diplomaten aus Peking persönlich in Kiew. Ich setze keine großen Hoffnungen in den Gesandten Liu Wei. Ich denke, er ist in Wahrheit nur jemand, der erstmal Informationen sammelt, also momentan wenig sagt, dafür aber mehr zuhört. Unterdessen gehen in Bachmut die Kämpfe weiter. Nicht nur von hier aus sollen sich die Russen zurückziehen, sondern auch alle anderen besetzten Gebiete verlassen. Dies sei die zentrale Voraussetzung für Gespräche mit Russland, so Außenminister Kuleba gegenüber Li. Nach Kiew will Li auch nach Moskau reisen, um zu schlichten, wie es heißt.
Der Krieg in der Ukraine ist auch Thema beim dreitägigen Gipfel der 7 größten westlichen Industriestaaten im japanischen Hiroshima. Auch Bundeskanzler Scholz ist mit seiner Frau angereist. Bei der Ankunft sagte er, vom G7-Gipfel erwarte er auch ein klares Signal gegen den Einsatz von Atomwaffen. Hiroshima sei ein symbolträchtiger Ort. In den Gesprächen dort geht es außerdem um die künftigen Beziehungen der G7-Staaten zu China. Mehrere Länder im Nahen Osten kämpfen zunehmend mit einer Ernährungskrise wegen der extrem gestiegenen Lebensmittelpreise. Laut Welternährungsprogramm haben sich Nahrungsmittel in der Region zuletzt um mehr als 60% verteuert. Zum Teil liege die Inflationsrate sogar im dreistelligen Bereich. Besonders schwer haben es die Menschen im Libanon.
Sich keine oder nur noch ganz bestimmte Lebensmittel leisten zu können, für die Familie von Fauseya Abdallah ist das trauriger Alltag. Am Rande der libanesischen Hauptstadt Beirut leben die syrischen Flüchtlinge in einer Art Holzhütte, arm, hungrig. Wir essen Oliven, Thymian, etwas Käse. Manchmal kaufe ich Bulgur, Linsen oder Reis. Das ist alles. Inflation bei Lebensmitteln liegt im Libanon laut UN-Welternährungsprogramm in diesem Jahr bei 138%. Auch in Syrien, Ägypten, in der Türkei oder im Iran ist explodieren lassen. Wir müssen teuer im Lage Hilfsung. Im Moment aber bekomme man nichts und bleibe deswegen oft hungrig.
Am 18. Mai 1848 trat die erste deutsche Nationalversammlung in der Paulskirche in Frankfurt am Main zusammen. Heute schafft den
gewählt. Zur Erinnerung an 175 Jahre Nationalversammlung in Frankfurt.
Anfang versuchen wir heute
Welt, der Beheim-Globus aus dem Jahr 1492. Jetzt ist er in das Weltdokumentenerbe der UNESCO aufgenommen worden. Und neben ihm auch 63 weitere Werke, unter anderem die mitteldeutsche Liedersammlung Codex Manesse und der Dokumentarfilm Shoah von Claude Lanzmann. Zeugnisse der Zeitgeschichte werden in dem Register gesammelt. Mit jedem Eintrag, so UNESCO-Botschafter Reuß, wachse das Gedächtnis der Menschheit.
Er ist eine Hauptattraktion des Germanischen Nationalmuseums in Nürnberg. Der Beheim-Globus benannt nach dem Handelskaufmann Martin Beheim. Eine Weltkarte in 3D, einzigartig und neu für die Menschen im 15. Jahrhundert. Denn bis dahin kannte man die Welt vor allem flach auf Karten.
Wir sehen hier auf die 12.700 Inseln, die Marco Polo überliefert. Die sind erst real, wenn sie uns im Bild erscheinen. Und das heißt, das ist auch ein Stück weit der Wunsch, die Welt als Kugelgestalt sehen zu können, erleben zu können.
Doch Beheims Weltkugel hat Lücken. Australien fehlt, ebenso der ganze Kontinent Amerika, den Kolumbus fast zeitgleich zur Fertigstellung des Globus erst entdeckt. Dafür birgt die Weltkugel viele ganz spezielle Geheimnisse.
Es gibt auch noch Wundermenschen da gibt es zum Beispiel die Skiapoden, die Schattenfüßler im Süden von Afrika, die mit ihren Füßen sich Schatten gespendet haben. Das ist so etwas, glaube ich, was für uns heute absolute Überraschungswert hat.
Für Generaldirektor Hess symbolisiert der Globus den Blick in eine zwiespältige Vergangenheit.
Auf der einen Seite die großen Herausforderungen, ins Unbekannte vorzustoßen, als Teil unserer Technik- und Wissenschaftsgeschichte. Auf der anderen Seite eben die Schattenseiten, was damit verbunden ist, eine Ausbeutung und Unterdrückung der Welt.
Und so ist der Beheim-Globus gut 530 Jahre nach seiner Erschaffung nicht nur ein wissenschaftliches Instrument, sondern auch ein Mahnmal.
Der Untergang der Titanic, mehr als 110 Jahre danach, hat der britische Sender BBC hochauflösende Bilder des versunkenen Schiffes veröffentlicht. Wissenschaftler wollen damit die Ursache des Unglücks genauer untersuchen. Die Aufnahmen entstanden durch die Zusammensetzung von 700.000 Bildern zu einer 3D-Animation. Die Titanic hatte im Atlantik einen Eisberg gerammt und war gesunken. Bis heute liegt das Wrack auf dem Meeresboden. Die Fußballerinnen des VfL Wolfsburg haben zum 10. Mal den DFB-Pokal gewonnen. Die Titelverteidigerin
Hey trail cammers, welcome back to another episode of Save the Squirrels Initiative. I know it's been a while, but I'm back here in Canada with my trail cam, and it only films in 15-second increments. And having said all that, the trip up to Canada was very arduous. I'll show you all of the clips of me traveling from the States all the way up here by way of rollerblade. Unironically, a fear of mine with rollerblading, as cool as I always thought it was was always considered gay, so I never wanted to do it because I thought I would look gay, but I'm conquering. Here is one of our squirrely friends, and here is the other squirrely friend. They've both been learning how to be vicious and violent together. All three of us have been learning how to be vicious and violent. We all know how to do damage to people, and take damage as well. So I realize that the trail cam might get annoying, so I do remember that I do have a computer here, so I'm going to cut over to the computer and give you guys a full breakdown of what to expect on today's episode. Yeah, so today's episode is all about saving the squirrels, but what does that entail? Right now, there's no squirrels to save. I want to introduce you guys to the idea of life listing. Life listing is this concept in fishing where you try to catch as many different fish as possible, as many different species as possible. To give you guys an idea of how this works, we're going to check out this video from Extreme Philly Fishing.
First blue catfish, the Talurus furcatus of 2022.
I think that is his 1,320th species. I got to thinking. I said, all right, we could do this too. How many species of fish are there in the world? 32,000. How many species of birds in the world? 9,700. There are 289 types of squirrels. There's only 289 squirrel species. I think it's possible to observe all 289 of them and document them. Let's be frank, it's a lot more reasonable than 9,700 or 32,000. The beauty in this is we can kind of make our own rules. I want to properly identify the squirrels. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, that looks close enough. But I think the key is getting it on camera. That's going to be our rule. Kind of like, I don't know if they do that for bird watching. I imagine that's kind of the rule. You need evidence that you saw the thing. Of the 289 species of squirrels in the world, only 22% can be found in the United States. Oh man, maybe I should have picked a different animal. Growth hormone injected cows initiative. The 7 types of squirrels that live in Canada. Eastern gray squirrel, the American red squirrel, Douglas squirrel. Oh man. Okay, I need to go back to Seattle to find the Douglas squirrel. Northern flying squirrel. Okay, that's more like it. That's more like a Canadian squirrel. It seems to have a really wide range, and I think we are comfortably within its range. Okay, so for today's episode of Save the Squirrels Initiative, we are going to be looking for the northern flying squirrel. Today we're looking for Glaucomes sabrinus. Glaucomes sabrinus. And that's probably got something to do with their eyes. Glaucoma sabrinus. Glaucomes sabrinus. Okay, average length 25 to 37 centimeters. I mean, that's like what, yay big? Yay big. With tail. So they're like pretty small. They're not big. We're not going to read too much more about these guys, but the general idea is that they are nocturnal. You know, we're going to go at, I think, like sunrise or sunset to look out for these guys, because I think that's going to be the highest activity time, potentially also be able to see them. It's currently the crack of dawn. That's how you know it's early, when there's wetness. It's getting lighter by the second, and I don't know what to do. Man, this country sucks. It'd be so much better if we're in the US, because we would have seen probably like 5 Trump signs by this point. An anti-abortion billboard. And this would be a Walmart. This would be a really cool Walmart supercenter where you can get your eyes checked and you can file your taxes. Tim Hortons, the official food of Save the Squirrels Initiative. Look at these damn things. You wish you were me right now. Got my freaking wife driving me, making illegal U-turns. That's fucking awesome. This is some dope shit that's happening right now. Oh, man, this is good. Cheese anus, Anissa. Anissa, look at the cheese anus. Food of the god. Cheese anus. Oh, look at that. I don't even need to turn this light on anymore because it's already so damn bright out. Yeah, so by the time we get to Elk Island, it'll obviously be plenty easy for us to see around. Even though technically it's not sunrise yet, that's still about 30 minutes away. The plan when we get to Elk Island is to wander around aimlessly, looking in the trees, looking at high places, looking for like kind of dead trees with like holes in them. Creepy. We are now being surrounded by fog hell.
Bison. You see the bison?
Oh, there were bison. Alright, I'll keep my eyes peeled for bison. There's more bison. Bison. Okay, well that was an excellent shot. Definitely gonna show people that. Just like the most out of focus, disgusting brown blob for half of a frame. And a group of fucking white supremacists are walking on the side of the road. That's a oh no, those are bison. Those are bison. They look like men from very far away. Bienvenue. That is French for welcome.
Elk.
Oh, elk. All right.
More elk.
More elk. Okay, I'm gonna fucking. Oh yeah. There's no one behind you. Oh, they're so cute. Oh man, he was. They hate me. Her hair's always so fucking disgusting.
Schönen guten Tag. Wild animals.
Yeah, but if you look at it like a wild horse, its coat is beautiful. Yeah.
No.
Yes. Whatever. If you look at a wild moose, more beautiful than that. An elk. They can look really clean. These guys never look clean. That is insane. It's literally a steaming pile. Oh my gosh. That is a chode to be reckoned with. I think it's so many fucking points from Professor Oak for getting this shot. Very creepy. We ran into an SOS drawn on the ground. Obviously this is near civilization, so... Okay guys, I just saw some sort of marsupial in this tree up ahead. I'm gonna see if we can spot it. Oh fuck. I think it's a red squirrel. Yeah, definitely. Oh. Did he jump? We're going back to the car. We couldn't, we don't think this is gonna be a good area. Oh man, 3 guys gonna be blocking your path in a hot minute. Yeah, fucking run for your life, bitches. We'll GTA your ass. Damn, they do be motoring. What the hell?
That's a beaver.
Oh, that is a beaver. I see his big fat beaver tail. Man, we're getting the Canadian experience today. And there's his fucking beautiful beaver dam. I want to see his big fat tail slap something.
They chewed that.
Oh.
See that?
That's evidence of them chewing. Chew on that good. Really? Looking like it's a no-go for squirrels. Looks like that's the fucking world map on his back. Like this is like Indonesia, the Philippines right here, South Africa, Egypt, maybe Italy right there. We didn't find the northern flying squirrel at Elk Island. The new plan is that we're gonna go to a local spot after sundown and shine our light in the trees and see if we can spot any, you know, shimmering eyes. He looks less red though than the other ones. It looks like mostly what we have is red squirrels. All right, we found a perfect example of where they'd hold up. This guy right here. All right, we found another tree that looks pretty promising.
Flying squirrels generally nest in holes in trees, preferring large diameter trunks and dead tree.
Oh man, that's exactly what we're looking for.
Flying squirrel.
Another thing to be seen. This is the end of the video. We weren't able to find the northern flying squirrel in this video, but this is going to be an ongoing adventure. You know, it's called a life list for a reason. We're going to be working on this for the rest of our life, but I'll get better at it, and we'll collectively get better at it. Technically, I don't have anything in the rules that say that I can't go to someone's house and film their pet northern flying squirrel. We aren't playing by the same rules as some of these other life listers. I want to leave you guys on a hopeful note. We have a lead. Next episode, we're gonna go here, a place called Seba Beach. We were told that in the evening you can see loads of flying squirrels. So hopefully that's got you guys a little excited. It's got me a little excited. It's like an hour outside of Edmonton. We're gonna spot them. I'm gonna bring my high-powered flashlight, maybe some night vision goggles, and we're gonna go hard. Thank you for watching, everyone. See you next time. Okay, you done eating poke posies? Oh, they're converging. Kiss. Oh, they pooped each other's snake.
Gibt natürlich trotzdem noch viele Leute, die mich jetzt nicht gerade mögen und dann trotzdem hinter mir zu stehen, weil man es auch gar nicht nötig hat, weil er selber hat davon nicht.
Wir waren mal irgendwo draußen unterwegs, ich weiß nicht, auf einer Raststätte oder so, und da war so eine, die hat so oft gezeigt, hey, ich glaube, das ist er oder so, und die hat das übelst negativ gemeint auf jeden Fall. Die hat dich wie den Teufel in Person gesehen, irgendwo oder im Prinzenpark oder so. Es war auf jeden Fall eine Haterin, irgendeine Feministin war es, glaube ich auch, also auf jeden Fall, die hat dich gehasst des Todes.
Habe ich das mitbekommen?
Ich habe es dir noch gesagt danach und sie so, da ist er, hat irgendwas Negatives auf jeden Fall zu dir gesagt, so als wenn du das Schlimmste wärst. Und er ist halt so einer, wenn man ihn so im Real Life trifft, so netter kann man eigentlich nicht sein, so der ist schon so harmlos. So.
Machen, finde ich auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr gut.
Weiß ich gar nicht mehr, was Vatertag?
Also weiß ich nicht, ob
Montana
Black nichts davon hat. Er hat sicherlich auch was davon. Ich meine, so diese neuesten Themen, so da kann er immer gut auf KuchenTV reagieren. Und KuchenTV macht ja gefühlt zu allem ein Video, dann kann er immer auf ihn reagieren. So, das macht's einem Montana Black auf jeden Fall viel einfacher. Das ist schon eine Win-Win-Situation. Aber wenn es so ist.
Blogger-technisch bin ich auch der Beste, ne? Das ist ganz klar. Und er hatte auch recht, meine Videos laufen seitdem tatsächlich deutlich besser. Und ich habe sogar das erste Mal in diesem Jahr Plus-Abos gemacht, meine Freunde. Am Freitag habe ich tatsächlich plus 75 Abonnenten gemacht. Tja, das heißt, ich werde wahrscheinlich doch nicht unter die Million rutschen, wenn es so weitergeht. Schade, ich wollte...
Was hat er gerade gesagt? Zum ersten Mal?
Seitdem tatsächlich...
Ja, wie Edotrix, er schaut deine Videos und reagiert mit seinen Zuschauern, aber stellt es nicht als YouTube-Reaction-Video hoch, und die Begründung war, dass er keine Bühne Tim geben möchte, aber gleichzeitig mehreren tausend Zuschauer auf ihn reagiert. Hä, wann hat er denn mal auf meine Videos reagiert?
Deutlich besser und...
Oder meinst du dieses TikTok-Ding? Weil so, das hätte bestimmt mal mitbekommen.
What the fuck? Das erste Mal in diesem Jahr? Das ist schon wild. Ist schon wild.
Freunde, am Freitag habe ich tatsächlich plus 75 Abonnenten gemacht. Tja, das heißt, ich werde wahrscheinlich doch nicht unter die Million rutschen, wenn es so weitergeht. Schade, ich wollte meinen goldenen Playbutton eigentlich gerne wieder abgeben. Danke, Bro, auf jeden Fall. Die nächste 11 geht auf mich. Und wer
Geht ja noch weiter,
vielleicht
ja,
ist das
aber
ja auch
nicht
so
mehr
ein
so viel.
Icebreaker für andere Streamer, wieder auf mich zu
Nur
reagieren.
Minus-Abos, Bruder, immer
Und in einem
Minus.
Jahr bin ich dann vielleicht bei Trimax Fußballmannschaft. Wo wir übrigens dabei sind, kommen wir direkt zum nächsten Thema. Trimax hat ja nämlich eine eigene
Ich glaube, bis zum nächsten Jahr gibt es wieder 5 neue Skandale.
Fußballmannschaft, SSV Harztag. Und die machen ja aus den Spielen immer ein großes Event, wo man Karten kaufen kann. Und
Ja, ich denke, jetzt mache ich wirklich keine Skandale mehr. Ich wüsste jetzt gar nicht was.
Irgendwas kommt auf jeden Fall, da hat er schon recht.
Es
kommt immer irgendwas bei Kuchen TV.
Und Trimax hat das Ganze wirklich grandios gelöst.
Wie ist eure Meinung zu Flitz am Chat?
Digga, guck mal. Es wäre nicht halb so lustig, wenn er danach nicht noch so machen würde.
Schiri, kein Foul, alles gut.
Einfach komplett umgehauen und das auch absolut verdient. Das ist einfach peinlich und...
Er reagiert ab und zu mal auf deine Videos privat mit Zuschauern. Deswegen bekommt man das nicht mit. Herban, wie fänd denn privat mit den Zuschauern? Also schon im Stream oder was?
Im Wohnzimmer?
Aber das war jetzt, als ob hier aber noch nie einer im Chat war und gesagt hat, Elotrix hat auf dich reagiert. Weil was heißt denn auch mit Zuschauern? Also. Ja, und auch privat, so, hä? Also
ich finde es übertrieben, ich finde es asozial, es ist auf jeden Fall aus meiner Wahrnehmung nicht verhältnismäßig. Also wenn jemand auf dich zurennt, kann man beleidigen, so ist schon ein Wichser, dass er sowas macht, so extrem unnötig, kann Trimax Probleme bereiten, so, aber die Reaktion ist für mich übertrieben.
Das Spiel zu stören und das muss...
Ja, ich weiß ja so, das ist ja auch so ein bisschen Notwehr auf jeden Fall. Man weiß ja auch nicht, was der Typ da macht. Also klar, er ist jetzt mit dem Handy gelaufen, jetzt unwahrscheinlich, dass er ihn schlagen möchte. Die Option gibt's halt aber trotzdem so und es ist halt einfach unnötig so und dann muss man auch mal ein Zeichen setzen, damit das halt in Zukunft nicht mehr passiert, weil ich glaube, noch ein Flitzer traut sich nicht.
Real Rap. Kann man nicht einfach mal menschlich ehrlich sein, als dieses Geheuchelte immer. Mann, das ist fucking lustig, dass er den umgebaut hat. Was geht denn ab, Alter? So. Einfach mal so ehrlich sein. Als ob er das privat nicht lustig finden würde. Jetzt so diese, ja, ein bisschen übertrieben, hätte ja nicht.
Er hat gesagt, er schaut dich nur privat, aber dann ist er nicht mit Zuschauern.
An dieser Stelle auch, ja, cool von Trimax auf jeden Fall diese Aktion. Bruder, melde ich hole mir eine Gastspiellizenz und dann gehe ich als falsche 9 aufs Feld und Bruder, ich werde noch Torschützenkönig. Palute musste wegen Schimmel umziehen. Ich meine jetzt aber nicht den Rapper und auch nicht das Pferd, sondern tatsächlich den Schimmel in der Wohnung. Den
ja gut, aber ich glaube, hier können wir auch abbrechen. Also er redet jetzt halt nur über den Schimmel, das ist ja langweilig, da kann er eigentlich nichts
aber
sagen.
spur mal bis zum Ende, sagt er gutes oder schlechtes Video?
Nummer 1. Zwar zu den Songs, das lese ich gerade nicht ab. Flow, überall krasse Texte.
Sagt er überhaupt was?
Gibt es jetzt
darf ich abmoderieren?
Zu hören.
Ich will abmoderieren.
Ja, kannst du gleich machen.
Wir sehen uns im nächsten Video. Bis dann, meine Freunde. Okay, thanks, bye.
Ja, interessantes Video, interessante Themen auf jeden Fall im Video. Was ist eure Meinung zu der ganzen Thematik? Schreibt mir mal gerne eure Meinung in die Kommentare. Und falls euch diese Reaction gefallen hat, lasst gerne ein Like und ein Abo auf dem Kanal. Ansonsten bis zum nächsten Video. Haut rein.
Jo, super Zusammenfassung von Rootgate. Dieses Video von Kuchen TV war natürlich wie jedes andere sehr, sehr interessant. Ansonsten völlig unnötig zusammen.
Da ist auch die CPM ist halt echt krass, ne? Also, ich könnte alleine von Kuchen TV Anker, glaube ich, leben, wenn ich das Büro nicht hätte. Und ist halt geschenkt, ne?
Gar nicht in diesem Format hatte. Das hier ist übrigens eine Liste mit YouTubern, die ich schon hier drinnen hatte. Wenn das Format weitergehen soll, dann schreibt mir gerne noch abgestürzte YouTuber in die Kommentare. Wenn das Format
Jetzt gucken wir mal. Mal gucken, wen wir davon alles kennen. Mr. Trashpack kennen wir. Lion TV kennen wir. Commander Krieger auch. Rapslap, keine Ahnung. Mr. Morgame kenne ich natürlich auch. Gomma HD kenne ich. Clemens Alive kenne ich auch. Broken Sums TV kenne ich auch. Sarazar auch.
Ja, er kennt einfach alle.
TV auch. Too Gay kenne ich nicht. Beatbox kenne ich nicht. Koyo kenne ich nicht.
Er denkt, Beatbox ist ein eigener YouTuber, geil.
Joyce kenne ich. War kenne ich nicht. 71 Minuten.
Ja, Junge, was?
Sex kenne ich natürlich.
Ja, 71 Minuten Sex, ach so.
Jumanji TM kenne ich. Alex V kenne ich nicht. Mert Matan. Oh, Digga. Oh, ich muss einmal raus. Digga, ich sag euch ehrlich, auch wenn ich mit dem nie ein dickes Verhältnis hatte, nicht im Sinne von Beef, aber Mert Matan, Digga, ist für mich ehrlicherweise...
War ist auch mein Lieblings-YouTuber gewesen. Luna, danke für die 100 Bits.
Gelegentlich nochmal Videos hoch. Mert Matan ist für mich auch ein absolutes...
Digga. 6000 Aufrufe auf dem Kanal mit fast 1 Million Abonnenten. Digga.
Und ihr könnt davon halten, was ihr wollt.
Yo, was geht, Leute? Ich bin's wieder Mert mit Leon Mascher und willkommen zu einer beschissenen Folge von Wenn du Eier hast.
Also ich sage...
Ich frage mich immer, ob solche Leute wenigstens irgendwie klug investiert haben oder so, oder ob die jetzt wirklich komplett pleite sind. Ist halt auch immer so das Ding, weil solche YouTuber werden meistens gehatet und hören dann einfach auf. Aber eigentlich einfach weitermachen, ne? Also dann singt's vielleicht trotzdem,
Ehrlich,
aber...
Digga, ich habe die Videos früher gefühlt. Hey, ja, ist vielleicht jetzt cringe, aber ist schon 7 Jahre her, Digga. Es war eine andere Zeit. Also Mert hat... Ich habe auch immer seine Ramadan... Vielleicht können sich der eine oder andere noch dran erinnern. Seine Ramadan-Vlogs habe ich auch immer gefühlt. Er hat schon coole Videos gemacht. War ein cooler Dude, Digga. War ein cooler Dude. Mit Sicherheit auch nicht alles, was er gemacht hat, war real. Aber Mert ist ein YouTube-Urgestein, Digga. Zusammen, jetzt nicht vielleicht von der Bedeutung, aber auf jeden Fall in einem Atemzug zu nennen wie mit einem Alberto. Wen haben wir denn da noch? FIFA Gaming sowieso. Tom Shuffle. Kann ich nicht. Rotpilz habe ich eigentlich immer nur am Schwanz. Instalog, noch nie gehört. KuchenTV. Herr Newstime, der. Was macht der? Spielt er immer noch RP oder was?
Junge, er checkt jetzt, er haut hier aber auch richtig einen raus in der Reaction. Er gibt sich ja richtig Mühe, ey.
Überschlagen sich. Ja. Newstime.
Auf dann. Grüße.
Letzte Video vor 8 Monaten. Ja.
Vor allem, ich check das gar nicht, ne? Die Videos, obwohl er so unregelmäßig hochlädt, haben immer noch ganz gut Klicks. Ich weiß gar nicht, was der jetzt so beruflich macht, weil der könnte auch locker halt weiter YouTube machen, ne? Ich meine, die Videos waren jetzt auch nicht so krass aufwendig. Und er hat ja sogar sich so ein kleines Studio gebaut, wo auch immer das ist.
Okay.
Steht der jetzt einfach rum und wird nicht benutzt. Das ist ein bisschen
gar nicht, was macht er bei
meine
Twitter?
Freundin.
Grüße. Man sieht sie.
Orange. Ah, gut. Ja. Wir brauchen nicht darüber reden, dass Herr Newstime nie wirklich gute News gemacht hat.
Autsch. Ja, er streamt auf jeden Fall, das weiß ich. Der hat doch auch voll lange Karaoke gesungen immer.
Fire Gordon. Kenne ich auch. Sportbuddies. Peterle. Ah, Peter. Kennt ihr noch Peterle?
Junge, er checkt ja aber auch jeden ab, Alter, feier ich.
Peterle, Digga? Kennt ihr den nicht mehr?
Fire Gordon.
Hier. Peterle war ein Buddy von Simon Ungespielt. Den habe ich auch kennengelernt. Peterle, eigentlich Sportbuddies, das ist auf seinem Kanal. Eigentlich ein korrekter Typ. Vor einem Jahr das letzte Video.
Digga, muss man sich auch mal überlegen. 230.000 Abonnenten, 1400 Aufrufe, ne? Es tut weh, wirklich.
Okay. Wen haben wir denn da noch? Mr. Mobile Fanboy, noch nie gehört. Herr Tutorial, kenne ich. Emra. Interessant,
Junge.
was macht der denn überhaupt?
Junge, er checkt halt wirklich jeden ab, ey, feier ich. Junge, er ist richtig im Game jetzt. Hoffentlich nennt er mir wenigstens noch YouTuber, die auch abgestürzt sind.
Und hat er sein YouTube gelöscht oder was?
Ganz ruhig. Mögen.
Hä? Hat er sein YouTube gelöscht? Alle Videos off?
Ja, Emra war damals aber krass, ne, mit den Lifehacks. Also der hat auch wirklich, ich glaube, der hat sich so dumm und dämlich verdient zu der Zeit, wo der gehypt war.
Hat er ihn verlinkt? Ah, nee, mal verlinkt, perfekt.
Geil.
So, okay, dann machen wir jetzt hier den Checker. Ah. Der hat, also entweder ist er in einer guten Promo-Phase, oder, ja. Gut. Dann haben wir hier Abdel, Leon Lovelock, Teen, Sky Guy, Denergy, Dennis Bro, Gurkensohn, Kunga, Knuspertoast, Ben Laxer, Biber, Nato auch dabei.
Caramello, dankeschön.
LP mit Kev. ApoRed, Gewitter im Kopf. Okay, weiter geht's.
Weitergehen soll, dann schreibt mir gerne noch abgestürzte YouTuber in die Kommentare. Oder an die Creator wäre wirklich mega korrekt, wenn ihr einfach mal abstürzt. Wenn ihr irgendwie Tipps braucht beim Abstürzen, dann sagt mir einfach Bescheid. Ich bin der Skandalmeister. Paluten zum Beispiel, dadurch, dass er Kinder-Content macht, könnt ihr ja komische Chats mit Minderjährigen haben. Unge zum Beispiel könnte ein Video darüber machen, dass Milch Gift ist. Oder Simex könnte halt einfach Simex sein. Aber gut, fangen wir mal an. Der erste YouTuber in dieser Liste ist Ben Lexa, den wahrscheinlich gerade die älteren YouTube-Zuschauer noch alle kennen werden. Eventuell auch daher, dass er...
Ich glaube, ich war einer von wenigen, der mit Ben Lexa Kontakt...
Aber wo war Ben Lexa abgestürzt, ist doch nichts Neues, dass er einfach nur aufgehört hat. Naja, ist ja auch ein Absturz. Also, egal aus welchem Grund man aufgehört hat, er kann ja nicht, also sein YouTube-Kanal läuft ja nicht mehr und hat ihn verkauft. So, also natürlich ist es trotzdem Absturz. Also abgestürzt muss ja jetzt nicht immer einen negativen Kontext gesehen werden, auch wenn du halt aufhörst, Videos zu machen, aus irgendwelchen anderen Gründen bist du ja trotzdem abgestürzt. So ein Miguel Pablo ist auch abgestürzt. So, ja, er hat halt einfach psychische Probleme und hat halt deswegen keine Videos gemacht. Deswegen ist er ja trotzdem abgestürzt. Und Ben Lexa, selbst wenn er keinen Bock mehr hatte, ist er auf YouTube trotzdem abgestürzt halt, naja.
Und ich kann euch nicht sagen bis heute, ob der wirklich psychisch Balla war oder ob er einfach seine Rolle super geschauspielert hat. Katja sah damals besser aus, ist eine Geschmackssache, aber ich finde sie für meinen persönlichen Geschmack da auch attraktiver als heute.
Er damals sogar schon mit Katja Krasavic zusammen Videos gemacht hat, noch bevor sie richtig erfolgreich gewesen ist. Seine Content kann man dabei wirklich sehr schwer zusammenfassen, also er hat halt sowas hier gemacht.
Der Hase ist äußerst ängstlich und rennt immer weg, obwohl man ihn doch nur füttern möchte.
Wie kann man da nicht rausfliegen?
Videos bestanden quasi nur aus so komischen Szenen, wie beispielsweise hier bei Teppichboden vs. Experte 4.
Der Wohnpersonal vom Teppichboden überzeugen kann.
Die Videos sind damals wirklich unfassbar gelaufen. Diese ganz
Digga, ich liebe das Schmatzen von Montana Black, wirklich. Also das gibt mir heute wirklich ein richtig gutes Gefühl, mich umzubringen.
Sachen, die noch online
Spaß.
sind,
Okay, nicht, dass ich gesperrt werde.
Aufrufe und wurden damals wirklich extrem krass.
Also ich glaube persönlich, dass er einfach ein guter Schauspieler ist. Also ich glaube, also man muss ja schon dazu sagen, die Videos an sich, die waren schon gut gedreht meistens so. Da war immer noch mal, ja, so ein bisschen was hinter, sage ich mal, mehr oder weniger. Also ich glaube nicht, dass es einfach nur so ein dummer Typ ist, der da so ein bisschen den Komischen gemacht hat, sondern ich glaube schon, dass es ein normaler Typ gewesen ist, der einfach sehr gut schauspielern kann.
Von den Leuten gemimt.
Die Frage ist halt, lieber Livestream-Chat, also unten links sehe ich schon mal einen YouTube-Thumbnail, wofür er heute einen Shitstorm bekommen würde. Richtig?
Ich habe keinen Kontakt mit dem gehabt.
Ich bin außer Reichweite. Ich muss näher ran.
Ich sag euch so, wie es ist. Würde er die Formate heute nochmal genauso hochladen, ohne dass es das schon mal gab, würde er bei weitem nicht so erfolgreich sein wie damals.
Boah, geht, Digga. Das würde ich vielleicht gar nicht so unterschreiben. Durch TikTok und so weiter, wenn du da noch geile TikTok-Shorts und so weiter hochlädst, glaube ich schon, dass da auf jeden Fall gut Klicks reinkommen würden. Erwachsen, Dankeschön für den Prime-Sub. Heißt du Erwachsen? Ist das richtig geschrieben oder bin ich dumm? Als ob du einfach den Namen Erwachsen hast. Als ob sich nie einer so genannt hat. Oder bin ich gerade doof? Erwachsen. E-R-W-A-C-H-S-E-N. Doch.
Kam irgendwann einfach gar kein Content mehr und 2020 waren dann auch nur noch 3 Videos auf seinem Kanal verfügbar. Dann sind einige Leute darauf aufmerksam geworden, dass es von dem Kanal von Ben Lexa eine eBay-Auktion gegeben hat, wie Herr Newstime in einem Video zusammengefasst hat.
Der YouTuber Ben Lexa soll angeblich seinen YouTube-Kanal auf eBay Kleinanzeigen verkaufen. Man findet zumindest eine Anzeige, die heißt YouTube-Kanal mit 330.000 Abonnenten inklusive Google-Konto.
Neben den eBay Kleinanzeigen
der echte Erwachsene.
gab es dann noch eine richtige Auktion auf eBay, die sogar erfolgreich beendet wurde.
So, Hallöchen, ich melde mich nochmal aus dem Off zurück. Mir ist aufgefallen, dass es bei eBay selber auch noch eine Ben Lexa Auktion gegeben hatte. Demnach wurde der Ben Lexa Account für 14.900 Euro
Don Monkey, der Geschäft
2016 auf eBay verkauft. Man war sich allerdings nicht so ganz sicher, ob der Kanal denn jetzt wirklich verkauft worden ist oder nicht.
Ich glaube, auf dem Kanal ist dann Scam-Scheiße gekommen. Irgendwo ist was gespeichert. Auf seinem Kanal sind komische Videos gekommen. Mit komischen Links oder so.
Sowas kann auch durchaus mal Scam sein. Allerdings wurde der Kanal dann wohl tatsächlich eine Zeit lang in Gedankenwelt umbenannt. Und es gab auch noch lange Zeit einen Livestream, der ebenfalls Gedankenexperiment hieß, der allerdings nie gestartet wurde und dann nach Jahren irgendwann mal entfernt wurde. Seitdem wurden auf dem Kanal etliche alte Videos runtergenommen und neu hochgeladen. Neuen Content von Ben Lexa gab es seitdem nicht mehr. Daher liegt es sehr nahe, dass der Kanal tatsächlich verkauft worden ist. Man allerdings gemerkt hat, dass man mit einem Ben Lexa Kanal ohne Ben Lexa zu sein wahrscheinlich nicht erfolgreich wird und hat dann angefangen, die alten Videos offline zu nehmen, die neu hochzuladen, in der Hoffnung, dass vielleicht 1, 2 Videos viral gehen. Es gibt dazu auch einen TikTok-Account, der Ben
Ja, ist halt, also ich werde halt auch nie verstehen, warum sich Leute YouTube-Kanäle kaufen, wirklich. Also das ist halt mit Abstand das Dümmste, was du halt wirklich machen kannst. Ich meine, das hat man ja bei dem ApoRed-Kanal schon gesehen, der den irgendwie für 100.000 oder so verkauft hat an Yalla Gang. Dann kamen da 2, 3 Videos, die wurden gehatet, weil es nicht ApoRed war. Und dann kam da halt nie wieder irgendwas und irgendwer hat jetzt halt diesen ApoRed-Kanal für 100.000 Euro und kann nichts damit anfangen, ne? Also, ist ja klar, also gerade wenn der Kanal schon so irgendwo personenbezogen ist, ist es halt auch klar, dass die Leute halt dann diese Person sehen wollen.
Das heißt, er hat sogar so 150.000 Follower. Allerdings werden auch da nur uralte Clips hochgeladen, also das wird höchstwahrscheinlich nicht er selber sein.
Ich hab, also nagel mich da nicht drauf fest. Ich habe irgendwann in der Zeit, ich weiß nicht mehr, ob das kurz vorher war, als sein YouTube-Kanal bei eBay reingestellt worden ist. Das ist schon etliche Jahre her. Und da habe ich mit Ben Lexa nochmal getalkt. Ich weiß nicht mehr, ob per WhatsApp oder per Skype. Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Und da hatte er aus meiner Wahrnehmung, wenn ich mich richtig erinnere, gewisse Dinge noch angekündigt. Also es hatte nicht den Eindruck gemacht, als wenn er aufhören möchte.
Lecker.
Ich will da auch nichts Privates jetzt ausplaudern oder ähnliches. Aus meiner Wahrnehmung hoffe ich einfach, oder anders gesagt, ich hoffe, dass es Ben Lexa gut geht. Dass egal im was er macht, oder was er gerade macht, dass er glücklich ist. Mein persönliches Bauchgefühl ist, dass es nicht der Fall ist, weil der ist schon krass bekannt gewesen. Viele Leute kannten ihn. Und es ist niemals in irgendeiner Art und Weise mal einen Clip, ein Foto, ein Video aufgetaucht, wo irgendjemand ihn mal heimlich gefilmt, wiedererkannt oder sonstiges hat.
Stimmt.
Das heißt,
es gibt auch gar keine Fotos mit Zuschauern, oder? Ich habe noch nie ein Zuschauerbild mit Ben Lexa gesehen.
Entweder aus meiner Wahrnehmung verkriegt er sich in seiner Bude. Andere Vermutung ist, er hat sich optisch krass verändert und niemand erkennt ihn mehr, oder er lebt gar nicht mehr in Deutschland.
Naja gut, aber ich weiß, kann auch sein, dass es halt so, also dass er sehr schnell vergessen wurde, ne? Also ich habe an Ben Lexa zum Beispiel auch gar nicht mehr gedacht, ne? Die waren ja so ein bisschen kurzweilig einfach, ne? Also man hat das halt gesehen, so krass. Dann kannte man ihn halt ein bisschen, aber ja, man hat halt die Videos selber gefeiert, dann war er wieder so ein bisschen raus aus den Köpfen, so wisst ihr, was ich meine? Oder er ist tot, na gut, weiß ich nicht, er hat ja auch seinen Kanal verkauft und so, ne? Also er kann natürlich in der Zeit jetzt dann gestorben sein, aber ich glaube nicht, dass er, also es wird, ja gut, vielleicht haben die Hinterbliebenen den Kanal verkauft, ne? Aber mein Monte meint ja, dass er auf jeden Fall mit ihm geschrieben hat.
Könnte natürlich aber auch sein, dass er sich optisch krass verändert hat einfach.
By the way, habe ich tatsächlich mal vor 7 oder 8 Jahren ein Ich bin der bessere Ben Lexa gemacht. Und wenn das nicht an Ben Lexa rankommt, dann weiß ich auch nicht.
Der Fisch ist dafür bekannt, schnell an seine Beute heranzuspringen.
War einfach mal ein Segelsprung. Auf Ehre. Mit Kollega-Merch.
Unangenehm.
Ja, das waren damals meine Videos. Der Grund für den Absturz ist hier ganz einfach, dass er nicht weitergemacht hat. Ich schätze mal entweder, dass ihm vielleicht so dieses in der Öffentlichkeit stehen nicht so sehr gefallen hat oder auch, dass er einfach wusste, dass das jetzt kein Content ist, den du jetzt über Jahrzehnte erfolgreich machen kannst und er sich deswegen dann zurückgezogen hat. Der zweite YouTuber in dieser Liste ist The BA Corner. Wer kennt ihn noch? Liked auf jeden Fall das Video. Der war damals...
BA Corner?
Vor allem, die schreiben cringe, dieser Kuchen-TV. Bruder, das war ein Video von vor 7 Jahren.
Ist das nicht irgendein Typ gewesen, der in so einer Jungsgruppe war? Oder?
Hä, in einer Jungsgruppe?
Ne?
Vor 7 Jahren so mittelerfolgreich auf YouTube, allerdings mit Content, der halt wirklich sehr widerlich ist. In seinen
Ach, das war dieser eine Russe. Der diese Diss-Tracks und so gemacht hat. Das war ein ganz widerlicher Typ.
Titeln und auch der Inhalt des Videos waren sehr, sehr oft homophobe Beleidigungen, wie ich euch damals schon in einem Video vorgetragen habe.
Größter, schlimmster
Ja, das war so ein schmieriger Typ. So ein schmieriger Typ, den mochte niemand.
Größte 2.0 des Mert Matan, dumme.
Und genauso wie es im Titel steht, ist er dann auch auf die Leute draufgegangen. Unsachliche Beleidigung, überhaupt keine Kritik, einfach nur fertig machen und mobben von irgendwelchen Leuten.
Kennt niemand, juckt niemanden, deswegen schaust du hier noch zu, danke. Du kennst diese Person nicht, weil du kein YouTube-OG bist. Die YouTube-OGs kennen den.
Und ja, das war damals Content auf YouTube. Auch gegen Tanzverbot hat er damals etliche Videos gemacht, die inhaltlich eine komplette Zerstörung waren. So ist zum Beispiel
Der ist sogar zu Tanzverbot nach Hause gefahren, glaube ich.
ein Video online gewesen, wo er angeblich zu Tanzverbot gefahren ist. Da hat er dann im Treppenhaus die ganze Zeit Radau gemacht, hat alle Leute genervt, die da wohnen, und Tanzverbot konnte ihn komplett auseinandernehmen, und zwar hat er dann einfach das richtige Treppenhaus gefilmt, was halt nicht das gleiche gewesen ist. Also Props an the BA Corner. Wie ihr eben schon sehen konnten, habe ja dann sogar ich ein Video gegen ihn gemacht, und er hat natürlich eine Antwort dazu hochgeladen und hat mich wirklich komplett zerrissen.
Mein Statement dazu: Du regst dich darüber auf, dass ich PayPal-Spenden sammeln möchte, weil ich Autos geschrottet habe für meinen Kumpel, damit er sein Auto bezahlen kann. Aber selber sammelst du Spenden für deine Mutter, weil sie dir nichts Anständiges zum Essen kochen kann, Digga? Junge, lass mal sein, auf jeden Fall.
Ja, also...
Der Typ.
Er ist halt auch wirklich, ich glaube halt wirklich, das ist einer, der auch sehr, sehr wenig Intelligenz besitzt einfach. Also er kommt auch schon so rüber, oder? Ich weiß nicht warum. Warum ist das so? Ich finde, du siehst voll vielen Leuten anders, die nicht so intelligent sind, und das ist wirklich einer davon. Na, wie Monte schon sagt, so super schmierig, super schwieriger Content, nur Beleidigungen und so. Na, hat trotzdem ja auch seine 100.000 Klicks pro Video gemacht. Ne, ist eigentlich krass. Wenn du es heutzutage machen würdest, Bruder.
Der Typ war damals
vorbei.
Sowas von oberpeinlich. Wirklich. Das war so ein Typ, den hast du ins Gesicht geschaut und bist aggressiv geworden und hast gesehen, dass er kein guter Mensch ist. Wie der schon geredet hat, hat Sorge.
Ich würde natürlich nicht sagen, dass er dumm ist. Ich glaube, das findet das Landgericht in Braunschweig nicht ganz so gut.
Er hat mich da wirklich einfach hops genommen. Übrigens, ich habe nie Spenden für meine Mutter gesammelt, wo auch immer der das her hat. Er hat danach sogar noch einen Diss-Track gegen mich und Tanzverbot hochgeladen. Also der wäre nicht mal in die Hall of Shame gekommen. Hier mal ein paar Lines, die er gegen Tanzverbot rausgehauen hat.
Okay. Ich kenne keinen YouTuber, der realer ist, der in Cafés mit über 20 Dealern sitzt. TBC, jetzt höre ich irgendwelche Lausdissen. Hast du nichts Besseres zu tun, als auf den Bauch?
Und hier jetzt nochmal 2, 3 Lines, die er gegen mich gekickt hat.
Deine Ausbildungsstelle hat dich rausgeschmissen. Ohne YouTube wärst du Sohn aufgeschmissen. Ein Dorfkind, der auf Julians Blog macht. Ihr seid beide Söhne, ein Lob für mein Wortschatz. Ich komme in deine Ortschaft, ich klatsche dich klauen, du lässt dich schwingen. Ich lass mir einen bauen.
Ich muss allerdings wirklich zugeben.
Digga, wirklich, also das musst du dir, weil ich verstehe sowas irgendwie immer nicht. Also ich habe auch schon dumme Videos hochgeladen, müssen wir nicht drüber reden, aber gerade bei so einem Track, du musst mir überlegen, er setzt sich jetzt hin, ja, vielleicht mit seinen Kollegen in der Shisha-Bar und sagt so, ey Jungs, ich mache einen Diss-Track gegen KuchenTV und Tanzverbot. Die so, ja Mann, Digga, mega, wir können dir beim Texten helfen, bla bla bla. Dann schreibst du diese Lines auf, du nimmst das auf in einem Studio oder wo auch immer, jemand mischt das ab, du drehst das Video, du siehst das fertige Produkt und denkst dir in dem Moment wirklich so, boah Digga, Alter, ich hab die ja voll zerstört, das muss auf jeden Fall hochgeladen werden. Also ich weiß nicht so, das ist doch, also, ja, ich habe auch schon schlechte Tracks auf jeden Fall gemacht früher, aber da war ich auch wirklich gar nicht reif im Kopf, aber ich meine, der hat doch angeblich so viele Freunde. Ist da keiner, der mal gesagt hat so, ich würde es vielleicht lieber nicht machen?
Ich habe danach echt überlegt, mich zu löschen, weil ich damit überhaupt nicht in Verbindung gebracht werden möchte. TBC hat dann irgendwann aufgehört, diese Videos zu machen und ist nach Jahren wie...
Der macht jetzt Scam.
Bruder, guck mal, hier ist doch so eine andere Firma, ne? Ich schwöre, die gehen jedes Mal raus und rauchen. Das ist schon die 5. Zigarette heute. Die arbeiten gar nicht. Der ist so dreist, Digga. Stell dir vor, dass Mitarbeiter, die machen alle 10 Minuten eine Raucherpause. Bruder.
Zurückgekommen, und zwar mit einer neuen krassen Business-Idee, und zwar Conversion Agent. Dort bildet er Leute aus, die dann für ihn am Telefon Sachen verkaufen sollen. Das Ganze klingt halt wirklich schon super seriös, und auch Kaiser hat vor ungefähr einem Jahr schon ein Video dazu gemacht, und es gab sogar mal YouTube-Werbungen von ihm, die ungefähr so hier aussahen.
So, hi und herzlich willkommen. Du denkst dir natürlich jetzt wieder irgendein Coach, der dir irgendwas erzählen möchte, oder jemand, ich könnte ja zum Beispiel angeben mit Eigentumswohnung, Luxusautos, Luxusuhren oder sonst was, aber habe ich keinen Bock drauf. Ich möchte dir einfach ein Geschäft...
Finde ich auch geil. Ja, das könnte ich jetzt natürlich machen, aber Ja, aber ich habe einfach keinen Bock drauf zu flexen, Bruder. Vielleicht später nochmal. Ich guck mal.
Ich dir jetzt zeigen, wo du seriös am Telefon verkaufen kannst. Du kannst hochwertige Produkte, hochpreisige Produkte von mir oder von anderen Coaches verkaufen, die zwischen 3.000 Euro bis 20.000 Euro liegen. Dabei kriegst du eine 20%ige Provision von mir.
Digga, jetzt mal wirklich. Also jetzt, egal ob man die mag oder nicht, egal was zwischen uns vorgefallen ist. Noch unseriöser. Also wirklich, noch unseriöser kannst du es nicht machen. Oder? Also jetzt wirklich, wenn ich jetzt hier irgendwie so eine Marketingagentur wäre und der würde mir dieses Video einreichen und würde sagen, Bro, was kann ich anders machen? Bruder, ich würde sagen, lass es einfach komplett. Also das ist ja von vorne bis hinten ist das so unfassbar unseriös, ja, und auch keine Ausstrahlung einfach vorhanden. Also dann flex lieber mit irgendwelchen gefakten Eigentumswohnungen, Bruder.
Eigentlich bei keinem anderen Coach gibt, die ich dir garantiere. Das bedeutet, du verdienst pro Verkauf am Telefon mit deinen 20% zwischen 600 und 4.000 Euro.
Das klingt doch eigentlich
Das ist so scheiße, Digga.
super seriös und toll, da kann man ja ganz schnell reich werden. Und das Beste ist, alles was man dafür machen muss, ist einen Telefontermin zu buchen, der wirklich einfach cool ist.
Wo ich mich bewerben kann. Und zu meinem Glück ist das Ganze auch gar nicht schwer, denn du musst einfach nur ein Telefonat buchen. Das ist quasi wie ein Bewerbungsgespräch. Und ja, der Typ, der damit angibt, wie viel Kohle er nicht verdient, verlangt für dieses einzelne Telefonat, für ein Telefonat 49 Euro.
Das ist auch immer, weißt du, das ist doch so schlecht manipulieren. Also wenn ihr sowas seht, ach, das ist Twitch, ich kann gar nicht hier zurückgehen.
Nur ein Telefonat
Was habe ich jetzt gemacht?
buchen. Das ist quasi wie ein Bewerbungsgespräch. Und ja, der Typ, der damit angibt, wie viel Kohle er nicht verdient, verlangt für dieses einzelne Telefonat, für ein Telefonat 49.
Weißt du, das ist so dieses, sei doch mal ehrlich, sind 49 Euro für deine Zukunft zu viel verlangt? Ey, wenn ihr sowas auf irgendeiner Seite seht, direkt raus. Es geht nicht noch unseriöser, als den Leuten irgendwie verklickern zu wollen. Ja klar, du musst dir Geld investieren, aber das lohnt sich doch, oder? Es lohnt sich auch bei mir Prime Sub da zu lassen, übrigens komplett kostenlos für geile Emotes, ja, nur so nebenbei. Aber wenn es euch nicht gefällt, für die Zukunft einfach mal geile Emotes zu haben, dann
40 Euro.
Ich meine, wo ist da...
Boah, ich frag mich, was Monte gleich zu der Impressumsding sagt. Da habe ich ihn nochmal komplett hops genommen. Da muss ich mich auch mal selber loben.
Mhm. Interessant. Also der dir von den verkauften Sachen großzügig 20% abgibt, will aber 50 Euro fürs Telefonat haben. Eine Bravo-Kiste. Rechne so.
Da der Sinn. Du bewirbst dich ja quasi da und musst dann für das Einstellungsgespräch einfach 49 Euro bezahlen. Also mal abgesehen davon, dass es nicht noch unseriöser geht. Stellt euch mal vor, ihr bewerbt euch irgendwo in der Firma und die laden euch zum Gespräch ein und sagen am Anfang so, ja, also Sie können sich jetzt gerne vorstellen, aber erstmal 50 Euro zahlen bitte. Ich meine, wo ist das?
Mary, danke für den
Du
Witz.
profitierst doch davon, wenn du Leute einstellst, die dann für dich Sachen verkaufen. Die kriegen ja nur die Provision, also das dicke Geld machst ja du. Also ich weiß nicht, klingt nicht ganz so seriös, wenn ihr mich fragt. Auf seiner Internetseite steht dann noch dazu, nach seinem Studium und der Zeit als YouTube-Star. Ja, also ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass der Typ nicht studiert hat.
Der heißt
und
Marcel,
wirklich,
oh nee, ne?
Du warst alles, aber kein YouTube-Star. Anscheinend ist das Ganze nicht mal ein richtiges Unternehmen. Im Impressum steht nämlich einfach Obscura21. Dazu findet man online aber wirklich gar nichts, außer eine andere Website, wo Obscura21 Videodrehs anbietet, mit übrigens genau einem Kunden, für den sie mal was gedreht haben, der auf der Website als Kunde genannt wird. Auch die Impressumsanschrift ist wirklich super seriös. Das ist nämlich einfach eine ganz normale Mehrfamilienwohnung in Berlin. Nicht mal irgendwas Modernes oder so. Der selbsternannte Millionär, der in der YouTube-Werbung noch sagt, er könnte jetzt flexen mit Autos, Luxusuhren oder etlichen Immobilien, hat neben einer nicht eingetragenen Firma, anscheinend zumindest, einfach eine Mietwohnung in Berlin als Büro angegeben. Also, wenn du
seriös
Millionär bist,
Mary, Junge, 3 Monate auf Tier 1 oder was? Jetzt muss ich aber 3 Monate keinen Skandal haben, ne?
hätte
Sonst
man da nicht irgendein Büro oder eine richtig eingetragene Firma, also keine Ahnung, eine GmbH oder sonst irgendwas? Ich würde also auf jeden Fall sagen, rein da meine Freunde und werdet reich. Der dritte YouTuber in dieser Liste, den hatten wir schon mal, allerdings gibt es da jetzt neue krasse Infos und das passt am besten in dieses Format rein. Und zwar...
Digga, hat Kuchen den Typ gerade gedoxt? Bruder, das ist eine Impressumsanschrift, die öffentlich im Internet steht. Ja, hab ihn gedoxt, Bruder.
Da geht es nochmal um Commander Krieger.
Junge, der Mantel ist jetzt aber hier. Ja, jetzt geht's los.
Was kann man denn über den noch sagen? 6 Minuten.
Clickbait, ja, du hast recht, Monte. Reagiert gar nicht auf mein Video.
Neue krasse Infos. Ich bin gespannt.
Der war früher zu Anfängen von YouTube, als ihr alle noch in den Kindergarten gegangen seid, eine wirkliche Größe. Und zwar mit Call of Duty Commentaries. Seine erfolgreichsten Videos haben auch hunderttausende Aufrufe gehabt und er war eine Zeit lang auf YouTube unter den Top 20 mit den meisten Abonnenten. Allerdings hat er sich in den Jahren wirklich so überhaupt nicht weiterentwickelt, also wirklich so null. Und auch von seiner Persönlichkeit her muss man sagen, dass er jetzt nicht gerade die Attitüde hat einer Person, die lange Zeit erfolgreich ist. Vor allem die Qualität auf seinem YouTube-Kanal hat sich wirklich nie verbessert, sondern ist teilweise sogar noch zurückgegangen, was kaum noch möglich gewesen ist. Dass die Videos von Krieger für viele Zuschauer langweilig gewesen sind, das hat man damals auch sehr oft in den Kommentaren gelesen und war ein Vorwurf, den es quasi schon immer gegeben hat. Denn auch Monte hat mal in einem Video darüber gesprochen. Hier ging es um einen Kommentar, der sich darüber beschwert hat, dass es ein langweiliges, ungeschnittenes Gameplay-Video ist, was er da hochgeladen hat. Und ja, das angesprochene Gameplay-Video war wirklich langweilig. Ich meine, hier einfach mal durchgeskippt, 0 Kills, 0 Kills, 0 Kills, 0 Kills, 0 Kills, am Ende dann ein Kill und er hat gewonnen und das war das Video. Und auch dazwischen gab es keine krassen Kämpfe oder sonst irgendwas. Es war wirklich die langweiligste Runde, die man hätte hochladen können.
Ja, bei Krieger, ich habe ja natürlich eine gewisse Bindung zu Krieger. Also nostalgisch. Kontakt zu ihm jetzt regelmäßig habe ich nicht. Es ist schwer zu sagen, was Krieger am Ende des Tages richtig und verkehrt gemacht hat. Wahrscheinlich beim Verkehrtmachen gibt es mehr Punkte als beim Richtigmachen. Für mich ist Commander Krieger einfach auch ein Urgestein von YouTube. Der leider ich weiß es nicht. Vielleicht liege ich da auch verkehrt. Commander Krieger hatte ich doch gemacht. Genau so ist es. Danke nochmal, Krieger. Für das Gast-Gameplay, was du genommen hast, wo ich 3 Abonnenten plus gemacht habe. Ohne die 3 Abonnenten, die ich mal bekommen habe, würde ich hier jetzt nicht sitzen, Digga. Nein, Spaß beiseite. Also Commander Krieger hat viel gemacht, aber bestimmt nicht mich. Wenn eine andere DNA bei mir im Körper zu finden ist, was YouTube angeht, dann heißt diese DNA Elotrix. aka Karsten. Garsten.
Ja, bei mir ist es... Oh, bei mir ist es eine Mischung, Digga. Ist irgendwie ein bunter Gangbang irgendwie gewesen, ne? Bisschen Trimax, bisschen Monta auf jeden Fall. Bisschen Paulaner. Ich wünsche, es wäre mehr Paulaner. Ich wünsche, es wäre mehr Kuchen TV und Paulaner drin, aber...
Doch schon, Diggi. Ich habe keine Lust mit dir, mich abzusabbeln, dass Commander Krieger mich gemacht hat. Okay. Am Ende des Tages ist das, was man braucht, um erfolgreich bei YouTube zu werden, Reichweite, Abonnenten, Aufmerksamkeit. Und 3+ Abonnenten von einem Gameplay bei Commander Krieger. Nee. Natürlich war ich damals mit ihm bei dem Fan-Treffen.
Ein bisschen deine Anwälte.
In Hamburg. Da hatte ich vielleicht 10.000 Abonnenten. Ich weiß es nicht ganz genau, kann es nicht mehr sagen. Ich weiß es nicht mehr. Aber
Ja, Paulana ist volljährig. Irgendwer hat sogar mal ihr, ich glaube, Instagram-Profil hier reingepostet. Also, boah, ich sag mal so, Digga, das ist eine 12 von 10. Also,
Das einen Einfluss auf das, was ich heute bin oder wer ich geworden bin, hat Krieger definitiv nicht gehabt. Das kann natürlich jeder so sehen, wie er möchte. Das ist natürlich vollkommen okay.
habe ich nicht
Ist auch kein
gespeichert.
Disrespekt an ihn.
Ich weiß, dumm, aber... Flex mal Bizeps.
Ich glaube, das große Problem bei Commander Krieger war, dass er gedacht hat, er könnte der zweite Pete Smith werden. Alles hochladen, in Masse, die easy Klicks mitnehmen. Und das ist bei ihm absolut nach hinten losgegangen. Und dann ist halt auch einfach wirklich noch das Problem, dass
Das war
Commander
angespannt.
Krieger leider
An den weg, Digga. Das ist Schluss.
nicht mit der Zeit mitgegangen ist. Oder Gronk 2.0, ja. Commander Krieger ist nicht mit der Zeit mitgegangen. Und du musst bei der Konkurrenz, bei der Hülle und Fülle der Leute schon auch ein bisschen mit dem Zahn der Zeit gehen. Und das hat er leider verpasst. Absolut lieber Mensch. Also ich habe nie ein Problem mit ihm gehabt. Auch absolutes YouTube-Urgestein. Aber ich glaube, dass sein Kanal nicht mehr der ist, der er mal war, liegt mit Sicherheit zum Großteil an ihm selber. Aber worüber reden wir, Chat? Okay. Commander Krieger geht's trotzdem gut. Er hat eine Eigentumswohnung. Ich weiß nicht, ob er die jetzt verkauft hat oder nicht. Ihm geht's gut. Er hat eine Eigentumswohnung. Ich glaube, die hat er sich aber schon vorher ohne YouTube schon ermöglicht gehabt. Bin mir nicht sicher. Er hat, für euch alle ist er vielleicht jemand, der nicht mehr relevant in der Szene ist. Und das mag
danke
auch
für den
sein,
Prime-Sub.
aber er hat etwas, was viele von euch gerne hätten, aber nicht haben. Was er trotzdem auch mit seiner geringen Reichweite hat. Er hat eine Selbstständigkeit, mit der er vielleicht nicht viel Geld einnimmt, aktuell, aber mit denen er sich auch Rücklagen gebildet, haben sich Rücklagen gebildet. Er kann viel reisen, er kann den ganzen Tag eigentlich machen, was er möchte. Er hat in einer YouTube-Zeit,
Mittlerweile hat er ein Haus mit Frau und Hund. Echt? Denn Haus?
wo YouTube gerade in den Anfangs, in den Kinderschuhen war, begleitet, und das kann ihm niemand mehr nehmen, dass er einer von wenigen YouTube-Urgesteinen auch ist.
Für die 44 Monate.
Deswegen können wir uns so oft lustig machen, wie wir wollen, und das ist auch ab und an mal
Ich würde das nicht Abo-Falle nennen.
Klicklos und.
Ich würde das ein Investment in die Zukunft nennen, Bruder.
Aber vieles von dem, was die Leute nicht haben, die ihn deswegen fertig machen oder beleidigen oder whatever, die haben vieles von dem, was er hat, nicht, aber hätten es gerne. Also er hat auch vieles richtig gemacht, muss man ihm einfach sagen.
Ja, also wie gesagt, ich finde auch, also Commander Krieger war früher auch einfach eine sehr krasse Person auf YouTube. Ne? Also wie gesagt, er hat wirklich zu den Top-Leuten gehört. Der hat, glaube ich, auch sehr viele Leute unterstützt und so weiter. Ne? Ich habe das gestern, glaube ich, schon gesagt im Stream. War so ein bisschen so der YouTube-Papa auch irgendwie, ne? Weil er da auch schon ein bisschen älter gewesen ist. Und ja, den Content konnte man sich halt geben, aber es ist halt genauso wie Monta einfach sagt, wenn du dich halt nicht weiterentwickelst, dann stürzt du halt irgendwann ab, so, ne? Du hast halt die Möglichkeit, auch gerade wenn du siehst, es läuft schlechter, was an deinem Content und deinem Kanal zu ändern, oder, ja, du wirst halt einfach gefressen vom Internet, so, ne? Bei mir war es ja zum Beispiel auch so, wo ich kurz vor 800.000 Abonnenten war. Oh, ich weiß gar nicht, was zuerst kam. Ich glaube, ich habe meine YouTube-Partnerschaft verloren, dann habe ich nur noch D-Abos gemacht. Und dann habe ich ja irgendwann auch für mich gesagt, so okay, ich stelle mich jetzt einfach vor die Kamera, weil ich habe ja vorher mal so Bilder eingeblendet. Und die Videos sind quasi direkt deutlich besser gelaufen, weil es natürlich auch viel persönlicher ist, vor die Kamera zu gehen. So, ne? Und auch so ein Commander Krieger, wenn er merkt, okay, der Kanal läuft nicht mehr, weil ich halt ungeschnittene Videos hochlade, wo halt keine Kreativität drin steckt, hätte ich da auch irgendwann sofort gesagt, so okay, ich setze mich jetzt hin, wenigstens eine Stunde oder zwei. Einfach mal, man muss ja nicht mal irgendwie einen Cinematic-Schnitt oder sowas haben, aber einfach, dass man das Video halt spannender gestaltet. Das kann man auch in kurzer Zeit halt machen, und ich denke mal schon, dass Commander Krieger mit dem Schnittprogramm umgehen kann. Und ich habe ja auch gesagt, ne, ich hatte ja auch mein Beef und so weiter mit Commander Krieger, so, ne, die Auseinandersetzung früher. Ich habe auch mal ein Video gegen ihn gemacht, das wurde dann gesperrt, dann wieder freigeschaltet, dann wieder gesperrt. Jetzt ist es auch gesperrt. Aber trotzdem finde ich es immer tatsächlich sehr, sehr schade, wenn so Leute, die früher groß gewesen sind, so krass abstürzen, dass die davon dann wirklich gar nicht mehr leben können. Oder ne, wenn man da wirklich überlegt, okay, ich muss jetzt halt wieder normal arbeiten. Ne, weil klar, er hat natürlich, wie gesagt, sehr viel falsch gemacht auch, ist nicht mit der Zeit gegangen. Aber trotzdem ist es halt immer irgendwo sauschade, wenn du so siehst, ey, der war früher so groß, der hatte so viele Möglichkeiten und jetzt ist er wirklich so komplett am Boden. Beziehungsweise, da ich das Video gemacht habe, ist, glaube ich, das Beste, was ihm passieren konnte, weil er, glaube ich, seitdem 500 Subs gemacht oder so. Also super. Das heißt, einen Urlaub kann er sich auf jeden Fall nochmal gönnen. Aber ich finde es immer schade. Egal, was man von der Person hält oder nicht, finde ich, hat das halt niemand verdient. Commander macht ein Video, ich hab's verstanden, Monte.
Ein komplettes Rechtfertigungsvideo gedreht, wo er
Ja, Klassiker, ne?
unter anderem Folgendes sagt.
Aber ihr merkt es ja, oder ihr seht es ja auf meinem Kanal, die Klicks werden immer weniger. Das hat auch, nicht nur, aber auch natürlich mit dem Content zu tun und auch mit YouTube. In einer gewissen Art und Weise hat das enorm damit zu tun, mit diesem sogenannten YouTube-Algorithmus.
Ja, allerdings kann man halt nicht immer dem Algorithmus die Schuld geben.
Stimmt, das hat Krieger sehr oft gemacht, dem Rhythmus Schuld gegeben, ja.
Den Rhythmus.
Das, ich hab wirklich Krieger seinen Kanal jahrelang verfolgt, mittlerweile verfolge ich das auch nicht mehr, muss ich gestehen. Ja. Aber wenn man immer nur mit dem Finger auf den YouTube-Algorithmus zeigt, man muss ja auch an die eigene Nasenspitze fassen, ne?
Die Videos waren halt einfach nicht spannend. Was also passiert, wenn du so ein Video hochlädst, ist, dass es eine richtig niedrige Watchtime hat und dass Zuschauer vielleicht in Zukunft nicht wieder auf ein vorgeschlagenes Video von dir klicken, wodurch YouTube dann sieht, okay, das wollen die Leute nicht sehen, also schlagen wir denen das nicht mehr vor. Dass man für den Algorithmus natürlich irgendwo schon aktiv Videos hochladen sollte, ist richtig. Aber wenn du die Wahl hast zwischen vielleicht ein Video in der Woche, was qualitativ richtig gut ist, und jeden Tag ein ungeschnittenes, langweiliges Gameplay-Video, dann würde ich dir empfehlen, das Qualitative hochzuladen. Ein Jules beispielsweise lädt auch nur sehr unregelmäßig Videos hoch, aber hat trotzdem extrem viele Klicks, weil der Content halt einfach krass ist. Selbst wenn man vielleicht nicht...
Ja, ich glaube, viele YouTuber rechnen halt irgendwie den YouTube-Algorithmus, also die sehen das irgendwie halt falsch. Also, ne, dass der existiert, ist natürlich klar, brauchen wir nicht drüber reden und safe macht er auch mal ein paar nicht so coole Sachen. Also ich habe auch schon meine Probleme gehabt, dass Videos schlechter vorgeschlagen worden sind, einfach ganz random. Aber du kannst halt nicht immer die Schuld geben, so. Und viel wichtiger, als dass du jetzt wirklich, sag ich mal, aktiv hochlädst im Sinne von jeden Tag oder jeden zweiten Tag, ist halt, dass die Videos spannend sind für die Zuschauer. So, das ist viel, viel wichtiger und dass die Klickrate der Impression hoch ist. Also quasi, wie viele Leute auf dein Video klicken, die es halt vorgeschlagen bekommen. Zum Beispiel jetzt bei dem neuesten Video, 3 abgestürzte YouTuber, habe ich zum Beispiel eine durchschnittliche Wiedergabedauer von 10 Minuten 12. Das Video geht 16 Minuten, das sind so, ja, so 60-70%, das ist schon sehr gut auf jeden Fall. Ja, die Klickrate ist da tatsächlich nicht so hoch, 10,9%, sonst ist die so bei 13-14. So, das Problem ist, wenn halt jetzt Leute draufklicken, weil die jetzt zum Beispiel denken, okay, Fortnite-Gameplay will ich mir angucken und es ist langweilig, dann ist die Watchtime natürlich niedrig, weil die Leute gehen nach vielleicht 2 Minuten raus. So, und dann ist deine Watchtime bei, keine Ahnung, 20% oder so. Das sieht YouTube ja. So, YouTube sieht ja, die Leute, denen ich das Video vorschlage, die gucken sich das halt nicht lange an. Und YouTube ist ja darauf bedacht, die Zuschauer so lange wie möglich auf der Seite zu halten. Das heißt, YouTube wird das Video nicht mehr vorschlagen und stellt dir stattdessen irgendwelche Gameplay-Videos vor, mit Fortnite, vielleicht von Monte oder so, wo die Watchtime einfach höher ist. Und ich glaube, das ist so, ja, das ist das, was viele halt zu weit hinten ansiedeln, sage ich jetzt einfach mal, was jetzt so der Algorithmus angeht, weil man denkt nur, man muss einfach nur hochladen und man ist drin, aber so ist das nicht. Es gibt viel mehr Punkte, die dann auch wichtig sind.
Spannendste Spieler ist, kann man ja trotzdem durch kluge Formate oder durch richtig gute Schnitte das Video einfach extrem anheben. Und das sind Dinge, die Commander Krieger also entweder nicht verstanden hat, oder er hat halt eh keinen Bock mehr auf YouTube gehabt und dachte sich, er macht halt einfach sowas. In einem neuen Video hat Commander Krieger tatsächlich Folgendes gesagt.
AK-Performance, um es mal anders zu sagen. Ich bin kurz davor, Insolvenz anzumelden, weil ich so wenig Reichweite habe und so wenig, Reichweite generiere und meine Subscriber-Zahlen so niedrig sind und sowas ins Leben zu rufen, dafür brauche ich Reichweite und die habe ich nicht.
Und das ist eigentlich ziemlich schade. Ich meine, ich habe mit Commander Krieger so...
Aber das mit der Insolvenz war jetzt eher ein Running Gag. Also nicht ein Running Gag, aber ein Spaß von ihm. Weil die Insolvenz hat ja nichts mit seinen niedrigen Abonnenten. Warte nochmal.
Also ich habe das jetzt auch nicht als Witz verstanden, um ehrlich zu sein.
Macht halt einfach sowas.
Er hat ja auch länger noch dann über das Thema geredet.
In einem neuen Video hat Commander Krieger tatsächlich Folgendes gesagt.
AK Performance, um es mal anders zu sagen. Ich bin kurz davor, Insolvenz anzumelden, weil ich so wenig Reichweite habe und so wenig Reichweite generiere und meine Subscriber-Zahlen so niedrig sind und sowas ins Leben zu rufen, dafür brauche ich Reichweite und die habe ich nicht.
Und das ist eigentlich ziemlich schade. Ich meine, ich habe mit Commander Krieger so meine Auseinandersetzungen gehabt. Ich glaube, wir beide mögen uns auch nicht. Aber trotzdem finde ich das tatsächlich sehr, sehr schade. Denn man muss zumindest sagen, dass er hier seit Jahren immer noch durchzieht, extrem viel streamt und die Zuschauer trotzdem immer weiter runtergehen. Wenn man auf der Twitch-Statistikseite einfach mal so guckt, dann ist er halt wirklich komplett gedroppt. Also jetzt hat er im Durchschnitt halt noch knapp über 100. Das Problem ist vor allem, dass er, glaube ich, immer noch nicht verstanden hat, warum seine Zuschauerzahlen immer weiter zurückgehen. In dem gleichen Stream hat er nämlich Folgendes gesagt.
Die Leute interessieren sich halt nicht für mich und das kommt halt dadurch, dass irgendwelche die ganze Zeit irgendwie von Commander klicklos und immer irgendwelche dummen Sprüche hauen. Ich meine, die gucken sich eine Reaction auf Fritz Meinecke an und reagieren auf, ob sie bei Seven vs. Wild dabei sind. Und ich bin das Thema.
Es liegt doch aber nicht nur daran, dass...
Was? Das habe ich jetzt nicht verstanden.
Reaction auf Fritz Meinecke an und reagieren auf, ob sie bei Seven vs. Wild dabei sind. Und ich bin das Thema.
Es liegt...
Wie? Das habe ich jetzt nicht verstanden. Die reagieren auf Fritz Meinecke Videos und ob sie dabei sind und er ist das Thema?
Today, we're going to be talking about what the hell's going on with these Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish situations. We've got a massive update regarding the New York City hospital city bike situation. There's a massive manhunt underway for a murderer. We're talking about all that and so much more on today's brand new Did Murderer Expect? And that's primarily because a judge released him. Let me explain. Right, so this is Jared Price. He was convicted of murder for killing 22-year-old Carl Smalls Jr. at a nightclub in Columbia back in 2002. And after serving 19 years of his sentence, a judge, the day before he was set to retire, signed and sealed an order for Price's release in March. There, citing repeated instances of Price assisting the corrections officers. Once he reportedly intervened when inmates were beating on an officer and preparing to stab him. Another time he reportedly tackled an inmate that hit an officer with a broom. And most importantly, the order cited Price tipping off officials about the escape of a fellow inmate. So that happens, and the family of Carl Smalls ends up receiving a phone call one morning in March saying the man who killed their son would be released that day. With the family completely blindsided by this, and Smalls' father saying they just turned everything all over again. So then they tell David Pasco, the attorney who prosecuted Price for the 2002 murder and who is now notably a chief prosecutor in Columbia, with him in turn contacting the state's attorney general and several reporters. And that starting the process that led to Price's case reaching the state Supreme Court. Now, notably, many states, including South Carolina, have laws that allow for the early release of inmates that offer information or assistance to law enforcement and corrections officers. But there were concerning holes in Price's case, with one Supreme Court justice saying, "We have a sealed order with no hearing to seal it. It was never filed. Who knew it? Who could file an appeal? It's a phantom order." And Pasco argued against the judge's reasons for releasing Price, saying that prison records actually show Price was a disruptive inmate who was repeatedly sanctioned. With Pasco also arguing that the claims of Price defending corrections officers were shaky at best. this. And going on to say that the shady way Price's release was handled only caused the Smalls family pain, saying this was all a sham. Worse than that, it was a secret. So what we end up seeing is the Supreme Court overrule Price's release a month after he walked out in March and demanded that he return to prison on April 26 to serve the rest of his sentence. But, surprise, surprise, Price failed to surrender, and it kicks off this whole manhunt, with his face now getting slapped on television, billboards, newspapers, the works, and last week, authorities raising the reward for information, leading to his arrest from $5,000 to $30,000. But that also isn't the end, because there's an interesting political angle to the story as well, because Price's longtime defense attorney is Todd Rutherford, the Democratic leader in the state's House of Representatives, with him also serving on a legislative committee that helps determine who becomes a state judge, which is actually a fairly unique thing to South Carolina, right? The only other state that allows a legislature to select judges is Virginia, right? And so with Rutherford being one of the several practicing attorneys on the committee, even before this, it was an arrangement that many critics say causes a conflict of interest. And so now many of those critics have latched on to Price's shady release deal in their push to overhaul the judicial selection system. And as far as Rutherford, we've seen him publicly call for Price to turn himself in, but also saying in an interview that the attention on this case has made it dangerous for Price to do so, saying, "We have labeled him a snitch for the entire world to see," something that might not go over well with the guys that he's locked up with. And in addition to all this, Price's case has caused the state to re-examine other early release deals, with Governor Henry McMaster calling on correction officials to look for similar cases, with the intent being to find just how unusual this situation is. And reportedly, the Department of Corrections found 26 other cases since the beginning of 2022 where inmates were released early for helping law enforcement in some capacity. And in one of those cases, you had a convicted murderer who had served 27 years of a life sentence, leading to a spokesperson for the governor saying this report highlights the need for tougher criminal penalties and confirms the General Assembly needs to act to close the revolving door on violent offenders and crack down on career criminals and illegal guns. But for now, as reporting Price is yet to be caught, we're going to keep an eye on this story to keep you in the loop. But with this wild, wild story, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts on this? And then, it's not my fault that I hurt you, with those today not being the words of a toxic ex gaslighting you, but rather Dennis Guider Jr. Because Guider found himself in some trouble due to this thing that happened back in 2021. And we're talking about it today because the body cam footage from this incident has now been released. And so what we see go down is Officer Patrick McCarty pulling over Guider in western Iowa for a warrant in Illinois. Approaches the car, he asks Guider to step out of the passenger seat, but instead we see Guider shove the woman who was driving out of the car, and he then tries to drive off, with Officer McCarty then jumping onto the hood of the car with his gun drawn, ordering Guider to stop the car. But instead, he just speeds up, with McCarty then holstering his gun, holding onto the car for dear life, till eventually Guider hits a ditch, McCarty's flung off, and he breaks his back. And so with that, during his trial last week, Guider's lawyer had the audacity to argue, "It's not me, it's you," saying that McCarty acted against his training when he crawled onto the car and, quote, compounded the situation. To which McCarty acknowledged he was not specifically trained to climb onto a car, but saying each situation is different and certainly didn't play out the way I intended. And so what we ended up seeing was the judge ruling, yes, Guider will serve up to 5 years in prison in Iowa, separate from his sentence in Illinois, but then also going on to say that McCarty probably should have moved out of the way when Guider started moving the car. And Guider's police chief also adding that the situation will be used as a training point moving forward. So with this, we've seen different reactions from people online. Some saying, yeah, the cops should have known better, but others saying Guider should count himself lucky, arguing once he started to floor that car, McCarty should have just shot him. So that's why I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts here? Which side do you land on? And then we gotta talk about a huge update regarding a story we covered earlier this week, right? That being the viral video that happened outside of a New York City hospital, right? That where you had the white staff worker who Ben Trump accused of weaponizing her tears and calling her actions dangerous. Well, according to the New York Post this morning, the lawyer for the Manhattan hospital worker who was accused of taking a city bike from a young black man who claimed that he had paid for the bike provided receipts he says shows she was the one who purchased the ride at the center of the viral incident. And the lawyer didn't just say that she rented it first. He also provided 2 city bike receipts from May 12th, which were timestamped just minutes apart, with the Post saying they reviewed it and it shows that the bike was taken out before it was relocked 1 minute later, which the lawyer said is the bike seen in the video, and saying the second receipt shows another bike being taken out a minute later from the same docking station, and was the bike Marino said his client used to get home after being heckled and pressured to find a new bike by the group. But the lawyer saying that what had actually happened was that after this healthcare worker wrapped up her 12-hour shift, she got on an available bike, which no individuals were on or touching, paid for it through the City Bike app on her phone. She then backed it up from the docking station when a group of 5 people approached her and claimed the bike was theirs. With the lawyer also saying one or more individuals in that group physically pushed her bike with her on it back into the docking station, causing it to relock. Right, so this is an absolutely massive update to that story, not only because that video has now been viewed over tens of millions of times, but also because of this incident, she's been put on leave. But ultimately, that's where we are right now, and we'll wait to see what else comes from this. But I gotta ask, with this update and now hearing from her side through her lawyer, what are your thoughts? And then, these Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift situations right now have a lot of people divided, though, for a number of reasons. But the first big question being, are fans crossing a line with how invested they are in celebrity relationships? Yes or no? And then if no, second situation, are the specific ways that people or the group are reacting okay? Right, and so with this, the biggest spotlight right now is on Taylor Swift. But in no way is it a secret that for over a decade, her fans and the public have been incredibly interested in her love life, though that also not out of nowhere, a lot of her work revolving around her relationships. Though we've seen her newest rumored boyfriend causing an even bigger stir than usual, because there are reports that she's dating Matt Healy of the 1975, with him reportedly having a long history of making, it's kind of a range of things, kind of either problematic remarks or just outright racist ones. And maybe you've seen headlines popping up like a situation where he did a Nazi salute on stage while singing the lyric, "Thank you, Kanye, very cool." There was also a podcast that's since been deleted where it said that he made racist comments about Ice Spice. But there also being another segment of the podcast that's still up, but I can't play it because then I'm just going to get demonetized, in which Healy discusses the porn that he watches, which includes a site that focuses on the degradation of women of color. Right, and with this, just keep in mind these are kind of like the highlight issues for people. But also, on the other side, for a long time, his fans have seen this kind of behavior as just satire, right? He doesn't mean this stuff, he's just saying it to cause a fuss. But now, because of this proximity to and the spotlight on Taylor Swift, we're seeing a new round of scrutiny, especially from Taylor Swift fans who are absolutely appalled that she'd date someone who has said stuff like this, with him even starting the hashtag #SpeakUpNow, which is a reference to her album Speak Now, and sharing a lengthy open letter addressed to her online, saying your voice holds tremendous power and right now your silence is palpable. Racism, anti-Semitism, and any form of discrimination have no place in our society. Staying silent about actions that perpetuate hatred and contribute to systemic oppression undermines the progress that was made towards equality and understanding. We urge you to reflect on the impact of your own and your associates' behavior. We've seen tons of fans sharing this letter as well as messages about why they feel like Taylor needs to speak out against Maddie's behavior. Some have been saying to cancel recent album orders. But at the same time, you have some saying this is a parasocial relationship that's now gone too far. With people writing things like, she's a grown woman, she can make her own decisions without thinking about pleasing the fandom every time. And it's perfectly fine to dislike Maddie Healy and to be offended, but this is just crossing a line. And with this line of thinking, of course, Taylor Swift is not alone. Right? There have been reports coming out that Billie Eilish just broke up with her boyfriend, Jesse Rutherford. And as places like the Daily Beast noted, this was welcome news for her fans, as many had taken issue with the fact that he's 11 years older than her, especially amid rumors that he first met her when she was a teenager, which is why if you hop on Twitter, there are tons of fans celebrating the news. And so that's why with all this, I want to bring us back to kind of those two main questions. Do you think what we're seeing here are fans crossing a line with how invested they are in celebrity relationships? Yes or no? And if no, what are your thoughts on these specific situations and some of these specific reactions? Right, for example, one of the arguments has been the Swift-Healy situation, that's fair game because she is such a public figure who has talked about her personal life so much in her content, and seemingly this alleged relationship would contradict the things that people see in Taylor Swift. It's all incredibly messy, and it's why I want to know your thoughts. And then, putting out a daily news show definitely qualifies as a fast-paced working environment, and thanks to the sponsor of today's show, Grammarly, or more specifically, Grammarly Go, this software is appreciated by my whole team each day, because Grammarly Go provides personalized generative AI communication assistance that accelerates your productivity and unlocks creativity. So it's perfect for all paces of productivity. Sometimes we can get creatively blocked, and you just need a nudge to get your creative juices flowing. And Grammarly Go gives amazing aid in the process, be it working on scripts or coming up with creative thumbnails day after day with Grammarly Go. I mean, even with marketing merch, we can just type in, give me 10 possible ideas for describing a hoodie, and bam, clever ideas for describing that hoodie. And my favorite part is that you can customize your preferred style of communication by setting set voice to determine how you want to sound. Or rewriting. Writing scripts and capturing the right mood, it can be a challenge. But with Grammarly Go, you can highlight the blob of text and choose from your options to make it sound more exciting or more professional. I'm telling you, you will be amazed with what you can do with Grammarly Go. You gotta check it out, so go to Grammarly.com/BillDeFranco05 and get 20% off Grammarly Premium. And then, the internet almost changed forever today, because in front of the Supreme Court, you had two cases against Google and Twitter, and it was focused on whether they were liable for content posted on their platforms. And the Google case in particular specifically revolving around Section 230, which says that sites like YouTube and Twitter are not liable for what their users post and gives them wide authority to how they want to moderate their sites. And the key thing there is that 230 is pretty much the only way that those platforms are able to exist. And as far as both of these cases, they were similar in that they dealt with families who were victims of ISIS. In the Twitter case, it was argued that the platform knowingly let ISIS content just continue to exist on there, with the argument being that because they knew it was there, they were liable. Whereas in the Google case, the family argued that because their algorithm sometimes promotes ISIS content, that it's no longer just user-generated content and it's not protected by Section 230. But on the other side of these cases, you had Google and Twitter alongside many amicus briefs filed by other large companies arguing that rules like this would make it so either platforms over-moderated or just get rid of any guardrails. And that latter option would just make what is available and shown on those platforms even more dangerous than right now. And so the biggest question with this was, what did the court think? Well, regarding whether algorithms are specifically protected or not, we don't know, as they sidestep that question. Right, in the Twitter case, the court looked at the bigger picture, with Justice Clarence Thomas taking some time away from his mega yacht gifted vacations to write in the unanimous decision. It might be that bad actors like ISIS are able to use platforms like defendants for illegal and sometimes terrible ends. But the same could be said of cell phones, email, or the internet generally. And adding, we conclude that plaintiffs' allegations are insufficient to establish that these defendants aided and abetted ISIS in carrying out the relevant attack. And then in the Google case, they didn't even consider looking at it, saying that they, quote, declined to address the application of Section 230 to a complaint that appears to state little, if any, plausible claim for relief. And so that's good news for us here on YouTube, because I think that would just be the end of the show whether I wanted it to or not. Or you'd either be getting a hyper-curated feed where my content's probably not going to show up, or you're just going to have like front pages and feeds that's updated every second with hundreds of thousands of videos. But another key takeaway here is that this doesn't mean that Section 230 is just safe, that it won't be on the chopping block before the court in the future. Or because you have many people from both parties taking jabs at 230, and it really only feels like a matter of time before something changes. And then Montana just banned TikTok. They're the first state to do so, but what's not being talked about as much are all of the legal and logistical questions this now poses. So you have Governor Greg Greg Gianforte, probably best known nationwide for body slamming a reporter and actually pleading guilty to assault but then not serving any jail time, signing this law yesterday and saying that it would protect Montanans' personal and private data from the Chinese Communist Party, with a ban set to go into effect January 1st, 2024. But it's also expected to face legal challenges before then, right? Because as far as how this is going to work, TikTok users themselves won't be punished for violations, but companies that offer it on their app stores like Google and Apple would receive fines of $10,000 a day for violation. And reports saying that TikTok would also be subject to those fines as well. But right now it remains unclear how these companies are actually going to enforce this, with a representative from TechNet previously saying that these platforms don't have the ability to geofence apps by state. And so with that, saying it would be impossible to prevent the app from being downloaded. And even though some analysts do believe that app stores could be capable of enforcing this, it would be very difficult for them and there would be tons of loopholes. Now for his part, Governor Gianforte has stated that this law is necessary over concerns that the CCP is using TikTok to spy on Americans and violate their privacy, but also TikTok has continuously denied that it gives any user data to the government, with the company also releasing a statement saying the Montana law infringes on the First Amendment rights of the people of Montana, and adding, "We want to reassure Montanans that they can continue using TikTok to express themselves, earn a living, and find community as we continue working to defend the rights of our users inside and outside of Montana." We also saw the ACLU condemning the law for similar reasons, saying that it tramples on our free speech rights under the guise of national security and lays the groundwork for excessive government control over the internet. Going on to argue, elected officials do not have the right to selectively censor entire social media apps based on their country of origin. And so now it looks like this all moves on to the next step of a legal battle, right? Lawsuits will be filed. We're gonna have to wait to see how it plays out. Right, and a key takeaway from this story is this is not just Montana. As some reports have noted, this law could serve as a closely watched test case over how far policymakers can go in banning operations of a private company. But also, that's not where the big social media legal news ends today. The platforms right now, including TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Snapchat, all facing lawsuits from various school districts over their impact on student mental health and well-being, with the latest coming from Prince George's County Public Schools in Maryland, which has now decided to retain legal representation so they could sue these companies. And their lawyers saying in a memo they want to achieve what they refer to as meaningful recoveries for districts that have been left on the front lines to deal with this crisis that tech companies have created. And adding, this is about the impact of social media on the students within the school system, and more importantly, the impact of social media addiction and the problems that the school system has to address. And like I said, Prince George isn't the only school district. They are just the latest, right? There are tons of other districts that have already filed lawsuits, with the first complaint of this nature being filed back in January by Seattle Public Schools, saying that these social media platforms have created a public nuisance by getting kids addicted to their platforms, and specifically claiming in the suit, the defendants have successfully exploited the vulnerable brains of youth, hooking tens of millions of students across the country into positive feedback loops of excessive use and abuse of defendants' social media platforms. And adding, worse, the content defendants curate and direct to youth is too often harmful and exploitive. And further adding, because, lawyers aren't known for their brevity, the misconduct of these apps has led to increased rates of anxiety, depression, thoughts of self-harm, and suicidal ideation. And with that saying, in this county, they've seen drastic increases in suicides, attempted suicides, and mental health-related ER visits, saying this makes it clear that there's a massive youth mental health crisis, and that all of this directly affects Seattle Public Schools' ability to fulfill its educational mission. You also had the San Mateo County Office of Education in California making similar claims in a lawsuit back in March, saying these social media companies have carefully cultivated this crisis, which is a feature, not a bug, of their social media products. And also referring to President Joe Biden's comments at the 2023 State of the Union, where he said that the social media companies are running on our children for profit, and further arguing that these companies purposefully designed their platforms to be addictive and to deliver harmful content to youth. And again, these are just a few examples. We're seeing similar suits coming from other parts of California, as well as Pennsylvania, Florida, New Jersey. Now with this, for their part, social media companies have responded to these suits by saying they prioritize children's safety, that they've installed safeguard features to protect them. But also with this, let's be honest with one another. Everyone who has ever used a social media platform knows that there is no tool on earth that could actually successfully prevent these apps from being toxic poison pills. But that also doesn't mean that these cases are going to be a slam dunk for the school districts to win. It's a whole hell of a lot more complicated than that. Right? There are numerous reasons that make it incredibly difficult to hold social media companies legally accountable for their negative effects. Or with the most obvious one we even talked about earlier being Section 230, right? It's supposed to shield tech companies from liability over what people post on their platforms. But a very key thing there is that at least in the major Seattle case, educators argue that this isn't a Section 230 thing, arguing that Section 230 doesn't protect tech companies from the specific accusations the district is levying, saying this isn't about content posted by third parties. Instead, they're trying to frame this as companies should be held liable for their own affirmative conduct on recommending and promoting harmful content to youth, as well, or at least for designing and marketing their apps in harmful ways, creating harmful content of their own, and distributing material they know to be harmful and unlawful. But even still there, you have legal experts who are skeptical, with, for example, a law professor at UCLA telling Education Week that much of these allegations are likely protected by the First Amendment. And when discussing that specific case in Seattle added, they are saying it's a nuisance, it's bad for society. It's a very vague and potentially a very broad rule that it's hard for anybody to try to figure out how it will play out. And an education professor at Kansas State University also chiming in saying, there's no question there is a problem. The issue is how can social media companies be assigned some kind of liability for this problem? With that, legal experts saying, this can be an easy win in the court of public opinion, but as far as the court of law, probably difficult. And while the proper results of these suits or proper solutions for these problems can be debated, the one thing most people can't agree on is that there is a problem. Right? I mean, you had the CDC's youth risk risk behavior survey find.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Chef. And finally, we have some not Call of Duty related news. Finally, after I think 3 or 4 long years since my last Mortal Kombat video, and also a very long time since we got any Mortal Kombat news, we've recently started hearing rumors and started getting these teasers, and now finally today, a new era has begun. Hashtag Mortal Kombat 1. So finally, the sequel to Mortal Kombat 11, Mortal Kombat 12. A lot of people were calling it Mortal Kombat 12 for a long time. Ended up skipping that over on the clock. People were saying it's going back to 1, and we didn't know if it was Mortal Kombat 1 or Mortal Kombat. It looks like they're going with Mortal Kombat 1. We'll see how we got back there, I guess.
It is time.
Oh, shit. Okay. NetherRealm Studios. Love them.
Time to wake up.
Kung Lao?
To a new reality.
That looks beautiful.
In my new era, the choice is yours.
No, that's Kung Lao.
Whether to live in quiet serenity.
Is that Raiden?
Or bloody strife.
It is Raiden. Oh shit, I love that in the background just to let us know. Alright, cool. Katana. Alright, confirmed. Cool.
To dwell in joyous prosperity.
This looks great. Melina. She's already confirmed, so we don't have to hear about it. Scorpion, of course. Poster boy.
Face each other.
And of course, Sub-Zero, baby. That's my boy. Yeah, he looks so good.
Or united.
More traditional style. So we're not against each other, more united.
But a storm is brewing.
It seems like everyone's in duos. Liu Kang. Fire God Liu Kang. So this is his, yup, it's his timeline.
One constant remains.
Shang Tsung. Wow, he's so young. What the fuck?
Something worth fighting for.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying it's gonna be black and white for a little bit. However long this is happening for. If you guys know how hard it is to have any of these videos monetized, none of that was real.
Then you have chosen war with a god.
Oh! Oh my god! Okay, yeah, I mean, we're definitely in the next generation of graphics too, so... Oh, that's so clean. I love the color palette. Holy fuck. Wait, okay, that's so clean. Hold on, man. What the fuck? It's in our blood. September 19th. That's like 4 months away. Pre-order and get Shang Tsung and beta access. Pre-order on May 19th. We can't even pre-order this shit yet. Yeah, at first I thought that this was Kung Lao because of like the hat or whatever, but I was like, they always change the models of the characters, so I wasn't entirely sure. But yeah, that's Raiden. Then we got Kung Lao here, got Katana. So we already have like a handful of characters confirmed just from the trailer. We didn't actually see much gameplay unless like some of the fatalities were actual gameplay. And if it is, I mean, graphically this game looks ridiculous. Seems like we're just in the Fire God Liu Kang timeline, and it seems like there's still one constant evil that tries to disturb peace or whatever. It seems like Liu Kang and Raiden ended up switching their roles. So there's also a possibility that Fire God Liu Kang could also end up being like corrupted and stuff. It's really interesting. We'll see where the actual story and stuff goes, but yeah. Also, all of the characters' models, again, I'm just gonna say it, they look so good. So clean. You see the pores on their skin. Okay, so let's look on the website here and see what they got. Mortal Kombat 1. Pre-order exclusive playable character Shang Tsung. That's not really out of the, you know, usual. September 19th. I'm so happy that it's only 4 months away. Holy shit. Discover a reborn Mortal Kombat universe created by Fire God Liu Kang. Okay, yeah. So it's literally the continuation of Mortal Kombat 11 and like the DLC and stuff like that, where Liu Kang just assumed basically the role of all-knowing, time travel controlling god. Can't wait to play against 18,000 different Liu Kang mains again. Immersive story campaign. Oh, hey, also, if you guys want me to actually make a whole series on the campaign for this game, I'm down to do it. I don't know if I did the campaign, to be honest with you guys. I don't remember uploading the campaign. I feel like I remember playing it, though. I don't know. Let me know down in the comment section if you want that, though. So this was the one thing that I was looking at the entire time. It was always the characters in pairs. I was thinking like, oh, okay, well, maybe they're just... A lot of these characters all have to do with each other in a way, so I thought like in the new timeline with them being friends, I thought that was like really the point. But I was thinking there might be an underlying message here with 2 different characters. But Sub-Zero and Scorpion and Kung Lao and Raiden. A lot of the time you would see them as like opposing forces and stuff, but they're chilling. It's a time of peace. It turns out that some of the characters might end up being cameo fighters. And it seems like all the characters that were shown in the trailer are all main characters. They're not cameo fighters, but it says choose from a unique roster of cameo fighting partners to assist you in battle. That to me sounds like like Marvel vs. Capcom type of stuff. Basically what I mean by that, if you're unfamiliar with it, I'm not a good Marvel vs. Capcom player or anything, by the way, but I'm barely even a decent Mortal Kombat player. Imagine you have your main character, you're using them, and then you learn some sort of combo. You do the entire combo out, and then at the end of the combo, you know, you have to stop at some point. Usually there's a limitation. You'll have your main character and your cameo character, a character that will assist you. So at the end of that combo where you think it's over, you can actually press a button for that character to come in to assist at any point in the fight, so they can either catch your opponent off guard or extend combos. So this actually lends itself to more combo potential, which is actually really exciting to think about. Like imagine I pick, I don't know, Liu Kang and Ermac or something like that. Get to the end of the combo, I think it's over, but no, Ermac actually has an ability where he does another knockup that launches the enemy into the air again. Could then, in theory, extend the combo even further. One problem that I'm seeing with this though, I could totally see people's favorite characters being, I don't want to make it sound this way, but kind of relegated to a cameo role, a secondary role. So for example, if me as an Ermac player, I love Ermac, he's my favorite character. Sub-Zero is a close second, but I feel like Ermac could potentially be a cameo character because Shang Tsung is kind of like in that role as well. Even if Ermac is in the game, I guess I'll be happy with it, sort of, but I really hope that he's a main character. People are gonna hope that their main character is not a cameo character, and it's gonna be disappointing for some. At the end of the day, at least they'll be in the game though, to some degree, but that is one thing that I worry about. Characters like Smoke and Noob Saibot and stuff like that, you know, it's kind of difficult. Although I don't know if this is even gonna be Noob Saibot, because if this is a new timeline and it's starting from the beginning, is this Bihan or Kuai Liang? I know some people have favoritism towards one Sub-Zero or the other, but I enjoy them both. I don't really care. I think Noob Saibot is a really, really cool character, but at the same time, I have a feeling that this is probably Bihan. So cameo fighters, do we have any other explanation? Yeah, okay, so they have a frequently asked questions page. Maybe we'll learn more. What type of game is Mortal Kombat 1? Features reimagined versions of iconic characters as they've never been seen before, along with a new fighting system, game modes, bone-crushing finishing moves. NetherRealm is developing the PS5 and Xbox Series X and S versions of the game. I think this is the same people that developed the PC version of the game last time for MK11, and it felt fine. It felt good. The one problem with the PC version of the game is that there's usually no crossplay or anything like that, so it's kind of rough over on PC. I'm hoping that the player base stays alive a bit more over on PC, but I don't know, we'll see. It doesn't usually happen, and if there's no crossplay for support for, you know, Epic and Steam in some kind of form, then, you know, I know that there could be crossplay and cross-progression, but even just crossplay in general, it is so important for the PC versions of the game. And if you have to, if there's like some sort of like unfair advantage, you know, you can lock them to a certain setting or whatever whenever they're playing online. I'll be completely fine with that. Just lock the FPS so it stays even and competitive. Warner Bros. Is publishing it. It's coming out on September 19th, 5 months from now. There's early access if you end up pre-ordering the Premium Edition or Collector's Edition. You get early access 5 days early. It's kind of similar to the Diablo release bonus where you end up getting into the game 5 days early as well. The game is available on PS5, Xbox Series S and X, Nintendo Switch, and PC. From what I know, MK11 ran perfect on like everything. Steam and Epic Store, they have different versions here. Now, you know, recently with how gaming is, I would kind of steer clear of telling people to pre-order stuff like that. A lot of the time, like a lot of the games are unfinished and stuff like that. But NetherRealm has a pretty good track record. But again, gaming has just in general been getting less completed games off rip. So pre-orders are, that's all your decision, whatever. But Premium Edition, 5 days early access, Dragon Crystal, some in-game currency shit, Johnny Cage character skin with the likeness of famed actor and martial artist Jean-Claude Van Damme. I mean, that's pretty cool considering he was like based off of him, I think. Early access to 6 new playable characters available post. It's pretty much working the way that it did. I actually really like how NetherRealm handled a lot of the DLC releases. Some people, you know, complained about time frames between some of the releases, but I thought that they were very consistent. Pretty sure they gave roadmaps and stuff. Like, I knew exactly what we were gonna get. They delivered on them. NetherRealm does a good job. Collector's Edition has like super like extra actual physical bonuses and stuff like that, like a Liu Kang sculpture and an inspired Liu Kang in-game character skin. So for $250, you can get a Liu Kang skin that you can basically only get with that pre-order. How much you want to bet they'll sell it on an in-game store? The amount of times I've seen pre-order bonuses just get shifted into a random sale over on Call of Duty, for example, I've seen it many times. Players who pre-order the game on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S will receive access to the MK1 beta. Available August 2023. I wonder if this is going to be a beta where anything is even going to make any difference. It says August 2023. If it's at the end of August, and the game literally comes out in like 2 weeks, like how much are they really going to be able to change in that time period? Is this beta just kind of like a demo and nothing is really going to change if there are problems? We'll have to see. Which characters are available in Mortal Kombat 1? Okay. Liu Kang, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Raiden, Kung Lao, Kitana, Mileena, Shang Tsung, Johnny Cage, and many others. So basically everyone that we've seen. We don't learn of anybody new other than this Johnny Cage thing. I don't think we saw Johnny Cage at all, but he was confirmed up here with, you know, an extra character skin and stuff, so I assume, you know, so he's confirmed. Okay, oh cool. What are cameo fighters and how do they work in Mortal Kombat 11? Cameo fighters are a unique roster of partner characters to assist during matches, creating expanded gameplay possibilities for players. These characters are chosen separately from the main roster of fighters, so you would pick your main character and then pick your cameo character with them. The combos, I guarantee there's going to be like meta combos. It also opens up the door to a bunch of different combinations and possibilities between the characters, which could be very unique. So will Mortal Kombat 1 have rollback net? Yes, Mortal Kombat 1 will have rollback netcode to support online gameplay. Everything feels as nice as Mortal Kombat did, just even more polished, and then just like a more combo potential and all that stuff. Like this is going to be, oh, it's so clean. It's so clean looking. Swear that this is just cinematic and stuff like that, but this is nothing like a lot of the cinematics that they've done before. And also, I think that there's a possibility that we may see gameplay or some kind of roster reveal or some more information in the PlayStation Showcase in, I think, a week from now. There's going to be a lot shown there, but I think that this will be a part of it as well. So yeah, if you guys are excited for Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 12, Mortal Kombat, whatever you want to call it, let me know down in the comment section and leave a like on this video. And yeah, I'm just ready to play some fighting games again. And yeah, it's been Jeb, guys. Later.
Wow, golden und legendär!
Leider blendet man bei seinen Reactions ein, hat nichts mit den Kommentaren zu tun. Ja, safe. Also wie gesagt, ich habe ja auch jetzt mal mir 2, 3 Streams so ein bisschen von ihm angeguckt gehabt, nachdem ich diese Ausschnitte da zugeschickt bekommen habe. Und ja, es tut einem halt irgendwie leid. Ich finde, es gibt halt einfach Leute, das ist auch gar nicht böse gemeint, aber die haben einfach nicht so die Ausstrahlung, um auf YouTube so richtig erfolgreich zu werden. Jetzt zum Beispiel auch so ein Feiergurten, ne? Der hatte natürlich auch seine Glanzstunden mit irgendwie dann 200.000 Abonnenten oder so und die Videos liefen auch eine Zeit gut. Man hat aber gemerkt, okay, das war auch ein bisschen der Fortnite-Hype, weil er da die Leute kritisiert hat und so. Man kannte ihn, auch wo er vor der Kamera gegangen ist, so, der hat, ich weiß nicht, ich kann das gar nicht in Worte fassen, so, aber der hat einfach nicht so diese Ausstrahlung, dass man sich jetzt so denkt, okay, dem gucke ich jetzt zu. Ob das jetzt am Redefluss liegt oder wie er spricht, wie er sich gibt, wie er sich bewegt, irgendwie, vielleicht auch alles irgendwie mit rein. Weil bei Commander Krieger ist es auch so, die Reactions, die er macht, sind halt sehr langweilig. Also er ist halt sehr ruhig so, ne, und das ist ja per se erstmal nichts Schlechtes, ne? Klar, ist ja gut, ruhig zu sein, so, ist ja in Ordnung so, aber es ist halt klar, dass das halt für die Masse auf YouTube einfach nicht interessant ist. So, wenn ich jetzt hier dieses Video gucke und ich sage halt 3 Wörter dazu, dann, ja, okay, dann gucken vielleicht einige die Leute, weil es halt jetzt zufällig halt Monte ist, so, aber das würde sich halt nicht lange halten, so, du musst halt irgendwas, irgendeinen Input haben für die Leute einfach, ne? Und das halt Commander Krieger nicht und, das ist ja per se auch nicht schlimm, aber das sind halt Punkte, wo man dann halt merkt, okay, das guckt sich halt kaum einer an. Ne? Und keine Ahnung, wenn er zum Beispiel jetzt, wenn er vielleicht FIFA spielt oder so oder irgendwas zockt und da ein bisschen spannender ist, ein bisschen mehr aus sich rauskommt so, dann würde ich ihm halt empfehlen, eher das zu machen. Ne? Also wie gesagt, der hat da irgendeine Doku geguckt, die sogar sehr spannend war, ging irgendwie so um Pirateneinsätze, also um Leute, die gegen Piraten da kämpfen. Und zwar eigentlich spannend so, weißt du, und er guckt das wirklich 20 Minuten und währenddessen, weiß ich, hatte ich so 30 Gedanken im Kopf, was ich jetzt sagen würde und er lässt das halt komplett durchlaufen so, also warum sollte ich mir das dann halt angucken, ne?
Ja, keine Ahnung, habe ich jetzt nicht verstanden.
Liegt doch aber nicht nur daran, dass irgendwelche Leute, wie vielleicht ich, dich irgendwann mal Commander Klicklos genannt haben. Er ist halt einfach super langweilig. Es tut mir leid. Ich habe diesen Stream, den ich gerade eingeblendet habe, dann noch eine Zeit lang geguckt und auch vorgeskippt und teilweise guckt er irgendwelche Videos und sagt dann wirklich 10 Minuten einfach gar nichts. Also er bietet für die Zuschauer überhaupt keinen Mehrwert. Warum sollte ich mir das dann angucken? Wenn du nichts dazu beiträgst, dann kannst du doch nicht anderen Leuten die Schuld geben, dass du...
Er meint, dass sein Name ohne Grund genannt wird und in den Schmutz gezogen wird. Ja, da muss ich mir wahrscheinlich auch da muss ich auch die Hand heben. Auch ich habe immer mal wieder gerne den Spruch oder mal einen Kriegerwitz gemacht. Aber dass deswegen eine Person immer irrelevanter wäre, ist, glaube ich, Quatsch. Weil deine Zuschauer hauen dir ja nicht ab, nur weil mal jemand anderes einen Spruch über dich bringt.
Krieger geht es aktuell nicht so gut, seelisch gesehen, deswegen ist er oft etwas ruhiger. Ja, ich weiß nicht so, ne, ob das jetzt mit der Reichweite da zusammenhängt, also ich kenne das selber so, ne, weil meine Reichweite ist auch runtergegangen, klar, ne, das sind alles Sachen, die ich halt ja auch kenne, auf jeden Fall, dass man weniger verdient, blablabla, safe. Ich weiß nicht, bei mir ist aber irgendwie so das Ding, und vielleicht fehlt Commander Krieger so ein bisschen diese Einstellung, ich weiß nicht, ich lasse mich von sowas dann halt nicht runterziehen, sondern ich habe einfach Bock weiterzumachen, bin halt motiviert, will so weit durchziehen halt, wie es geht, und entweder es klappt halt oder es klappt halt nicht. Aber ich finde, man sollte sich von sowas halt nicht beeinflussen lassen, weil ganz ehrlich, ich glaube, Real Talk, wenn Commander Krieger jetzt nochmal wirklich sagen würde, okay, ich gebe jetzt 110%, ich ziehe jetzt komplett durch, nochmal mit Content und Streams und so weiter, glaube ich, dass er ohne Probleme wieder hochkommen würde. Wenn er jetzt wirklich halt wieder richtigen YouTube-Content macht, halt richtig mit Schnitten und so weiter, wo er sich Mühe gibt, wenn er vielleicht auch ein bisschen weniger streamt, vielleicht mehr Zeit in YouTube steckt, aber dafür halt, sag ich mal, coolere Streams macht, vielleicht auch mit anderen YouTubern. Bruder, schreib mich an, das wäre lustig auf jeden Fall. Ich hätte auch Bock auf einen Kaffee und Kuchen. Wär sick, Digga. Kaffee und Kuchen mit Commander Krieger würde ich fühlen, um ehrlich zu sein. Ja, vielleicht frage ich ihn nachher mal. Ich schätze mal, wird eher nein, aber wäre schon lustig. So, und ich glaube schon, dass Commander Krieger, also dass auch dann wieder über ihn geredet werden würde, so, weil er halt so aus dieser Versenkung kommt und dann auch wieder anfängt, Content zu machen. Ich glaube schon, dass das bei einigen Streamern oder generell in der Community so ein kleines Thema werden könnte, wo dann Leute vielleicht wieder drauf aufmerksam werden.
Oder mal einen Witz macht oder ähnliches. Vielleicht sehe ich das auch verkehrt. Doch, das denke ich schon. Also du meinst, wenn ein Zuschauer, der gern Commander Krieger schaut, über Monate...
Seine Leidenschaft ist das Tauchen, dafür braucht er viel Geld, welches er nicht hat. Oder nicht genug KM, den Kanal so zu bauen, wie er es gerne möchte. Ja, das ist halt, weiß ich nicht, das ist halt generell einfach das Problem, ne? Content ist halt einfach teuer, also gerade, ja gut, Tauchen auch natürlich safe, ne? Du brauchst wahrscheinlich die Ausrüstung und so weiter. Ich war jetzt im Urlaub auch schon 2-3 Mal tauchen. Ich fand zum Beispiel, er hat auch mal eine coole also eine Dokumentation übers Tauchen gemacht. Ich glaube sogar 2 Stück, die sind sogar klicktechnisch ganz gut gelaufen. Irgendwie 250.000 Aufrufe, das eine auf jeden Fall. Und er ist mal mit Tanzverbot getaucht. So, und guck mal da zum Beispiel, könnte Commander Krieger auch eine Serie draus machen, dass der halt mit irgendwelchen YouTubern tauchen geht. Bro, ich feier Tauchen, ich bin da sofort dabei, ich hab Bock. So, ne, also ich glaube, dass da auch andere Creator halt Lust drauf hätten, ne. Klar, jetzt mit der Finanzierung ist es halt schwierig. So, ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie teuer das ist. Ich weiß nicht, wo er mit Tanzverbot war. Das war jetzt nicht in einem See oder so, sondern das war, glaube ich, schon so ein Bereich, der extra fürs Tauchen irgendwie da war. Ne, aber da lässt sich bestimmt irgendwas machen, dass die Kosten nicht so teuer sind, dass man das halt umsetzen kann. Ne? Ich denke schon, dass wenn er sich wirklich hinsetzen würde und so ein bisschen daran arbeitet, ich meine, er hat ja viele Kontakte, auch wenn er jetzt vielleicht mit denen nichts macht, ich denke schon, dass gerade viele alte Leute, die er damals unterstützt hat, kann ich mir schon vorstellen, dass es da auch welche gibt, die da mit ihm da auch gemeinsam was machen würden, so bin ich mir ziemlich sicher, ne?
Dann bei Onkel Monte oder
war
bei
im Die for Life, ja.
Wie die sagen, der macht ja weniger Klicks als Commander Krieger, dass der sich dann sagt, den schaue ich nie wieder. Weiß ich jetzt nicht, Digga. Weiß ich jetzt nicht. Also, soll ich euch eine ganz ehrliche Meinung sagen, und das ist natürlich jetzt etwas, was vielleicht kontraproduktiv ist, auch in der Situation. Ich war jahrelanger Stammzuschauer von Commander Krieger. Ich habe sehr gerne Krieger seine Videos geschaut.
Einer schreibt nein.
Und ich sage euch ganz ehrlich, am Ende des Tages habe ich seinen Kanal deabonniert, weil seine Videos einfach langweilig waren. Es tut mir leid. Sie waren einfach irgendwie langweilig. Sie sind nicht mit der Zeit gegangen. Irgendein Talk-Video, wo im Hintergrund irgendein Gast-Gameplay von irgendjemandem ist, den man nicht kennt, was er nicht selber erspielt hat, zu irgendeinem unwichtigen Thema oder auch zu wichtig ist, der Kanal ist nicht mit der Zeit gegangen. Und wenn ein Kanal nicht mit der Zeit geht und irgendwie noch mal das Gefühl hat, die Videos sind irgendwie noch aus dem Anfang 2000er gefühlt, dann ist es irgendwann ein bisschen uninteressant, ne?
Ja.
Keine Zuschauer mehr hast. Auch
Ja, wie gesagt, es ist eigentlich wirklich schade so, ne? Weil Ja, er hat auch viele Videos aus dem Auto gemacht, wo er gefahren ist so, wo man dann auch die ganze Zeit so Störgeräusche drin hat. Auch dieses eine Video, was ich eingeblendet habe, ne? Man hört halt die ganze Zeit das Auto und ne, so Störgeräusche einfach. Das ist halt auch nicht gerade qualitativ hochwertig. So klar, an sich sieht es natürlich fürs Bild cool aus, ne? Da fährt ein Auto und du filmst dich dabei. Aber wenn du halt nicht die dementsprechende Qualität bieten kannst, dass halt du die Geräusche rauskriegst, zum Beispiel mit einem Ansteckmikrofon oder so, ja, bringt sowas schon auch Zuschauer dazu, vielleicht weniger mal zu gucken, ne?
In letzter Zeit so halb mitbekommen hat, lassen ihn halt einfach sehr unsympathisch wirken. So hat er zum Beispiel in einer 7 vs. White Reaction Sascha vorgeworfen, dass er Flossen benutzt hat, was nachweislich einfach falsch gewesen ist. Dazu hat er dann irgendwie so ein FIFA 23 Points Glitch hochgeladen und ja, das sollte wohl irgendwie so ein April-Scherz sein.
Das macht er, da muss ich den Krieger in Schutz nehmen, das macht er seit gefühlt 10 Jahren. Das macht er seit gefühlt 10 Jahren, immer zum neuen FIFA-Teil den Video hochladen, wo geklickt wird, wie man gratis Punkte bekommt. Er macht immer einen englischen Titel. Aber genau das ist vielleicht auch am Ende des Tages, wo dann der Zahn der Zeit halt nicht mehr da ist. Die Leute finden das nicht mehr witzig, Digga. Keine Ahnung. Und dann geht's halt... Oh, dann geht es vielleicht um die Easy Clicks, ich weiß nicht, keine Ahnung, ich habe keine Ahnung. Also, aber das ist jetzt nichts Neues, das macht Krieger schon lange. Ne?
Ja, sag ich gleich was zu.
Nein, aber ich verstehe.
Aber Krieger ist da. Es ist nicht schlimm und es ist auch in Ordnung, aber mir geht es auf den Sack, dass man sich noch drüber lustig macht und wenn man irgendwann keine Energy...
Wir gucken uns danach die Reaction von Krieger nochmal an.
Kommentar abbekommt. Krieger, ich kann das verstehen. Also es ist nicht so, als wenn ich dann ein Unmensch bin oder nicht.
Ja, okay, jetzt wechseln die das Thema. Ich sag nochmal kurz was zu diesem FIFA-Glitch. Ich habe ja auch gesagt, dass er das jedes Jahr macht. Ich finde aber gerade solche Videos, also erstmal, wie Monte sagt, also ich finde den Joke auch einfach unlustig, weil er halt so ein, ja, Fake-FIFA-Glitch-Video hochlädt, ne? Klar, jetzt nicht um Leute irgendwie abzuzocken oder so, sondern halt einfach, weil er das halt lustig findet. Ich finde aber gerade in der Situation, wo er ja schon damit hapert, irgendwie so Commander Klick los, keine Reichweite, blablabla, finde ich dann halt solche Clickbait-Videos hochzuladen, auch wenn du das vielleicht jedes Jahr machst, kommt halt einfach sehr so rüber wie, okay, ich nutze jetzt halt dieses Format, was ich halt schon länger mache, einfach um halt ein paar Klicks mitzunehmen. So, und das ist halt etwas, was ich halt dann natürlich schade finde, weil es dich natürlich halt negativ dastehen lässt, so, ne? Und ich sag mal, wenn er den Joke jetzt ein- oder zweimal gemacht hätte, ja, okay, mach halt, mein Gott. Aber wenn du das halt wirklich jedes Jahr aufs Neue wieder machst, ist es halt nicht lustig, so. Und, ne, er schreibt ja selber da bei Monte rein, dass er schon sehr negativ gesehen wird, so, ne? Commander Klick los und ja, keine Zuschauer. Und dann halt noch solche Clickbait-Videos hochzuladen, ist es halt auch klar, und das siehst du ja auch an der Bewertung, ne? Vielleicht sind es auch ein paar weniger Dislikes, das ist jetzt ja nicht zu 100% akkurat, aber vielen Leuten stößt sowas halt sauer auf. Und sowas bringt dir dann halt nichts, sondern sorgt dir noch zusätzlich dafür, dass du noch negativer gesehen wirst. So, und ich meine, ich habe das Video irgendwann auch mal mir angeguckt, das war jetzt auch nicht so lustig, weißt du, das, ja, halt irgendwie, da war jetzt nicht so der Joke drin, weißt du, wo ich jetzt gesagt hätte, okay, Digga, doch, geil umgesetzt beispielsweise. Ne?
Nicht Verständnis für habe. Ich verstehe das natürlich schon, wenn man sich abends die Zeit nimmt, in, sagen wir mal, Instagram reinzugehen und da von 20 Kommentaren 10, wo man da klicklos sind, das ist natürlich etwas, was einen in einer gewissen Art und Weise abfuckt, da bin ich bei dir. Aber es hat definitiv auch, also zumindest für mich, nichts damit zu tun, dass dein Kanal besser, beziehungsweise in dem Fall schlechter läuft.
Wo ist denn Commander Krieger
Witzer,
arrogant?
Ehrlich gesagt auch nicht, ich weiß, das hat er auch schon öfter gemacht. Aber auch das ist halt einfach wack. In dem Video, wo er sich über diesen Kommentar abgelassen hat, hat er übrigens auch gesagt, dass er einfach keine Zeit hat, Videos zu schneiden, weil er halt den ganzen Tag streamt, teilweise irgendwie 10 Stunden oder so. Und ja, es ist ja in Ordnung, wenn Streaming für dich dein Leben ist und du da so viel Zeit reinstecken möchtest. Aber wie gesagt, macht das einfach den YouTube-Kanal kaputt. Es ist nun mal dein Job. Und anstatt dann 10 Stunden zu streamen.
Allein die Aktion mit Sascha und den Flossen, ich habe darauf reagiert. Wahrlich reagiert und nicht nur Arsch geleckt, aber nie behauptet, dass es fake ist. Du, ich habe das nicht mitverfolgt, Krieger. Kann ich nichts zu sagen. Keine Ahnung.
Dann stream doch 9 oder 8 Stunden und schneide 1 oder 2 Stunden das Video, damit du halt nicht deinen YouTube-Kanal komplett kaputt machst, so wie es halt jetzt passiert ist. Das ist doch nichts Langfristiges. Was hat dir das Ganze jetzt gebracht? Ich meine, wir sind halt
Ja,
wirklich...
ich glaube, das Ding ist halt, bei vielen YouTubern ist halt immer so das Problem, man hat ja meistens eine Plattform, die man vielleicht mehr feiert als eine andere. Also bei mir, ich feiere YouTube und Twitch eigentlich gleich. Also ich habe Tage, wo ich irgendwie 10 Stunden streamen könnte. Ich habe andere Tage, wo ich ein Video gerade so hinkriege. Nein, aber so das Problem ist, ich glaube, viele Influencer vergessen immer ein bisschen, wie wichtig es ist, auf mehreren Plattformen seine Reichweite aufzubauen. Ja, Facebook ist sowieso die Zukunft, als wenn du keine Facebook-Seite hast, wo du aktiv Videos hochlädst, dann kannst du sowieso aufhören. Aber jetzt zum Beispiel, selbst wenn du Fulltime-Streamer bist, so, oder du willst es werden, so, dann mach nicht nur 8 Stunden am Tag Streams auf Twitch, sondern versuch auch auf anderen Plattformen bekannt zu werden. Keine Ahnung, wenn du hübsch bist, lad Videos auf oder Fotos auf Instagram hoch. Wenn du nicht hübsch bist, dann mach einfach lustige Reels beispielsweise, das können ja auch Best-ofs aus deinen Streams sein. Mach einen YouTube-Kanal, wo du dann irgendwelche Gameplays, Talks oder sonst irgendwas hochlädst. Also du musst als Influencer wirklich breit gefächert arbeiten. So, es ist eigentlich dumm. Jede Plattform, die du nicht nutzt, ist einfach dumm. Und bei mir ist es auch so, dass ich eigentlich auch viel mehr TikTok machen sollte. Jetzt vielleicht keine TikTok-Livestreams, aber halt irgendwelche lustigen Sachen oder so da hochladen, weil es einfach wichtig ist, auf allen Plattformen irgendwie zu erscheinen und Thema zu werden. Ne? Und jetzt zum Beispiel ein Commander Krieger sagt ja hier auch, ja, ne, ich streame halt 10 Stunden, dann habe ich ja keine Lust, da noch Zeit in den YouTube-Kanal zu stecken. Und ne, wie gesagt, wenn Streaming sein Leben ist, ist es halt gut. Aber insgesamt macht dir das die YouTube-Karriere kaputt, weil dein YouTube-Kanal geht kaputt. Dadurch kennen dich da halt weniger Leute, dann bist du nur noch auf Twitch. Twitch ist sowieso, finde ich, super schwierig, hier was aufzubauen, weil es halt tausende Streamer gibt, wo du dich extrem abheben musst. Ja, und am Ende bist du halt down. Und herzlichen Glückwunsch, Respawny, Bruder. Geiler Typ.
An einem Punkt, wo
soll ich sagen, so.
Der
Cool.
zu den größten und erfolgreichsten in Deutschland gehört hat, nicht mehr davon leben kann und gerade Bewerbungen schreibt, um wieder normal zu arbeiten. Das hat es so bisher noch gar nicht gegeben.
Nein, Bruder, mehr Twitter, viel mehr Twitter muss rein.
Doch. Und das ist kein Disrespekt, KS-Freak arbeitet auch wieder normal. Also in dem Fall hat es das schon gegeben.
Boah, das könnte auch meine Zukunft sein, ne?
Kellnern. So wie ich gehört habe.
Der kellnert der. Also, weil es soll jetzt gar nicht negativ klingen, ist ein guter Job so, ne? Ist jetzt kein Front, so, aber ich finde das bei KS-Freak halt irgendwo einfach so lustig, weil er früher der krasseste war. Ja, ich bin morgen im Prinzenpark, Digga, Millionenreichweite, alles zerstört. Und der war ja auch super arrogant und super von sich selbst überzeugt. Und ich finde es so krass, dass jemand, weißt du, der so richtig abgehoben war, so richtig arrogant, so richtig viel von sich gehalten hat, dann plötzlich wieder für irgendwie 12 € die Stunde kellnern muss. Ich meine, immerhin macht der aber was, ne? Aber da verstehe ich das auch nicht, warum. Also, der könnte doch auch locker YouTube und so durchziehen. Ich weiß nicht, also, wenn ich jetzt wirklich so wieder am Boden wäre, dann, also ich würde doch auch alles dafür tun, dass ich halt wieder, dass ich auf YouTube doch wieder bekannt werde. Also, du hast ja immer noch deinen Namen. So. Check ich nicht. Also, ich weiß nicht, KS-Freak hat doch auch eine Zeit lang wieder Videos gemacht. Da haben wir ja auch drauf reagiert. Die liefen doch jetzt gar nicht so schlecht. Guck mal hier, KS-Freak hat das letzte Video vor 3 Monaten hochgeladen. Guck mal hier. Wir nehmen jetzt einfach mal hier den Kanal. Also er hat jetzt natürlich, sagen wir mal hier hat er ungefähr die aktiv Videos gemacht. Guck mal, die liefen doch gut. Also ein paar Videos haben 100.000 Aufrufe. Ja gut, ist das ein Song oder so? Weiß ich nicht. Gut, das lassen wir jetzt einfach mal weg. Aber sonst, guck mal, selbst wenn das nur 50 oder 60.000 sind pro Video, ist das immer noch gut. Also wenn er jetzt 3, 4 Videos die Woche hochlädt, Dankeschön, Mary, für die 50 Bits. Wenn der im Monat seine Million Klicks macht, Bruder, eine Million Klicks sind halt, sind heutzutage 5, 6, 7.000 €. Ich check halt nicht, stattdessen geht der Kellnern so, also das geht irgendwie nicht in meinen Kopf. Und er streamt, das habe ich auch gesehen, ja, aber halt auch sehr wenige Zuschauer. Ich glaube, wo ich geguckt habe, waren es irgendwie 60 oder 80 oder so.
Dieser Reaction in dem Stream hat er übrigens auch gesagt, dass er ja keinen Rücken von...
Horny aber auch, oder? Wenn du... sorry, das lacht, wenn du Horny zu den größten Streamern und YouTubern zählst, dann...
...seinen Kollegen bekommen. Ja, aber wie gesagt, bietest du halt einfach keinen Mehrwert. Also ich wette, selbst du könntest locker wieder hochkommen, wenn du einfach spannendere Streams machst und wenn du wieder Videos machst, die irgendeinen Mehrwert bieten. Jetzt gerade hat er auf Twitch sogar wieder 855 Abonnenten, was gar nicht mal so wenig ist, denn in dem eben gezeigten Stream waren es irgendwie ungefähr 355, was halt ungefähr 700 € gewesen sind, was jetzt nicht gerade zum Leben reicht. Bei ihm ist halt das Ding, dass er teilweise auch sehr alte Zuschauer hat und alleine die ersten beiden Top-Sub-Giver diesen Monat haben halt schon 250 Subs verschenkt, was wirklich eine ganze Menge ist. Aber immerhin hat es für Commander ein gutes, sage ich mal, dadurch, dass er ja vor dieser ganzen Influencer-Laufbahn schon normal gearbeitet hat, hat er eine abgeschlossene Ausbildung, hat auch jahrelang normal gearbeitet und zumindest wird es für ihn halt jetzt nicht schwer, irgendwas zu finden. Auch die Selbstständigkeit, denke ich mal, wird da positiv mit reinspielen.
Vor allem nur 500 davon sind verschenkt. Das ist schon eine Menge, würde ich sagen.
Was sagt ihr dazu? Welcher von diesen YouTubern ist am härtesten abgestürzt? Wem würdet ihr...
Ja, das Ding ist halt einfach, Krieger. Ich kann ja aus Erfahrung sagen, du bist ja gerade bei mir im Stream, ich kann ja halt aus Erfahrung sagen, lass los, was den YouTube-Kanal von dir angeht. Also eins kann ich dir aus Erfahrung sagen, was YouTube überhaupt nicht mag, sind tote Kanäle mit toten Abonnenten, mit einer schlechten Watchtime. Und manchmal ist besser, nicht 12 Stunden zu streamen am Tag, sondern vielleicht nur 5, aber dafür mit mehr Elan, Energy und ähnliches. Und
Ähnliches.
ich sag dir ehrlich, Krieger, aus meiner Wahrnehmung, du bist ein Urgestein, Digga. Viele kennen dich, viele feiern dich, viele haben dich aber vielleicht auch vergessen. Aber ich glaube
Ja,
nicht.
ich finde nicht, dass er loslassen sollte. Also, keine Ahnung, so das Ding ist, guck mal. Was hätte Commander Krieger jetzt zu verlieren? Ja, ich mach dir gerne einen Plan für deinen YouTube-Kanal. Wir sagen 3 Monate. Sagen wir mal, er macht jetzt 3 Monate aktiv seinen YouTube-Kanal. Ja, ich guck mal gerade auf der Twitch-Statistik-Seite, wie viel er streamt. Ja, ich mache ihn jetzt ein Kanalkonzept. Er kann mir dann ja 50% seiner Einnahmen geben, wenn es wieder läuft. CMD Krieger, ich guck mal gerade, ist er überhaupt täglich live? Ich weiß gar nicht. Ja, guck mal, gut, er streamt täglich für so 4 Stunden, manchmal auch nur 2. Er streamt gar nicht so viel. Okay, manchmal auch 7, also schwankt immer so. Eigentlich kann er die Streams genauso weitermachen. Ich glaube, was halt wichtig wäre auf jeden Fall, um den Kanal halt hochzubekommen, ist halt entweder, dass man versucht, die alten Zuschauer wiederzukriegen. Er hat ja auch viele Leute, die zum Beispiel früher COD gefeiert haben. Dass er zum Beispiel einfach irgendwie spannende Gameplays von dem neuen COD macht. Ja, das kann sein, dass er echt einfach so Commentary macht, aber nicht drüberlegen, sondern er spielt ein Spiel, kommentiert dazu, geht aber auch aufs Gameplay ein, ein paar geile Cuts und so, vielleicht 1, 2 Effekte, sodass man versucht, die alten Zuschauer wieder zu holen. Oder er sagt, okay, er versucht hier was Neues aufzubauen und versucht halt Spiele zu spielen, die gerade einfach sehr krass geklickt werden. Ich weiß nicht, was jetzt gerade drin ist. Minecraft spielen irgendwie wieder viele Leute oder Counter-Strike oder so. Und da halt so best aus von macht. Das würde ich ihm halt raten. Monta hat recht, tote Kanäle mag YouTube überhaupt nicht. Das sehe ich selber mit zum Beispiel Eikuchen, auch komplett tot gewesen, weil ich da auch lange nichts hochgeladen habe, immer mal wieder angefangen und aufgehört. Bei Tim und Timothy ist es das gleiche. Der macht auch teilweise gute Klicks, aber viele Videos auch nicht so krass, weil der Kanal einfach tot ist. Aber er hat nichts zu verlieren. So soll er doch 2, 3 Monate sich Mühe geben, alle 2, 3 Tage ein Video hochladen. Und wenn man nach 3 Monaten sieht, okay, es geht gar nicht hoch, es geht nichts, gar nicht, dann kann er immer noch das lassen und dann tatsächlich auf Twitch gehen, einfach mit mehr Elan, versuchen da ein bisschen mehr aus sich rauszukommen vielleicht und dann versuchen davon zu leben. Er hat doch eh nichts zu verlieren. So, ich meine, das Schlimmste, was passieren kann, ist, dass der Kanal genauso läuft wie jetzt.
Nicht, dass da
oder Klicks kaufen.
schon over ist vom Ding her, weißt du? Ja? Sei es jetzt einfach, dass du musst mit dem Zahn der Zeit auch ein bisschen gehen. Mehr auf Videos reacten, aktuelle Themen. Und dann lädst du halt 2 Monate lang auf einem neuen YouTube-Kanal Videos hoch und hast deine 100 Abonnenten. Okay, und das ist erstmal sehr demotivierend, aber ein Video davon geht dann durch die Decke, weil du, keine Ahnung, auf Seven West halt reagierst, aber nicht sagst, ne, nicht nochmal sagen, dass er Flossen hatte, nur als kleiner Tipp am Rande. So. Ohne Namen zu nennen, ich kenne viele Leute, die mittlerweile einen neuen YouTube-Kanal gemacht haben, mit irgendwie, keine Ahnung, und da ein bisschen quatschen und Spaß haben und so und einfach ihr Ding machen, denen es egal ist, ob der Kanal jetzt steil geht oder nicht, weil ich geb dir jetzt nur mal ein Beispiel und ich will jetzt, guck mal, ich will jetzt nicht sagen...
Ja, guck mal, hier so, ein Beispiel habe ich übrigens auch noch mit dem Eikuchen-Kanal, ne? Guck mal, da zum Beispiel auch, ich habe ja vorher auch so Videos einfach gemacht, wo ich einfach so vor der Kamera gelabert habe, das war mal mehr, mal weniger gut, eine Reaction hochgeladen mal, und hier zum Beispiel habe ich auch ein neues Format gemacht mit Sketchen, mit Witzen und so weiter. Und wenn du dir die Klicks anguckst, also obwohl der Kanal ja wirklich tot war, so die Videos haben ja manchmal so 10.000, aber auch so 5.000 gehabt. Und die Videos haben halt so 40.000 bis 60.000 Aufrufe. Wir sind jetzt natürlich nur 3, so wenn ich das weitergemacht hätte, glaube ich, wäre es auch gelaufen so. Du kannst auch tote Kanäle halt wieder hochholen, wenn du halt einfach vernünftigen Content hochlädst. Das kriegt man schon hin. So.
Will ich jetzt nicht.
Na klar wird es am Anfang demotivierend sein, weil du halt wahrscheinlich viel Zeit in die Videos steckst, aber wenig Ertrag hast. So. Aber mach das mal über ein paar Monate. Und dann kannst du auch wieder hochkommen. So, und dann sind es vielleicht nicht 100.000 Aufrufe, aber selbst wenn du jede 3 Tage ein Video hochlädst und du machst halt da mit dem Video 10.000, 15.000 Aufrufe, das ist doch schon super.
Wir wollen uns jetzt beide nicht vergleichen, okay? Aber beispielsweise, klar, ne? Aber beispielsweise der Kanal jetzt von mir, Get on My Hobby. Get on My Hobby, so. Mein CSGO-Kanal. Klar sind wir unterschiedliche Menschen, aber hier, ich scheiß auch komplett da drauf. Ich habe ein einziges Mal diesen Kanal in einer Instagram-Story beworben und das war's. Aber du siehst, einige Videos, 500.000 Klicks, 200.000, 165, 100.000 und am Ende sind es nur 42.000 Abonnenten, die ich dadurch bekommen habe, aber
Get on my Spiel, so
YouTube
geil.
belohnt neue Kanäle. YouTube belohnt neue Kanäle.
Ja, aber man muss aber auch echt dazu sagen, dass es Monte schon deutlich einfacher hat, ne? Das muss man schon dazu sagen. Also, wenn jetzt jemand anders einen neuen Kanal macht, wird der niemals so abgehen, so, ne? Ihn kennen halt einfach viele, so, ne? Wenn das Video vorgeschlagen wird, so, da klicken halt automatisch halt schon viele drauf, ne? Das ist was ganz anderes. Es ist wirklich schwer zu vergleichen. Na, also grundsätzlich, dass ein neuer Kanal jetzt vielleicht da mehr gepusht wird, von YouTube auch eher vorgeschlagen wird, ist halt schon richtig safe. Wenn du da anfängst, gute Videos zu machen, die Leute kennen dich, bleiben vielleicht drauf, hast du es einfacher, auf jeden Fall. Aber ja, trotzdem kann man das nicht vergleichen.
Hey,
Ne?
wir brauchen nicht Discord gehen, Krieger. Ich habe alles gesagt, was ich zu sagen habe, Digga. So. Nee, tut mir leid, ich fühle das jetzt nicht in Discord zu gehen. Ich habe mit Krieger gefühlt seit 2 Jahren nicht persönlich geredet und muss das jetzt hier nicht on-stream machen. Ich habe auf ein Video reagiert von KuchenTV, wo er Teil war, was ich vorher nicht wusste. Habe dazu meine Meinung gesagt und das ist auch vollkommen okay, das ist mein gutes Recht. Ich habe nichts Schlechtes gesagt, aber ich habe mit Krieger gefühlt seit 2 Jahren nicht persönlich geredet und habe keine Lust, das jetzt im Stream zu machen.
Ich werde mal mit Monte im Stream reden. Der Arme. Ach, ich muss auch echt dringend pinkeln.
Ich habe kein Problem damit, Krieger, dass wir uns unterhalten. Gar kein Problem. Du hast meine Telefonnummer, wir können WhatsApp, wir können telefonieren. Aber das jetzt in Stream zu machen, fühle ich einfach nicht. Das fühle ich nicht. Weil dann haben wieder die ganzen Leute im Stream, sammeln dann in unser Gespräch rein und so. Lieber privat. Gut, cool, alles klar, Krieger. Du hast meine Nummer, du weißt.
Ja gut, ich denke mal, da kommt auf jeden Fall nichts mehr. Ja, der ist doch nice gelaufen auf jeden Fall. Guck mal, ich Commander-Krieger sogar gepusht. Der hat auf jeden Fall jetzt auch plus Subs auf jeden Fall. Ich glaube, der hat jetzt irgendwie 1,5 oder so. Oder gerne, gar kein Problem. 20% kannst du mir geben und dann passt das. Ja, gute Reaction auch von Monte, nice und so weiter. Ja.
Kann ich euch helfen?
Was führt euch hierher? Geht mit der Erdenmutter.
Go big or go hard. You gotta believe sometimes, you know?
Island, or how should I do this? Just saying.
Whatever your heart
We
tells can you, just bro. swim straight at him, right? That's what the plan is.
I'm gonna get a number of angel investment, and we can keep track of how much I lose or win. So that everybody knows I'm not yoinking.
It's it's spinning.
Alright,
All
chat.
good, we'll
Initial
get it.
investment is
Okay,
8.15.
I mean,
Almost fucking now watch this.
asshole, man.
yeah, you'll get it and just pick us up.
I mean, that's I had designed the base for that to just be a bunch of early game beds, so we don't clutter the bottom floor in that design. So for
Okay.
now,
X, I need you to guide me to where the tech trash is. So this footprint's a sick photo.
By the way, we can't access the locked boxes.
Yeah, I don't know. Andrew's doing some of that shit.
What?
It's in the chest by me, base. By me.
I like the base
right here.
design already. It's looking good.
Right here, bottom right.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, I was freaking out because I'm like, where are these, dude?
Okay, if you guys are geared up, if you guys are ready to go to zip right now. Group up. Don't cross over. Just everyone stay stacked.
Get some bitch.
What?
Where's the research table? They got moved, I think. I don't know where to though.
Probably in the box, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't think it's.
Don't worry, Pico. I answered the phone for you.
777. It's done.
Bro, the walls of the base look so fucking sick. Is that a skin?
Need a hit right here.
You see a new
Yeah, the metal one looks
Need a hit right here. Boom.
Sick, dude.
Need a hit here, boys.
Easy vibes or something.
Eat
I don't
food
know.
here.
Yeah.
Auto run. Put me on follow.
This is so fucking bad. Oh! Oh!
I'll let you guys handle that.
Front door.
Oh my god, it's cranking it. The 7 is gonna hit, I'm telling you right now. Need a good hit right now. Need a really good hit right now. Boom. Need a hit.
Just wait up for death. When death is here, we go.
Oh! I can't.
And you just run the water.
But yeah, you'll get killed. They'll get another tag, and they'll deny the tag you created. But like, we won't get score from it.
I say we go camp Eastern Beers and kill him.
Real?
Double dogs.
Middle of green is bad. We know that. I'm gonna get up with 2 spins.
If we camp, it's gonna be pen pots or power. Are you kidding me?
I mean, power's free money, so we could do
It's gonna hit. Don't worry about it. It's gonna hit.
I do think we should get both.
We have one. Yeah. If we see both. Oh, you guys good?
Update. XQC lost it all.
That's not true. I have 200
Flying update?
Not yet. The table's pretty bad because tier 1. But
like 7 hours from now?
Okay, makes sense. Anyway.
We need to be unexpected, bro.
Don't worry. When he's finished gambling, I will give you guys the live update.
Chat, it's in only yellows, chat.
Oh shit. Oh, he's got no gun.
It's blue. It's blue.
Yeah, they're definitely inside.
They're inside.
Boom!
One's on single silo and bow.
It's gonna be green.
yeah, two bog.
Compound bows hit twice on balcony.
Nice. There's 2 in there.
I'm not gonna go with
Did you kill this guy?
They're holding in balcony room above. They're holding.
Come on. You load this.
Hold it.
There's one more inside for sure.
Is it up top or what?
Boom! No one.
Inside.
Okay.
Inside the main part.
This is so hard.
He's got a big guy. He's got a big
Anybody
guy.
got shit?
Amanda can drop pick it. With this many teams, like I feel like you don't want
Really
crates
a
to be the primary,
4,
you want
dude?
people to,
Like, fuck
actually
off.
feel
It's
like
so
they're risking
stupid.
something.
Amanda, that's the China wall.
Oh.
China 4 goes up more.
Yeah, back on the front.
Wait. We're gonna have double layer channel wall? Or is this compound?
No,
What a good run. I lost it all. What a good run, though. What a good run.
China wall and then.
So wow. Nah, more like
Just
middle.
blue pink.
Oh,
Just
what are all
blue
these
pink. Give us a
events, man?
void hit here, dude.
Can we reroll the
Your
islands,
team
please?
gets another meteor?
Wait, this one is actually kind of
rigged, dude.
This is
What
actually
the fuck
rigged,
is
man.
this?
Should we not go for this one? For Water Treat one? Go 060.
We'd rather take over that one.
I think we go for that. It's pretty
That's
bad.
an admin
Guarantee
question.
it works like that. Everything else does.
I wonder if he drops any duck tags.
Hit it, bitch. Hit it.
Yeah, but
Hit
we
it.
don't have to hold in tags, right?
That would be really dumb.
I don't know. Like maybe PvP tag.
That was close, though. That was close, though.
Because we got 40.
I guess that's
You
true.
did, though. That was real close, though. That was real close, though.
I'm not there yet, so I can see you guys.
Behind the barricade here once. Twice. Behind the barricade twice. You should be here though.
He's dead behind the barricade.
Okay, nice. That's nice. I'm wrapping up the back.
And then we should go wide, right?
Yeah, I want to go wide.
A lot of them were
Wide bust.
There's on top of the hill.
Come right. Wait. I think I'm behind. I'm getting shot from behind or something, or from the right.
On the rocks.
Wait, left.
I hit a gun on the rock.
We're behind. I'm low. I just gotta heal.
Yeah, it's good. Just stay alive. We're good.
Somebody look at that over there.
You guys have 3 times, right? Dead.
One headshot.
He's low down. On the Nice, he's dead.
Surfer. DB. Full team pushing.
They're pushing into the crate now.
Careful, Moon. Back up.
On it. All of them.
Yeah, they're gonna start running.
to push them, I think. I don't know.
You're in the bush, you're in the bush.
The guy on the horse. Shoot the guy on the horse. I'm getting shot from behind. Yeah, wait, behind. We're getting fucked from behind. A big team from behind. We have to group from behind. We have to fight behind or we wipe.
Go, fight.
Fuck the crate, fight behind. Fight the team behind. Everyone turn around. West.
I'm going. Anyone got extra kit?
Hit twice, in the bushes.
He needs a gun.
I can give you compound HP, Daz. Here, compound, I can give you. I'm on your right here. Compound.
They're low there. On the bush.
Kill one.
Oh, no, I'm not
I killed two. No, they're hiding in bushes. They're in bushes. One in one of the trees on the right. One hiding in a tree.
Like a big tree.
Hit once. Hit tree twice. 3, 4. Tree's one. Nice, dead.
Is there more?
Just keep. Yeah. There's more. Just keep chasing. We can get some. We can get kills here.
Yeah. There's a team on
Fucking pussy, dude. Oh, the fucking
Okay, careful for bushes. Just hold them. Wrap on them. Don't go left. Wrap right. We have right control.
He's here in front of me, southeast somewhere. I don't know if he's on this side or the other side though.
Oh, okay.
They're coming.
Spanish team is right on cake to short for, eh?
Yeah, there's like top of the hill.
Okay, don't fight the hill. Wrap towards our side. Like, go west.
There's 3 here left in the beach.
I'm running out of ammo. I'm bleeding out. I got rolled. You guys, on me. A lot of loot on me. On a middle tree.
Are we just falling back now? Let's fall. Fall back. There's a lot. There's so many.
Guys, on the street, if you can loot me, it's a lot of loot in there.
No, just leave. If you're alive, leave. Everyone leave.
That station had this many military crates.
Chat, don't worry, I made it out. I thought I was a goner, but it was just XQC missing 6 pistol shots. I escaped the forest and made it to the beach.
You should do a dedicated box just for ID tags if you can with the system, so that we don't have to like look through boxes.
I don't know if I'll be able to.
Yeah, because I don't know if it's an item. Yeah.
I'll try.
I wonder, they might just be different items or something.
Maybe we just don't put them in boxes at all.
I mean, it's gonna happen. Like, I don't think anyone's going, but like, it's just gonna happen.
Yeah, it's on the thing menu. I can do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it might just be nice to have a box so like if someone hovered loose and like don't realize, because a lot of people pick them up and they don't realize because they walk over them.
Oh yeah, people have been
Blood,
deep
where
in
are
this
you?
whole time. Yeah.
Jesus.
Gang, where are you?
Okay, I'm gonna do all my pain and suffering.
Dog disrespect, I hear
I'm gonna
ops.
set up auto sorting down here, and then I'll have to do it again later when we have open core because I just can't handle these boxes anymore.
Nails.
Chad, this is the comeback. Okay, let me look at the score. Bro, it's still pretty tight. It's kind of crazy that this run to the event, score is still this tight. No?
Yeah, and then think of the north bias on like, bro, they have another space. Bro. Yeah,
they have another meteor?
Shit.
And we're still doing it pretty good.
And we're still keeping up, yeah. And if that just means if we go get our shit on south, we'll be winning. Because we're winning fights when we're not getting pinched by 3 different teams.
No, yeah, we've been winning every fight we've been. It's just always the pinch.
Did you know that Australia is wider than the moon? There you go. Fun fact.
What? Did you know that Australia's a piece of shit?
I've not been.
You know, everyone that's
I'm just
in
kidding.
Australia. Yeah, apparently you have the highest accuracy on our team right now.
Is it me?
We're
Yeah.
not shooting enough. Fox.
Yeah, man.
Well, what's my accuracy?
No, yours, XQC, you're at a solid 2%.
That's not too bad.
You've hit 11 shots according to this thing.
Why? Way more than that. It's gonna bug, but it's whatever.
Apparently,
it's like the scrap is bugged.
I think it's bugged, yeah.
I think it's probably not bugged, personally.
There's something worse. He's shot a 463 shots and hit.
Alright, let's look at Chelb. Look at Chelb arrow shots here, guys. We can just send one person ahead. It's the same thing. Like,
Me. I'm playing scientist. Sorry.
Okay.
Dude, something is definitely going on. I feel like it's
Alright, guys, yes, I'm lagging really bad. I know what's going on right now.
Oh my god, they're all underground. Very possible, actually.
That hit percentage is accurate.
We need to have like a little grenade at the top of our elevator. If we scout
I
them,
nearly died.
Yeah, you can, bro. That's a scientist.
Bro, that's like a raid boss.
You died to a scientist?
I nearly did.
Dude, I'm gonna have to wash my hands after eating this. It's so greasy.
Grilled cheese burrito. Burritos are fucking dog shit, let's be honest. Come on now.
On God, dude, that's what I'm saying.
Burritos are the most like overrated fucking
nothing.
dog shit fucking food
Wash
out
your
there.
fucking mouth now.
Taco's clear.
Yeah, that ass. And okay, also, if you put potatoes in your meals, like inside of your like burrito with potatoes, you're just idiotic.
Who puts potatoes?
No,
No, that's pretty good.
It's disgusting. Why put something so stale as a potato?
You good, Chubb?
Cheese is God's gift to man. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
I'm lactose intolerant. I still eat cheese like crazy. I don't care.
Damn, bro, that's kind of a Chad.
Honestly, I respect the man that went up to a fucking cow and just started fucking milking that bitch. I respect that.
I think I think humans are weird. I think they probably try sucking on it. I'm just gonna say how it is.
But 100% others.
I'm just saying. It's that's probably how it happened. I'm just gonna say.
Keep in your head.
No.
Okay. My bad. I'm just saying.
They saw babies suck on teats, and they saw
See?
baby cows suck on udders.
Yep.
And you can't eat the skin.
See?
Maybe that milk how to like milk worms for silk.
What the fuck?
What?
Don't they just like?
Don't they just make it?
No, silk is from silkworms. They literally
but you don't.
like webs out of their ass.
Yeah, but don't they like weave it themselves?
I was gonna say you don't gotta tug a fucking worm. You ain't
Yeah,
gonna
I feel like they're
rub
not
it out.
tugging a silkworm. I feel like it just happens, right?
You are tugging it out with a machine.
Yeah, the machines they pull them, motherfucker.
They pull it out of their ass.
No, but they probably watched it happen.
Okay,
and
no.
Some guy was probably sat there watching the worm do it. They
and
didn't
had
just
to
grab a
pull it out
worm
of
and
his
just
ass.
It probably got stuck. Like, let's say you were to chew on it, but got stuck in his teeth, and he pulled, and it was like, yo, that's actually really. It's like hair, right?
Yeah, at first I actually started flossing with it, but then I realized I could make clothes out of it.
Yeah.
I feel like it might count.
Oh wait.
It might count. It might count. Honestly, it was like on the rim of the.
Yeah, look at the angle.
Still
I feel like it
there.
might count.
It's still there. It's still there.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Come on.
Hold on.
Guys, meter bottom right. It's bottom right. We should go to that.
Yeah, we will. Yeah.
Bottom right and all the way top left.
Oh my god.
Oh, it did.
Oh, nice. Watch out for shotgun traps.
It broke.
Door.
What the fuck?
We have to go back up. Everyone back up. Everyone back up.
Back up. Whoever's dog tags is. Yeah. Let's give all dog tags to Moon.
That's all we have enough for. So.
Yeah, sure. That left.
Uh-oh.
Check if there's leathers underneath the leathers.
It's gonna dud.
It's okay. Okay, we just bring more boom.
I feel like Luke's gonna be behind the door also though.
Yeah.
One dead.
Just go all the way up.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good, but we don't.
One's flanking right. One's
We
flanking right.
can't lose those kills. We can. This is their.
Can we not get card again? And just leave it?
Headshot one. What do you want to do?
Can we not get card again from the thing?
Like fight it.
Yeah, just.
I'm headshot.
Yeah, you're next to you. No, next to you.
I got forced out. Next to that.
From behind, I think.
No, I hit him 3 times.
We have to fall. We're getting pinned.
Fall back.
Fight upwards, I think. Let's take high ground.
Well, you guys, there's signs over there. What is that?
Yeah, signs.
Who needs cloth?
Pico.
No, there's one.
Catch the guy. Catch it.
Okay.
No,
I'm healing.
what is this doing?
Yeah, not coming.
Leave.
I'm low. One close, headshot body. Right next to us.
Stick to losing your team's scrap, lil bro.
The guys, the astronaut.
Astronauts might be WQs. Oh my god.
Just run away and let the side to shoot them.
I don't.
Are chasing you guys.
Oh, she's me.
I had no idea.
We're big children. Yeah, they really said these
stop?
gamers are gonna fucking die if they don't fucking.
Can you stop, you loser, or not? Guys, on me. Guys, tag on me. Tag on me. More. Come back to me. Can you stop, you fucking loser, or what?
I don't have anything.
Shut up.
Damn.
Literally a rock.
Who said shut up? Who said that?
Me, bitch.
So, is there a reason why you're so ugly or not?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Fuck your shit, bro.
Somebody's in a bad mood, isn't he? Bad mood.
How many?
I think he's in a bad mood because you know what? I think he might be ugly as fuck. To be honest, I can hear it. You know, you sound like. You sound like loneliness. You look like a fucking moped, you dumb fuck.
Shut up.
Get some
I'll group up.
bitches
Get your
on
shit.
your
Everyone get
dick,
your
you
shit.
fucking goblin.
Shut
Guys,
up.
come to me, come to me. More, come to me, come kill him. Come kill him.
Fight me. Turn around. Why are you running?
I mean, how about you,
Scared, bro, scared.
I have an idea,
Scared.
I have an idea.
Turn around.
How about no?
Turn around.
So when exactly do you
go.
think about getting an employment instead of doing this shit? Thoughts? Thoughts and concerns about that?
Mando, do you want BP one?
So if you're good at geometry and actually went to school, you could probably figure this out on how to kill me.
Beacon, yeah.
There's not a huge rush. I think we're good. Scrap.
We have a row of scrap.
You tried it. I saw
yeah, but
you.
that will go through. A road
You
scrap
tried
is
that.
not that much in AKs, or
What'd you
like
say,
when everyone wants syringes. And
You
everyone
tried
wants
that.
ammo.
That finishes tier 2. Craft it, and get all tier 2.
Okay. Have you ever thought about this? Have you thought this? This is like some actual like planet conspiracy, right? Watch this shit. Watch it. You're not gonna have an answer for me. Watch this. How come there are places on Earth, right, where it's always night, but no place where it's always day?
I don't think there's any place on Earth where it's always night.
Oh, almost night.
You almost sent me to
Sweden,
sleep,
bro.
What place is always?
Pretty sure there is.
Like
Isn't
what?
the same place that have day for certain like longer period?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's be an inverse to that.
What's the boom at right now? Yeah.
If Alaska was real, it wouldn't be fucking tied to the Canada instead.
Wait, I have something that you wouldn't be able to explain either. How come the meteors always spawn on the north side of the world?
Because H. June made a $18,000 fucking page document. That's why.
In DocuSign.
Yeah, DocuSign. Yeah.
The universe, the AI and the AI that we're all living in a simulation theory is, if AI and simulations already existed, then that means at some point we are able to make a simulation, which would imply that we are in a simulation because we were able to make a simulation. But because we haven't made a simulation yet, that might mean we are the beginning force to make a simulation, which then proves that we're.
Well, here's the question: is it easier to fix the universe or create a simulation where the universe is fixed?
Well, we don't. Well, that's the whole point. Is the only way we know we're not in a simulation is because we haven't made a simulation yet. But if we do ever create a simulation, the chances of us being in a simulation are incredibly high.
But like, if we were in a simulation, like, you think there's really a software engineer that would code XQC?
Nah,
like,
nah.
I think it's just a randomizer.
I think they're just griefing the rest of the squad. Makes the playthrough harder. Also, you know something I thought about? Let that sink in. Think about this. If, right? I think, why is things so mysterious? Why everything's so hard to figure out why and what is it, right? I think it's just like a whole, like, it's like a multiple instances of a program, right? It's who's the first to figure out what it is about. Like,
is everything really that hard to figure out? I mean, Einstein hasn't been to space at all, and before space...
Why didn't, he didn't find shit, what the fuck?
Yes, he did.
Dude, Einstein was a dev. Like, that doesn't count.
He described like shit that didn't even fucking exist anymore. Like people didn't even think of.
On the sword branch, then I'm gonna do airfield. We're gonna get 500 scrap total. I'm gonna gamble it on a double. 1K, 2K, 4K, 8K, 16K. Come back. And then for the night we're done.
Can they steal it from us? They can, yeah?
So what?
The camper van?
Yeah. If we take it to safe though, we can put a code lock on there because there's a card lift.
Yeah, we need to get a code lock on it.
Yo, Mendo.
So much
so fast
scrap.
Already back from depoting.
Lucas has been doing a lot of solo tunnel runs and bringing a lot of comps back.
That's what I'm doing too.
Nice.
Sure.
I just don't bring it home, but I get a lot of comps. Bro, the loot in Sewer Branch is fucking busted.
Are you like underground?
Yeah.
Did you get blue card from there?
Yeah, I mean, I just got loaded up like crazy. This is fucking max win, bro.
Canada has technically committed the most war crimes.
Yeah, so what if we got the Geneva Convention invented, dude?
Yeah, we literally, XCC, we literally got the Geneva Convention. Like, it exists because of Canada.
Wait, really? I thought it was because of fucking mustard gas or some shit.
No, because Canada did some crazy messed up shit, dude.
For example, in World War I, they would have little, like, peaceful holiday times where each trench would, like, come out and, like, actually...
Oh, yeah, celebrate that.
And at one point, like, one side was throwing gifts to the other side, and then...
Canada threw a fucking bomb.
Canada was the single most, like, nighttime raids out of every country. They would literally go out of their way to go into trenches at night with spiked clubs and shit just to kill people. There was apparently a rumor that went around that one side crucified a Canadian, and no one knows if it was confirmed or not, and Canada got so mad they started killing prisoners constantly.
Alright, that sounds kind of interesting.
I found a roaming casino train.
Ah, where?
No. It's only blackjack. It's only blackjack. It's not worth it.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean...
Wait, blackjack is really good though.
Here, it's on me at the top of N22.
Blackjack over wheel.
If you
100%.
You could probably move it. Wait,
Make sure you have a gun you can put them on, because you can't put them on Revo.
You can put them on crossbows.
Put them on DB and crossbows.
I have on DB, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back shots.
Ah!
Ooh.
Oh? No, that was just me.
It's called roleplay, guys.
That's where you're going, Def.
I heard Revo.
Yo, Mendo, what does this look like to you?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't... You have the flashlight off? Like, you tap that. You want to, like, tap it and then not run.
No, I know. I just wanted you to see.
Yeah, it's so fast. It's actually so fast.
Oh, wow, I would have won. It's winnable, chat. You guys, chat. One thing at a time.
You see this sign? Group?
What? That's just so unlikely mathematically. That's just fucking dog shit. This game is so shit.
This fucking sucks.
Mendo, do you see the sign right here?
Oh.
Down. What do you think about this sign?
Do
you get it?
What a god run that was.
Okay.
This specimen in its natural habitat.
Hey guys, what happened to all of the scrap?
How late we staying on tonight?
We should definitely all go to bed basically at the same time and just.
Yeah, we gotta go to bed like, so we're up for the.
Yeah. So.
Alright, this is my last stretch. I'm not gambling again if this goes bad.
And if they're set up water and shit, then. Wait, is it really long? Like actually really long?
Was there there?
Hit one 3 times. Hit one 3 times.
Going crazy right now, baby.
Let's go back.
It's gonna be massive. It's gonna be massive.
Seeing the whole thing, bro.
Oh god, what if they get on the train and it's like a...
We have 3 engines. We have 3 engines. We have 3 engines.
Yeah, we're not.
Oh my god, this is a huge fucking train.
We're just stealing their train.
Oh my god.
Push up on the train so we can fight them. Don't let them uncouple.
Yeah, yeah.
Get as many carts as we can.
Yeah, I could go there with combo.
It's gonna be blue. It's gonna be blue.
Oh my god, the greatest comeback ever is happening right now in the playoffs. Holy fuck.
Alright. Let's stop it here. A boat base. That's pretty fucking good. So we have a bunch of boats ready.
Wait, can we buy a boat from harbor?
Yes. There's boats to purchase the harbor.
Why am I so fucking poor, man? That's a really nice BPR. It's a really nice BPR. It's so good. It's such a good bet. BPR.
Where do you want me
Does
to go?
anyone on train have a spare kit, or are we out?
How is it so rigged?
Yeah, I can be back.
BPR.
It's already open.
I need one more kill.
Boom! Boom!
I want to know what team that is. Oh, he's not dead.
He's dead, yeah.
It's Caucus.
Okay, then.
Yellow, blue,
That's why I was
pink.
screaming like a couple hours
Yellow,
ago.
blue, pink.
This thing was starting and following me through walls.
Yellow, blue, pink.
Where can we take a horse that'd be insane? Because it'll go down to the tunnels with me.
You can recycle
Look, bro. Who's shooting? Who's shooting?
Ah! BPR. BPR.
Coop?
Yeah, I took the wrong turn, so this is gonna be a minute.
Wait,
Who's
Revo
shooting?
Northwest? Did you hear that?
Was it you?
Stop gambling, Felix. You have a problem, XQCL.
I would be at 8,000 if I wasn't such a fucker. If I wasn't such a bitch ass, I would now be at 8 or 16,000.
Pretty much. Meteor in 8 minutes.
I'm gonna make a call.
BPR or bust. BPR or bust.
Yo, Peru, did they choke or did they win? What's going on?
16,000. I would have 16,000 now if I wasn't such
Can we
a
make a
fucker.
boat base?
I've proven my system. Once the yellow starts hitting it, it doesn't stop. If I trust my system, like I did last Rivals, I was at 30,000. I was betting on 8 seats at a time. I would be rich. I just trusted my vision, my system, my calling. I fucked myself up.
There's 10 people online, don't ask.
What you got?
We sucking right
How much you got, please?
What do you mean, what do I
What do you
got?
fuse, huh?
Do you have a fuse or money, please? Fast, please.
I'm dead.
We have no fuses?
Please, man. Please,
I
man.
don't know you, man. I don't fucking know you, man. Hey, get away from me!
Come on, man. Just a little bit, man.
I'm being chased by a maniac! Help!
Come on, short 4.
He's chasing me for my scrap right now. If
you have a fuse, we get airfield. If you have a fuse, we get airfield.
I already gave you some. You didn't pay. You haven't even paid me back, man.
Fuse. If you have a fuse, we get airfield.
I get one from his barrel though.
Probably just go launch them.
Oh no, I don't have a fuse.
Man, I took all that time getting that trip.
Usually pretty common.
Underground train? Topic
Hey,
train
here
here.
it is.
Yeah, underground train. Topic train here.
Okay,
I'm
running
gonna
back.
fucking set up top of the
I'm
TV.
coming back.
We should let him out.
Who is this guy?
Yo, let him out. Like, be quiet. Let them actually walk out.
Oh, what a fucking tryhard. My god, this guy, man.
Where do you
I mean, they know we're here. They're gonna come counter
Everybody's
eventually.
got meds or something like that or not?
Yeah, rush for the card, or you just kill them all?
I feel like we can just do it, right? We don't. We can give up the crate if we want, and
Okay.
they're coming now. Oh my god.
No, no,
Someone's dead.
Push it. Oh my god, they're after me, bro. What? Oh yeah, I'm not good. He's not good.
I'll kill you.
No, they got so lucky. Can you pick me up or not? Thank you, bro.
No, that's fine.
They're after me. I'm done.
There's only a few left. Almost out of ammo.
Oh my god, I'm alive.
I got the thing.
Balloon is back, watch out.
Wait,
Where's
I think
the...
we killed them.
That's Coco's team in the hot air balloon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a balloon in front of our base right now.
I'm gonna shoot this balloon.
Oh yeah, I'm up.
Spin, hold behind us. I just got down the... From behind. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's at. He's across the universe.
Pushing the rocks in front of us.
Balloon, right?
Rocks in front of
Or
us.
is he behind us?
Oh yeah, it's the guy with the balloon.
Kix, you pushing someone?
Oh my god.
North rocks, boys.
This guy wonders why he doesn't get laid. I mean, doing that shit is what it causes it.
He's like down in the pit.
By the way, this is why you don't get laid. I'm not kidding. This is why you do not get laid. This is why you have no bitches. This is why you look like a fucking troglodyte.
At our base.
Ugly. Dumb fuck.
Chat, let's play a game called Guess That Song.
Guys, who's that at our base?
Thank you. There's someone on a horse near
Yeah,
our base.
yeah, at our base.
I don't have much other than that.
I've been killed immediately.
Who is it? What's his name?
Some
there's armor
loser.
on this
Just
spot.
kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
Who had the other stuff?
I have.
His name is Bitchless Andy.
Man, just fuck off, man. Like, why are these kids here? It's so fucking cringe, bro.
This is only happening because we're wide open. Like,
Just put some doors.
Well, these are such try. It's insane how try there. It's insane.
Alright, should we
Where are the items? I don't see the items. Bitchless Andy.
Oh,
Bitchless Andy.
we get it. You gotta come kill XUC. We get it. We get
Wait,
it, bro.
there's an armored
we get
train
it.
coming right past us
You
right
gotta
now.
kill XUC. Go find him.
Oh my god, bro. This guy is fucking cringe, man.
There's an
I
armored train right
cannot.
beside us. No, they've been here the whole time. We do know that. They literally show up. They're only here. They've been swimming in our fucking water. Like they have scuba team 6 out there. But we don't know if they've been doing that to other teams.
Yeah, they
How could they have had time to?
This guy's flying balloon above our base for the entirety of the event, looking for a job at fucking McDonald's. Oh my god, bro.
Just AFK. Like, just don't give them dog tags. Like, it's fine.
Just sit in the van and talk shit to them the whole time.
Do we know which direction they're gonna go? Like, do we know for sure which
now
color
you can
it
hear
is?
my voice. You are bitchless. You are ugly. You are unsuccessful. Get a job at Home Depot, you fucking loser. Leave us alone. You look like loneliness. Dumb fuck. Shut up, bitch.
Oh, yes.
I can't hear what you're saying, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Where's the buster?
Do you have a spawn like all the way at the bottom of the beach?
I wish I did. It's on cooldown right now. I got wolf. Who took the white?
He probably escaped at this point. Oh, we give him a lot of dog tags, to be honest, though.
I bought that white thoroughbred.
If
it's Dollar Card's team, they have half our dog tags. I mean,
okay, I'm gonna redo all these fucking drawings. This is just shit. Sorry, whoever did that.
oh yeah, here I'll unlock it for you.
Thank you.
Balloon's coming back.
I had to write
towards
those
us.
just quickly, so.
Just wait until there's 4 in the air and they're all bolting at you.
Yeah, but as soon as we have tier 2, we're gonna have enough farm to just instant ammo and just make their fucking like one-trick things not work. Like they can cheese as much as they want. We're just shoot it down, like whatever.
Just blast it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And also, we'll advertise heavily in global chat that balloons go down with instant ammo, and then everyone will be doing it.
but
Could someone at main base just check zip? Right now?
yo, Tommy, you just turned in 50 tag.
Before we go to sleep or when we wake up?
Yeah, we'll have it before we go to sleep, and we'll have tier 3 by the time we're ready to play when we wake up.
How long
Oh,
are
how
we
does your
trying to
free
sleep
tomorrow?
for? Like,
Tier 3 is hour 24, so 11 AM PST.
Yeah,
Maybe
right at the start of the event, we'll get 2-3.
Yeah, just cross. Majority cross. You guys can fight, but majority cross, please.
Thoughts,
Is that a
chat.
rock or a boat?
That's alright.
There's a rock.
Pretty
much.
I don't know, maybe we turn.
Hits, I feel like are gonna be really important.
Now it's
anyway,
just.
so.
I think
Yeah,
as
we'll
long
look
as
at
we don't
things.
get ego and like take fights, as long as we just shoot and stay alive and like pressure, like we're playing Revo, but we're playing with SMGs the same way, we win. Yeah, I just start doing that actually. Can you make me a spray can? Because I'm making bars. Window bars.
I can't fucking do this shit.
Man's got balls.
I'm so fucking dog shit at this. I'm so dog shit.
Alright, I think the outer layer is fully windowed.
Okay, we're getting there.
I don't know what you just said. He said
So-
that in a minute.
So I'm talking to myself.
Yo, he's still hitting trees. He's got Subway Surface in the corner. He's got XG Stream in the other corner, and he's just hitting trees.
No, he's not on anymore. He was sleeping.
Oh, he was bad. He was on like not long ago. No, he's still on.
We gotta fire him then.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the entire outside is sealed with bars now.
Yeah, but what do we need to do that, Mendo?
Because once we unlock enough tier 2 or tier 3, we were gonna be able to make campers.
Yeah, no, I know why we need to do it, but
I don't get it. Are you
Andrew's the one
drawing
farming
a
all this wood, right?
horse?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
need to
Lot of wood
add
out there.
balls as well and make it
I still see a lot of trees. Got more work to do.
No.
Yo, before,
Back to work, Mendo.
before Rennie went to bed, she got us perfect.
What they got? You
Oh
smile
my
like that.
god.
Team Wayland putting some shit in.
I mean, dude, dude, listen, let me finish this.
I'm listening. I'm bay-lifing it blind. Wait, it's becoming morning.
Bay Life? Is that a League reference?
Yup.
Wow.
Bay-life.
Yeah, you're
Let
making
him
Darius
cook.
proud right now.
I mean cook.
No, he hates the pistol. Alright.
Yeah, stack of 120.
It's so relaxing, holy shit.
So Bob Ross in out there, XQC?
Oh,
Yeah, I think it looks pretty
What do you
nice.
Sell for,
okay, can you sell one pistol bullet for 150?
That looks okay. I think it gets the job done.
They're literally looking
There's a
at
guy
us
outside
now.
our base. There's a guy outside our base. There's a guy outside our base. I just died.
Saying they're looking at us now?
M2CG.
There's 2 of them.
I'm running for my life.
I'm dead. Wait, I'm alive barely.
That looks chill, to be honest.
I found your OG white horse with double saddle and horseshoe. I'm gonna fall. Hey, Daz, you wanna pick me?
Where is he at? On supermarket?
Yeah.
He's right above.
Go back to Homelander.
Yeah.
Can we just send it? On the front of this horse.
Is the guy still there?
I'm at, no, I'm looking for him. I'm looking. Where's?
Oh, it's fine.
ah, that's a lot of scientists, bro.
Are we shooting the scientists?
Yeah, yeah. Whoever has ammo and pistols starts killing the scientists.
We should get a grenade for that the next time, by the way.
That's just a good call.
We're all dead. Did actually all dead.
There's one guy at 160. Very sure ninja suit.
I got one tapped. Literally got one tapped.
Go execute, bro.
Pick me up, please. Yeah, no, I'm not good at all.
Horse?
I got finished off.
Nice.
It's a player. It's a player. It's a player. It's a player. On my body. On my body.
Definitely fast on
He's
this.
killing you again.
I can come up at harbor if you really need me. I'm not that low right now.
No, I'm dead.
Get him, baby. Antagonize him.
Nice.
You're garbage. You are garbage.
It's winning. He can't hear that.
Oh, okay, well, I
Type in
mean.
chat and talk shit to him in global chat, bro.
Okay. Oh,
Well,
God,
I am
bro.
running. I am
go
running
to
back
Home Depot.
to my dead body.
I'm Home Depot's wearing these.
Go with me, brother. I'm right here.
Oh, it's mean everyone. XQCPLS 77752.
I hate me too. So annoying.
Oh, he's down. Yeah, he's down.
Oh, I headshot him. I might have finished him.
4 times this guy who won.
Pushing.
Hit the guy in the back twice. Let the puncher hit 3 times. Down. I'm
He's low,
pushing.
he's low,
him.
he's low, he's low, he's low.
Left to
Push
the
him.
That ninja suit hits once.
Hit once behind the car.
Two hits.
Ninja hit once more.
He's dead.
Horse north.
Yeah.
One more 30. I got the guy's revo.
People one side. Northeast. One behind the rock. Watch behind the middle rock.
Yeah, he's hit twice. He's 25 almost.
We're being shot from behind, like really far away.
Just
Oh, no,
push.
below,
Just
below.
commit to this. Commit forward right here. DB.
Alright, this is unlucky. I'm probably gonna go down.
Is he in the bushes? Bro, they're hiding in the bushes, man.
I think we should or what? I don't think we want to
Hey,
fight here.
once. Good, nice. Finish him off.
Go back, crate. Fall back. Reset. Just go back.
There's people behind us though. We need to be all together. Death ball.
It's just a balloon guy behind it.
Okay.
Mendo needs pistol ammo if anyone is funny.
I got down.
Yo, make sure you kill Nakeds on beach too. Twitter free. And it stops him from refitting.
Thank you.
Benny's on the ground. You need Benny's or not?
No, you're good.
Okay. Alright.
Mendo needs pistol ammo if anyone has.
I have some, yeah.
Yo, I think take a second, heal up, and do our thing. We have still a little bit of time. I don't want to get caught up over there with the guy behind us.
Just want to make sure I don't leave.
Just heal and chill.
God, I want to fucking kill these people.
Anybody got food?
I can give you bandage.
Ow! What is this fucking loser behavior type shit, man? Oh, I might have to pick me up. I'm down right now, but I'm still alive.
Headshot hit horse.
They're running the finish right now.
What is this
hit horse guy over
behavior?
there.
This guy is just okay. This guy is just. Oh my god. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not
Give
gonna
me.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah. Anything.
You should say it, X. I'll be honest.
Actual sniping McDonald's, Andy.
Make sure
I
from
can't.
behind.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, but they're gonna be waking up. It's fucking 6 a.m. Most of them are European as well, so it's 7 a.m.
I died. Just I can't do it. I'm going to bed. I can't. That's enough. Somebody loot my body. Is he dead wing? I'm jacked up with a lot of loot. Just loot me up.
What happened to Eggs?
Scientist plus bear. Back to back.
You died to PvP.
You got double fisted, nice.
Yeah, but I'm in here. I'm still alive.
Oh, okay.
In the bin.
If we get off sync, we're fucked because we're gonna lose the numbers.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone stay up 24 hours and, you know, we're all in sync.
True.
Fuck for 24 hours.
The thing is, the next 4 hours are gonna be empty. Like, even with tier 2, we're gonna be fighting one
That's
team.
why we gotta farm.
We can farm as much as we want, but like, we can do that anytime.
Alright, how about you just quit yapping and go to sleep because you're wasting time, buddy.
True.
We're running back right now anyways. Like, I
No, I'm running back. I'm running back.
He's already decided. I'm running home.
Yeah, I'm going home.
Does anyone know how long you can stay like alive with full water, full HP?
Well, you can't.
Okay.
If there's no gameplay.
The amount of unlucker dog I just got is disgusting. I'm not gonna bother with that shit anymore.
XQC live update.
I'm never gonna gamble ever again. By the way, I'm you know I don't know now. Tomorrow, no more
Wait a
gamble.
minute.
Okay,
I'll
so
take up the torch. Don't worry. Who believes XQC?
Bro, he's gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, today's a new day, boys.
He's gonna wake up, see no one else is on, look for all the scrap in the base.
All right, take care, guys.
Rub
I'm
his
going to bed.
hands.
I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Peace out.
And
Most successful companies eventually outgrow the leadership of their founders, and it looks like my time is now. Effective July 1st, 2023, after 10 wild and very eventful years, I will be stepping down as CEO of Linus Media Group, Creator Warehouse, and Floatplane Media. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and I'm gonna try to answer them all here, like why now, what's gonna happen to the channels in the lab, and if not you, who's gonna be around to tell us about our sponsor?
The Ridge! Father's Day is coming up. Luckily, Ridge is having one of their biggest sales of the year. Give the dads in your life a unique and functional Ridge wallet or key case so they can do dad things like brag about their wallet and keys. Check the Ridge out at the link below and make dad proud.
The truth is I was never really cut out to be a CEO. I remember putting it on my business cards in the early days when we had only 4 employees thinking, this feels ridiculous, and I've never really outgrown that. I'm a lot of things. I'm a bottomless pit of creative energy, an excellent motivator and speaker. I'm wicked smart, charming, really funny. But in addition to those strengths, both real and imagined, I have a lot of weaknesses. And chief among them is that I've just never really had the attention to detail or the temperament that it takes to run an organization this large. I touched on some of this during my infamous 10 million subscriber stream, but the truth is, while I did manage to wrap that up with a positive message about finding motivation to move forward, none of those feelings I talked about ever went away. I wasn't built for this, and I'm tired. Like, really can't do this anymore, tired. And if I try to drag myself through another 10 years of business administration, I know I'm gonna destroy myself and probably end up killing the company and the community that I love so much in the process. I'm at my best when I'm pitching new content or product ideas, or when I'm problem solving ways to wipe garbage sites like User Benchmark out once and for all. And I have some good news. None of that stuff is gonna be going away. My new role is gonna be Chief Vision Officer, which which is a stupid, like BS sounding made up role, but I think it really is the best one. We thought about creative officer, but that didn't really encompass what I'm going to be responsible for, because my gut and principles are what got us to where we are today. So I'm still going to be charting the path that I think makes sense. We don't want to lose our moral compass. But when it comes to the details of how to best utilize our resources to get there, I need some help. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions right now, like who our second sponsor is. Just kidding, I'm going to get to that later. First, I want to talk about what isn't... Did I really write that? Sorry. First, I want to talk about what isn't going to change. And the biggest one is the rest of our leadership team. Yvonne and I spent the last 6 months working with them on my replacement, which included having him work for us on a contract basis to ensure that they feel he is A, a competent manager, and B, the kind of person who can comfortably integrate into our team. They are going to be continuing to work alongside him to ensure that this transition goes as smoothly as possible. The next thing that isn't going to change is me. I am not going away. You can expect to see me on camera just as much as you used to. I mean, ideally maybe more, since if all goes according to plan, I'm going to be left to do what I do best, which is engage with our community, that's you, and create. Speaking of which, I'm going to be doing a Q&A session about this with the community in the next week or so. Make sure you're signed up at floatplane.com/LTT so you don't miss it. Also not changing, our ownership structure. Yvonne and I are still the sole shareholders and directors of the company. So there hasn't been some kind of corporate buyout that's going to force us to sell our souls to cover their purchase investment. We did have a substantial offer recently to sell out, and I might as well speak plainly. The offer was $100 million, 60% cash, 40% shares in the acquiring company. Basically, it was enough to live in a beachfront hotel for the rest of our lives, for our kids to do that, and for our kids' kids to do the same. We decided not to take it, and there were a few reasons for that. First is that, honestly speaking, it wouldn't really change our lifestyle much. I mean, what are we gonna do? Buy an even bigger house? An even faster car? I mean, that's never really been us anyway. Second is because we love this company and the people in it, and I just don't think our mission's complete yet. I'm not sure that it will ever be. My point is just that our attitude towards money, so make lots of it and keep reinvesting and building this thing to do even better, it's not going to change, and you're not going to see the kind of short-term thinking that comes from investor pressure. Our long-term thinking is just going to come from this guy instead. On that note, then, let's talk about what does change. And this is actually mostly for the benefit of my team who's watching this, but you guys might as well be in on it. The biggest change is in reporting. No one will report directly into me anymore. If there's an issue with salary transparency, or the snacks in the lunchroom, or the warranty on the backpack, or whatever, I promise you, I give you my personal guarantee, trust me, bro, whatever it is, there is somebody else who's in charge of that, and that is by design. Yvonne and I have laid out a clear set of guidelines for how we want this company handled. With integrity and compassion, people first. We want to make strong investments in building something that's going to continue to offer growth opportunities to everyone who's part of our team. Beyond that, though, the buck stops with the new CEO. I'm not going to be stepping in to undermine him. And this is a big shift that's going to mean we're all going to need to break some really old habits. With that out of the way, then, who the hell is this guy, right? The keen-eyed among you might have noticed that the picture I showed you is actually from the roast a few years back, so this isn't your first exposure to Mr. Taran Tom. He was my boss when I worked at NCIX, which makes him kind of uniquely qualified for this position, because managing me is a challenging task. I am everywhere. Even the most skilled of administrators have struggled with it, and he's one of the only people to ever successfully do that and teach me. He, and I mean, if I'm being honest, really, one of our other colleagues, begrudging shout out to Jack, the two of them taught me most of what I know about business, both what to do and what not to do. Shout out Jack. In the years since his departure from NCIX, Taran has done stints at Corsair and Dell, both of which have been successful enough that they've thwarted all of my previous attempts to hire him. Seriously, since pretty much day one, I've been looking for an excuse for us to work together again, and every single time I would talk to him, he was worth so much more than the last time that I'd go, I guess we're not really ready for this yet. But now that the deal is inked, I'm really excited. I'm excited to work with my friend again. I'm excited to have a steady hand that I can trust on the tiller of this ship. A second steady hand. I haven't forgotten about Yvonne, who's the only reason I've lasted this long at all. And I'm also excited about the mentorship that he can provide to me again, and also to the rest of our team. We are headed into a really exciting new chapter, guys. Better videos, better products, new investments that are going to make us just the primo source of tech information on the web. I'm sure of it. Now, I don't want to say too much more about him for now. Once he's onboarded, I'm sure he's going to want to prepare a little thing to talk to you guys about. You know, it'd be kind of fun. Should I interview him? Is that as funny as I think it is? You know, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, I can assure you that he is zero bullshit. He's a super hardworking guy with great attention to detail and not only a ton of experience in the computer industry, he actually has a background in media as well. He formerly wrote at NeoSeeker, if you want to go dig up some of his old articles for fun. Sorry, Taryn. Sorry for bringing that up, and sorry for turning your introduction here into this segue to our sponsor. Micro Center. This summer marks the opening of their first store in 8 years in Indianapolis, with 2 more stores set to open by 2025. And if you visit the Indianapolis store, you can get a free 128 gig flash drive just for stopping by. If you want to shop online, you can still take advantage of the $25 discount that they have on all processors for all new customers. During May, Micro Center is featuring desktop deals all month long with pre-built desktops available for purchase. And if you prefer to build your own PC, Micro Center has you covered with a wide range of PC parts and knowledgeable associates to help you with your build. You can even use their online PC Builder tool to ensure compatibility and to get your parts in store in just 18 minutes. If you're proud of your build, submit it to their build showcase for a chance to receive a coupon for your next in-store purchase. With over 25 stores across the US, Micro Center offers amazing selection and prices on laptops, computer components, monitors, TVs, networking equipment, and more. And if you need service and repairs, they have a dedicated department to help you with that as well. So why wait? Visit Micro Center today or click the link in the description to see why they're the go-to destination for all your tech needs. If you guys want some more context for this big change, I would suggest checking out the I'm Thinking of Retiring stream. I still can't watch it. Just to find the timestamps for what I put in the video earlier, I had to just download a transcript. It's just rough, but it might give you guys a better idea of the headspace that ultimately led me to give up the reins so that I can focus just on my love of tech and bringing you guys the best content that I can.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value. But I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, you know, run my channel and live my life. So I think it's, you know, if I'm gonna have the balls to go to Tana's fan meetup and say slurs at her and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs, I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very, not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, you know, get it confused about, you know, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human, I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty. I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I, kept making this hurtful content. I ended up pivoting it into other things because I felt bad about it, like innately. But it's still something that I struggle with, and I don't want you to interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing. I'm not confident in my ability to entertain, and I think if I had to rely on my personality to entertain people, that I wouldn't have any amount of success, and that is really hard to come to terms with. I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because I didn't think it was too serious, and I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly. Casual racism is still racism, casual bigotry is still bigotry, and I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say. It doesn't matter what my intentions are. Like, if I'm hurting people, I'm hurting people. And, who the fuck knows what my intentions are? Like, sarcasm and, jokiness and jokey tone only goes so far, especially over the internet. Even in real life, that's, an impossible thing to know with 100% certainty. I've just always had this dumb philosophy that I'm not responsible for, my audience and how they behave beyond what content I put out, and that's stupid. And it's led to a lot of hate and a lot of bad outcomes. And I just want to make it clear that I am absolutely responsible for my audience. And I guess if you want to, look out for people who are red flags, it's definitely people who had my mentality that say, I'm not responsible for what my audience does. I know that this apology isn't enough. I've clearly done a lot of damage. These videos have been up for a long time and have accumulated millions of views. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be acceptable. I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video, I'm going to match and donate to an organization that would have been particularly affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing, this is just the start. I don't feel like a lot of this content represents me as a person, at least not anymore. There was a time where it probably perfectly represented me because I was a nasty, apathetic, insecure person. Now that I don't feel like it represents me and I want to distance myself from it and keep it from, indoctrinating more people, I'd like to unlist the videos so that people, can access them still for whatever, purposes they might want to do that for. But it's not being proliferated on the website. I feel like that's the best solution, at least for the time being. And for anyone who liked those videos, I want this video to be an example and a lesson for you. You can like content, but you can also think that it's irresponsible and it's hurting other people. So just tap into that part of your brain that's saying oh, okay, it's probably not that important that this video stays online, because truthfully, I've seen it, I've experienced the content, but it's done a lot of damage. We can just let it go. I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person and then harassed her online, and that's deplorable behavior. It's so stupid. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video and put up with, you know, the phrases. I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And that's just so dangerous and stupid. I have made content that I'm proud of over the years. It hasn't been as consistent as maybe I'd like it to have been, but you know, there is a lot of content that I think had a net positive on the world, and you know, I'm going to strive to continue on that trend. But again, I'm absolutely going to continue to make mistakes, but I want the mistakes to be a lot smaller and a lot less serious. I also want to give some clarity to the post-fight speech that I gave. I mean, it wasn't a speech, it was a phrase. I was like,
you know, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but I really do appreciate the support, and you know, thank you for coming.
That was addressing the people over the years that I neglected and I left behind. You know, the people whose feelings I, you know, didn't take into consideration. Those are the people who I was addressing as, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Anyone who thinks that I should be shouting the N-word from the rooftops, I don't want to be your cup of tea. Now I want to talk about events and situations that have happened over the past 5 years of my life that have led me to the place I'm at now. One year I was at a convention and a bunch of fans were, you know, wanting pictures, and this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, you know, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings. That is a very fair assessment to make. I was giving this person bad vibes, and I think I've given a lot of people extremely bad vibes. Another event that was very important for me to experience was I went on a boxing podcast. I was basically like trying to walk back my Tana content cop. You know, I was still very like insecure and uncomfortable with the fact that I made that video, and but I was still coping. You'll see me struggle in this clip to, you know, say that it was wrong.
So I just wanted to let you talk on that, right? Because obviously using the N-word is definitely frowned upon by a lot of people, especially by a non-African American, but I was just curious.
That was a very weird video because I wanted to like criticize her for her like sort of flagrant use of it. I've been pretty flagrant about it too, not in the same way. I thought there was a message to be shared there, and I don't think it was particularly. It was okay in criticizing her, but I think I probably wasn't the person to deliver the message, if that makes sense. There was a message that I was trying to put out there, and like I'm not really the person to put out that message. I don't regret making the video. I think, you know, there's bits and pieces to take from it that I think are valuable, but you know, I probably wouldn't make it these days. I'm very grateful to those guys and how they broached the subject, because you know, it didn't put me on the defensive. It just made me realize, like, I'm stupid, and I really need to like acknowledge these things. Like what am I doing? I'm still trying to make excuses for myself and like, you know, why I made that video. It's like, it was a dumb idea. I harassed someone. I was saying slurs and I was trying to justify it all. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anissa has received over the years. She's had to deal with it from the beginning of our relationship, and I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. A lot of the time I just thought that was her problem, or that was you know, other people's problem. Like, it's not my problem that you're getting hate and harassment. And it's like, no, it absolutely is. You know, that's the culture that I cultivated, and I, you know, didn't do anything to change that. You know, over the years it's changed a little bit, but you know, I don't think I've still fully acknowledged how responsible I am for the amount of harassment that Anissa has had to deal with. And this year I decided to speak more candidly and be more open about who I am as a person, and to speak on my life a little bit more. And I did that on Anthony Padilla's podcast. These are the people that I'm attracting. These are the people that I'm entertaining. Like, I need to reevaluate things. They're relating and enjoying this content for a reason, and that's not maybe the same reason that I'm trying to make. I had a very Wild West mentality when it came to online behavior. Like, people are gonna do what they wanna do, people are gonna say what they wanna say, and I can pretty much do the same because it's the internet. But I think you have to be a lot more responsible. If you guys are at all interested in how I've arrived here, that video gives, you know, a good bit of context and talks about some of my life a little bit. There is a clip from this interview that's been floating around the internet, and it's me calling my fans antisocial and basement dwellers, and I was like, I didn't like, you know, interacting with my fans. I just want to be clear, like, that was my realization. I think a lot of people are like, of course that happened, is because you were creating that culture and you were attracting those people. And it's like, yes, I know. I know now. I didn't know before. It was my realization upon, you know, meeting more and more fans that I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body. But the antisocial basement-dwelling incel that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed the mirror to be held up to me. In closing, I want to say that I have always thought that I was an empathetic person, because I thought, well, I get angry, I get sad, of course I got empathy. Seems easy, right? Empathy? I definitely have that. There were moments where like a dog would die in a film and I'd cry. So it's like, of course I have empathy. But I never did. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. And I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy. But I have, and I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is, you know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy if you know, experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it. So thank you for watching, everyone. I do want to create more regular content, and you know, I don't want to just have the next 5 videos be apologies. So I have uploaded a squirrel video on my second channel if you want to watch that. I guess as one final thing, I just want to thank everyone who's given me the space and the compassion to grow as a person, because it's taken longer than it probably should have. I appreciate everyone, and I think most importantly, I appreciate my wife, Anissa. She has been insanely compassionate and helpful and patient in you know, allowing me to grow over the years, and has legitimately encouraged me to be a better person, and not a better person in just like the, you know, IW becoming woke kind of way. She was the one who said that I should try this boxing thing. I would have never done that on my own because I was insecure and I was pathetic. I did this and I am so glad I did. It's been amazing. So, Anissa, I love you. You're amazing. Right now you're streaming. But bon voyage. Toodles.
führe meinen Stamm seit Generationen an.
Yo! I'm not used to this new sound, right? There's so much echo in here. Should I just put pillows in here? Ah! Let's go back like 2 weeks ago, guys. I'm telling my house people here I'm trying to move out soon. And they're like, okay, we'll let you know when to move out, whatever. Here's your lease ending, whatever. Get told to move out. You know what I mean? I have to move out of the older house. And I don't know, you guys all said the tweet, right? Basically, me and Gigi read it wrong. We thought it said April 31st move out date. We both saw that on the paper for some reason, and we had to, we're in our head, we're like, oh damn. Basically, I moved a month early. You gotta center the cam, bro. I don't like the centered cam. I don't like centered cam angle. Is this bothering you guys, this angle? Yo. Hey guys. Welcome. Ew, I need a shave, man. Look at this ugly hair. Center camera is like Zoom class. Guys, hello. Welcome. Today's stream. What are you guys talking about? What's huge? Guys, chill. So we moved out a month early, and I asked, dude, I messaged the landlord, and I'm like, yo, I made a mistake. And listen, I was with you guys for 3 years. Can I just get the month? Can you guys just cut it short, one more month? And they were like, no, no. I asked the manager, no, no. I'm like, I gotta pay 2 rents this month. That's very expensive on me, and I don't know if I could do this. I was just trying to bullshit, you know what I mean? I can afford it, but I don't want, I have to pretend like I can't, you know what I mean? I'm like, damn, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I might be homeless this month, but I'll try, like, if you guys could do anything. And they're like, see last email. She's like, see last email. What? I'm gonna die, dude. Like, bro, I'm gonna be homeless, man. See last email. Like, there's, like, being successful, and now anyway, I mean, a multiple house owner. I have 2 houses, 3 houses. I pay 2 rents right now. I'm telling people on Twitter, I posted on Twitter, and idiots on Twitter are saying shit like, dude, just Airbnb that bitch out, man. Just Airbnb it out. Airbnb a place I'm renting that's empty? And it wasn't just one guy, it was like 3 people, 4 people at least. Like, yeah, actually, good idea. Like, wait, no, it's, I don't know. You guys wanna see the room? Ooh, my hair is bad. Ow! Boom. Is it working? The setup here. Look at this. This monitor goes to this PC. Yeah, look at the wires, guys. I tried to make it good this time. I couldn't. It doesn't, it's not possible. I did try. Look. Look at this part. See, I even tangled this part. I did try. You know, the necessity, Pat Sonic, little club. I got my own bathroom. Yo! Someone's saying same window. Oh, is that the joke you guys been saying this whole time? I was trying to figure out what the fuck were they saying? Same window. What does that mean? Yeah, I brought the window with me. Had it built in. It's built in. Probably gonna have to poop soon, chat. Chat, apparently you can... Ew. You could click somebody in chat. Add guest. Who should I get for the intro? Hello? I hear you. Hello? You're so quiet. It was me. I had you at 1%. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my god. Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
You have a camera?
Yeah, I do, but I don't want to tell you.
No, you're not. Yeah, but you can see me on camera, on stream. Come on, come on.
But I have execution on this.
What do you mean? Yo, E-roll, tell this fucker to be nice to me. He's disrespecting me, E-roll.
Wow, you're lying, by the way. You're being rude and you're lying. I love you.
Where you're from? Are you from Norway? No.
Me?
Swedish.
I'm Swedish.
Yeah, I knew that.
How could you tell?
I just guessed.
Okay, what about me? Where do you think I am from?
You're from Netherlands.
Well, I'm from Iraq.
Wait, really? Oh, cool. You know, I have Iraqi in me.
Wow.
Do you know when we played together, Poke?
When did we play together?
It's an Overwatch beta.
Did we duo?
Yeah, I mean we were top MMR, you know. The same people every game.
I do remember your name.
Oh, you do? Cool.
Yeah, I do. Was I mean to you?
Never. You were funny all the time.
Cool.
Like you are still.
Thank you. See, Sui? See how he's treating me?
Okay, do you know why I'm treating you this way? Because you banned my old account. You're actually the reason why I have this new account.
What did your old account? Why did you get banned? Yeah, no. Tell me, what was it? What would you do? I won't ban you, bro. You served your time.
I had a social comment about you and Gigi, and then you were very fucking mad about that.
What did you say?
I don't remember what I said. It was like years ago.
I mean, it's okay to admit you made a mistake, bro. You shouldn't make comments.
Well, was it a mistake though? Do you think it was a mistake?
I was just a teen and I was just edgy and I was just trying to be cool.
How old are you guys?
I just turned 30 actually.
Yeah, I mean you played Overwatch with me.
Yeah.
What about you, E-roll?
15.
Okay. Damn.
I mean,
So you're 20. You're 22, right?
Yep.
I literally guessed it.
Wow.
You keep saying "wow" like really rudely. It's bothering me.
Wow.
You're out. Bye.
Wow.
Go on camera, or you're banned for your past evasion.
Wow.
Ban evasion, bro.
Wow.
Ban evasion.
Chat, hide me, please.
Ban evasion. Okay, so what we're gonna do is have E-roll and Mage Kite fight each other. 15-year-old versus 30. Go. Talk shit to each other.
Bro, I don't want to fight you. What is this?
Yo, Mage Kite was DMing me saying, dude, E-roll's fucking bitch.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. This is weird. It's not working. And dude, you're 30? I don't talk to 30-year-olds. Bye.
Oh shit. Bye.
That was cool. Wait, I need to do this right now. I need to see. I see CG in the chat. I'm gonna get CG in here. If CG joins, we can finally ask CG some questions, right, chat? I wanna know what the fuck CG is doing. CG is the guy who literally is one of the greatest streamers. He does when he plays the game, he is the game. But he literally casts the spells. Like when he does a spell and shit, he actually casts it in real life. For hours a day. All day. Yeah. CG! Yo, dude, I'm bringing back the Scuff podcast. This is sick. You guys understand we're in front of a legend right here?
No. Who is this? Explain yourself.
Dude, I'm gonna kick you guys and let only him here, because you guys are gonna ruin this for me. Don't ruin this for me. I want to meet CG, and don't make him feel weird. I love CG.
You're hyping him up very much, and I don't know, like, why.
Have you not seen his stream? Have you not seen him do the invis?
That wasn't meant to be rude or anything. I was just like, I haven't been following.
Bro, shut up! You look like that 70s show character. You want to talk shit? The CG?
I'm 30 and
seriously?
I'm a fucking stoner. Of course I do.
I'm kidding, man. We're all 30 and stoners, man. Dude, do you just wear that all the time?
Fire. I like that.
It's one of my many outfits.
Guys, I'm gonna talk to CG one-on-one. Okay, I didn't have the interview here. I need his camera huge. Yeah. Okay, so dude, I want to know about you, man. What's your background? Like, where did it begin? This whole acting out the fucking, or not acting, being him.
Well, it actually started like 7 years ago when I was 10. I didn't really have much room to do my thing. I was mostly just sitting down just before I actually used standing desks. But I guess you could say I was inspired during my earlier gaming days when the Wii was a thing. So I played a lot of Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I see you play that game. What kind of microphone do you got, man? I've always seen your stream, and the microphone has like the loudest bass effect or something. Can I buy you a mic?
I would not be opposed to it. It's a Razer Siren Pro.
I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna buy you a better one.
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
I'm gonna buy you a new mic, because dude, your stream deserves like a better mic. Oh, I have a question. Do you get tired?
Yes.
Do you get tired? Like how long could you play a mage and do like, how many deaths can you take? You know what I'm saying? Because when you die, you go, oh, and you fall down.
It can be pretty embarrassing, but as long as I've went with like 20 hours.
Wow.
I can go longer. It all just boils down to what I want to do and what I can do in game.
This is gonna sound weird, but I have a theory that you are jacked.
Yeah.
Like
I do most of it,
your abs must be so ripped.
Without spoiling too much, it's a possibility.
Would you show your abs or no?
Not now.
Oh, the OnlyFans, right?
I don't have one, but I guess that'll be a nice fallback.
Was that a weird question? I'm sorry. Dude, no, it's like, dude, I actually think about it because, like, dude, you're like the one gamer who's not a gamer. Like, you know what I mean? Like out of shape because you actually game, dude.
Precisely.
It's crazy. Chat, I'm not kidding. It sounds weird, but if you watch this guy, he's literally doing it all day, doing like crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got to be fit as hell.
And I train with a whole bunch of weapons and stuff too, if that wasn't obvious.
Can you show me something cool?
In Rome, I can see
Damn. Oh my gosh. Do you have any other experience other than this stuff? Like, did you do like acting, Broadway, like anything like that?
Yes, actually. I do have some experience with acting, singing, writing, mostly stuff for fine arts. Those are most stuff I do in my free time. I would like to get into voice acting one of these days.
No, I can hear you. I can definitely hear that. I can hear that. No, I think you're one of the most talented men I've ever met.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What do you do in your free time?
Well, right now, I'm currently mastering the Japanese language since I do live in Japan.
But you live in Japan?
Yes, for the past 4 years.
Oh wow, that's awesome. How is it?
Thanks. Oh, it's very peaceful and nice out here.
Wait, that's actually sick. How did that process go? Like, was it an easy process?
To be quite honest, and this is one of the lesser known facts about me, I was actually part of the military for 9 years. I'm currently on terminal leave. I officially separated in June.
Oh damn, cool.
I'll be looking to stay here as a legal resident. Just gotta get a job on base.
So if I ever do like a Japan stream, I can meet up with you one day?
Absolutely, if you don't mind the cold.
What, is it cold?
I'm in the northern part of Japan, in Misawa.
Ooh, okay, cool.
It's pretty nice up here, but it does smell.
Oh, cool. Let me see if I get some questions from the chat. Anyone have some interesting questions?
Ask away, frogs.
Why always a frost mage?
Well, I've always had a obsession with winter and all things associated. And well, blue is kind of like my favorite.
Oh wait, I just noticed all the snowflakes and stuff.
Yep.
Wait, that is. Oh.
Got my Cryo Phoenix, which is my logo. All the snowflakes in the background. My ice type Pokemon. Hell, I even have a Cryo Slime from Genshin Impact.
Oh yeah, I love Genshin. I just did that yesterday.
How'd that go, by the way?
Great. I got a big bag, big paycheck.
Nice. Sorry to tune in on that.
Oh, I'll forgive you.
I've been doing my own things as well, sponsorship wise.
Oh really? Nice.
I even got into Mythic Talent recently.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, I was surprised myself.
Congratulations, man. Oh, that's really cool, dude. That's really cool. No, TJ, I believe the fuck in you, man. I think you are like, there's nobody like you on Twitch or the internet. You know what I'm saying?
I'd say that's my unofficial logo or motto. So yes, I agree.
Oh, did I interrupt your spell?
No.
Okay. Okay, my bad. Can you cast something?
It won't look as grandiose as I do in game, but
Can you go invis right now? Holy. Okay, I'm invis. I need to see you. Where are you?
Over here.
Oh my! How did he went from the? Damn. Okay, can we act out a scene? Let's say I am a huge beast, and I am about to cast a huge, earth-shaking, like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a rocket that come out of the ground and launch you up and you fall. All right, you ready? You are much stronger than I thought.
I fought tougher.
No, that was really cool. Thank you, man. Hey, thanks for being on stream, Fiji.
Thank you.
Everyone go watch Fiji How do you spell it? Fiji Haiguri?
Yes.
Fiji Haiguri. Check him out his channel. That's gotta have follow. He's a great stream. Hey, love you, Fiji, and thanks for being here, man.
Love you too, Pokin fam. Thanks for having me again.
Bye, Fiji.
Till next time. Oh, one more thing.
Yeah?
I forgot to do my usual. Winds of the North guide your path, everyone. Stay cool, stay safe, and take care of yourselves.
That was so cool. That was so cool. That was so cool, man. That was so cool.
And biological identity, right? So this means that your data is going to be your DNA. You're going to be redefined. Your humanity will be redefined. Do you think that's a good idea to redefine humanity? And do you think you're going to have a stake in this redefinition of humanity that Klaus Schwab proposes in COVID-19, the Great Reset?
All right. So, do you think it's a good idea to redefine humanity? I mean, I guess we redefine humanity all the time. I don't know what the question. I don't know how to respond to that.
I don't redefine humanity.
Can I
all the
finish?
time.
And can I finish?
Yeah, he's
Jesus
still got
fucking
40 seconds.
Christ. So, when you say, do you think it's a good idea to redefine humanity? I need like an example of like, here is a way that we redefined humanity that would probably be bad. So, for instance, historically, it was assumed that once your heart stopped, you were dead, right? Well, now we found ways to restart people's hearts. Now you're considered dead when your brain activity ceases to work. Does that count as redefining humanity? If that's the case, I would consider that to be a good redefinition of humanity. I don't want to bring up like slavery and black people being considered humans because I don't know where you stand on that. That might open all other can of worms. But in general, I don't think redefining humanity is always a bad idea. We're doing it right now in the United States as we wrestle over what the abortion laws should or shouldn't be. That's an example of redefining humanity. When you say, will you have a stake in this? Yeah, I have a vote. I vote for people that I believe in, and hopefully, and I have a voice on a platform that I can talk to people, and hopefully I share my beliefs, and then hopefully that has some influence at the end of the day of how these play out legislatively. And then I will ask you a question, because you keep saying this. You keep using this term, fusing our digital and biological identities. What do you mean when you say that?
This is not my quote, it's a quote from Klaus Schwab. You believe that the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the Great Reset are inherently good, right? You believe that they're good, you think those are all swell ideas. It's funny because I came in here to actually have like a discussion and a debate, right? Now a debate is going to assume that both parties are willing to change their minds, both parties are going to actually bring arguments, and both parties actually have a perspective. Now it seems to me like you come into this debate just to debate. It doesn't seem like you actually care about a position. Doesn't seem like you actually care about my position at all, which is why you completely tune out several of my responses. So you say that this is all great, this is all a good idea, right? You ask me what is the fusion of the digital and biological, and let me get the exact quote from Klaus Schwab.
Fusing our
here.
digital and biological identities. What does that mean? That's my
Ask me
question.
what is let me find the full quote from Mr. Klaus Schwab here. And again, this isn't my worldview. This is Klaus Schwab's worldview.
Well, but it's the one that you're attacking. How could you not know the worldview that you just spent like 25 minutes laying out as horrible? You said this, you uttered this phrase like 5 times. Fusing our digital and biological identities.
Excuse me. No, I didn't say I don't understand the worldview. I gave a 25-minute exposition of what this worldview is, the revolutionary worldview and the revolutionary faith that it's based upon materialism, humanism, and this revolutionary guiding spirit that we see pushing the Great Reset. I just gave a 25-minute presentation on exactly that. So to say I don't understand the worldview here, here's the quote, Klaus Schwab talking about the fusion of our digital, of our physical, digital, and biological identity. So let me just pull this up here. And we
To
can
be
play
clear,
this
you don't
for
know what this is. You have to go find the quote, right?
Seid auf der Hut.
Excuse me?
To be clear, you don't know what that means. Fusing our digital and biological identities. You just think it's bad, but you don't know what it is. Just
No, I
making
didn't
sure
say
we're
I don't know
understanding.
what it means. I didn't
Well,
say
then
I
why do
don't
you need
know
to
what
go
it
and find the
means.
quote? Why can't you just tell me in your own words
Right
what
here.
it means?
Here, why don't you... All right, listen, can you slow down for a second?
Go and play.
And
You've
take a
talked
sip
4
of your-
times as much as me, my dude. I'm sorry if I'm moving too quickly for you.
Okay, just listen. You can listen to Klaus Schwab tell you exactly what he's talking about here, and tell me what you think he means, because you think this is just a swell idea.
I'm not here to debate Klaus Schwab. I'm here to
Oh,
debate
you're not here to
Tristan.
debate?
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not
Well,
here
I'm
to debate
debating
Klaus
Klaus
Schwab. I'm here to talk to you, dude.
You're here debating for Klaus Schwab's ideas that you don't even understand. So you think this is all great, but you don't even understand the ideas. You're clearly not actually here to debate. You don't actually understand the topic
so
at
you
all.
can't. Okay, so
And you're not even here debating in good faith.
You
I'll
do.
give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll let you hear Klaus Schwab himself give you the exact quote that you were asking about. So here it is. Okay, you ready to listen? You gonna keep your headphones on this time? You gonna stay and listen?
Hit the play button.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I hope we get this other guy. The Klaus,
I'm
this
not sure
Klaus
if he's
Schwab guy sounds
listening.
like an interesting dude. Maybe I should just talk to him next time instead of like his proselytizer or whatever.
So
Wait, you're actually playing me a video? I'm sorry.
you want to hear the quote, right? You
Oh,
wanna
he's just
actually-
giving you the quote from the video.
That's my bad. I understand. That was my bad.
What the fourth industrial revolution will lead to is a fusion of our physical, our digital, and our biological identities. The title of the book I started to write it for years ago. It was published 3 years ago. It was so very interesting over 1 million times in the world. And what is interesting is that 800,000 copies, more than 800,000 copies of those 2 million were sold in 3 countries alone: China, Japan, and South Korea. You may be interested, who was the biggest buyer with 16,000 copies at the same time? It was the Korean military.
So again, the idea of transhumanism has been used, has been proposed by militaries. You have DARPA, very interested in transhumanism, in the fusion of the digital, biological, physical, digital, and biological identities, right? So the idea of transhumanism, human augmentation. You have the Ministry of Defense from the UK with a recent white paper, human
Okay, can I make a
augmentation.
quick request?
The dawn of a new phenomenon. All right, look, if you're just gonna interrupt,
You're like
every
playing
time-
videos and rambling. I just want to be like really concise.
No,
here.
I'm not playing in videos and rambling. First of all, that's not what I'm doing. I'm
You're-
actually making an argument.
So you're not. I'm not asking you for an argument. I just wanted a definition.
Hold on. No, this is a debate, and we're here to make arguments. I know you're not actually here to debate. I know you're not actually here in good faith. You've actually.
Tristan, he's asking for a point of clarification.
Yeah, I'm literally just asking. Because I don't. You're right. Okay, I don't know what the fuck we're debating right now. I am lost, and so I'm asking you.
So why would you come to a debate when
I'm
you have no
asking
idea?
because I didn't realize how out of my league I was. This Klaus guy is hit me with some big thoughts, so I'm asking you for guidance.
Cool,
okay?
okay.
Now you're telling me that this guy is saying he wants to fuse our digital and biological identities. I don't know if I should be scared of that or not. So I'm asking you, Tristan. Can you tell me what the fuck does that mean?
Should we be scared of that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Well,
Like,
you're telling me that it's not, so I'm asking you, why is it not? What is it? That's all I'm asking.
Right, well, he's pointing to this transhumanist reality where we will be essentially using biosurveillance devices ubiquitously and what they call the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies. Right. So in the introduction, I'm sure you caught those terms. I used those about 4 times. So the Internet of Things and the Internet of Bodies are frameworks to connect all human organisms to the internet via surveillance devices that will be on us as well as inside of us, which is why Klaus Schwab says that the fourth industrial revolution will transform us. So it's an idea of transforming ourselves, human augmentation, transhumanism.
Okay.
So, I mean, this is essentially something that the military has been talking about for a long time. DARPA, Ministry of Defense also like these ideas.
Okay. So would cell phones count as this? As surveillance devices? Because they're devices that we keep on us at all times that can keep track of our location, or?
And, Klaus Schwab's talking about implantable medical devices, stuff like that.
Can you give me an example? Do these things exist?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of an organization that's implanting these, or people that have gotten these that didn't opt in for them, or is there any example of this happening?
What? What are you asking? That didn't opt in for them?
No, yeah,
Are you saying
like
forced.
yeah. Has this happened to people? Are there like
Is,
people being-
is that what it have to? It would have to be forced. I mean, nobody's being forced to have these implanted in them.
Well, if people are opting for like, if people are opting into something, then it doesn't seem like it's very conspiratorial. Then it just seems like people choose to do.
You're the
something
one who
to-
keeps saying that this is conspiratorial. Nobody said anything about a conspiracy. This is open.
Okay,
right? This is not a conspiracy.
Sorry,
This is
when
an
I'm
open-
sorry. When I said conspiratorial, I just meant like a there's a giant plan for something, not like fake. Okay, so I'm just.
No, this isn't. This is open. It's being planned. It's being promoted by the World Economic Forum, global
Okay.
corporations.
Yeah. So can you give me an example of like one of these biosurveillance devices that you don't think should exist?
Did I say they shouldn't exist? See, and again, you're trying to straw man my arguments.
I'm not.
make
Can you
fake
please
arguments.
stop using debate bro terms? I'm
No,
just
no,
asking questions. I don't even know
excuse
what the fuck you believe. Wait, so you think these are
You
good
don't even-
things?
See, you're playing a sneaky little game here where you're not letting me actually
Fuck,
explain
this guy is, like,
my
psychotic.
position, which I explained my position in the very beginning. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have technology. My position is not that we shouldn't use cell phones, which you just tried to straw man, right? These are not debate rope terms. These are actual logical fallacies. Do you believe that you can use logical fallacies in a debate? You
No.
came here to debate.
Okay. Yes. Hold on. Let's back up for a second. Okay.
Do you believe that you can use logical fallacies in a debate?
Absolutely not. Okay. Let's just.
Okay.
Wait. Let's just.
So,
can we just
here's
wait? Can we just?
one example.
Hang on,
Hold
hang on.
on.
You got your minute. You got your minute in. Let him respond to some of what
He
you
asked me a question, and I was going to answer the question.
Okay, we'll get back to it. I promise. Go ahead, Dustin.
Okay. I just want to pull back for a second. And just chill. Okay. I'm just curious, Tristan. Like, what's like your favorite TV show? Like, do you like Game of Thrones or? Are you into?
No, I'm here to debate the Great Reset. I'm not here to play pretend friend. I'm not here
I'm
to
just
play weird
right
games.
now. This is
I'm
so.
here to actually debate.
Okay. Yeah. So.
I'm here to actually debate.
Okay.
So
there's-
you want to completely derail and you want to talk about Game of Thrones?
Okay. One of
do
two
you,
things.
Do you just want to admit that you're completely out of your element, like you said earlier, and that you didn't even come here to debate?
Okay, so usually I do this analysis post-debate, but so right now one of two things is happening, okay? Either
You
one...
have no arguments.
Yeah, so either one, you are actually like experiencing psychosis right now, and you've completely broken from reality, in which case nothing I say is going to get through to you. Nothing you say is going to get through to me. Or two, you're just somehow this got off on the wrong foot, you're very emotionally invested in this argument, or I'm too emotionally invested, and we're literally not connecting on
No,
anything
I
we're
couldn't
saying.
care less. I'm here to actually debate. I'm here to
Okay,
actually debate.
but
Not
you're
throw
not-
straw man out. You're describing.
Okay, you're not debating. No, we're not debating right now. Okay, I don't
You're
even know.
debating.
I don't even
We're
know
here
what
to
your
debate.
I don't know what your position is on anything because every time
I stated my position for 25 minutes
every
at the
time
beginning.
you didn't. You just made it. You stated this
Saturday.
Klaus guy's position that you
want me to
explicitly said
state
you
it again?
disagree with.
You want me to state it again?
Okay, so I'm asking you for a very simple. I'm just a simple question. Okay, so you now maybe.
You're gonna shift and change it to something else now.
No,
You're not even
I'm not.
debating.
I'm not
This isn't even a
changing. I'm
debate.
going back to the question I asked earlier. 'Cause
Well,
I-
why don't you just call me psychotic again, then ask me if
I
like
didn't. I
Game
said
of-
the second option is maybe we're just like
Yeah,
too
why
heated.
Why don't you just call me some names and then tell me that you don't want to debate again?
Hang
I'll-
on. Let him
This is a complete
talk
joke.
for a second. man.
All I'm
Let him talk.
asking is, okay, so the biosurveillance thing. I'm not No, we haven't even gotten to the field. There are no goalposts yet. Okay, I don't even know how to score in this conversation. All right. So
Yeah, because you won't let the conversation actually get started.
conversations are two-way streets. We have to be able to understand each other's points and then respond to those points. Okay.
Dude, if this was a formal debate, you lost 3 minutes into it, man. This is you're throwing out ad hominems, making false equivalent statements. You're using every logical fallacy you can get your hands on, and you're refusing to actually debate. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I keep trying to ask it, and you keep interjecting. All right, can I ask it?
Ask a question.
Okay. So my question is a short two-parter. Is what is biosurveillance? Like, or you kind of answer that, but like, what is an example like a biosurveillance device that you're opposed to? And then two, do you think that biosurveillance is even a good or bad
I'll do
thing?
one at a time, right? We'll do one at a
Okay.
time.
Yeah,
So what
gotcha.
is a biosurveillance device? Did I say that I'm inherently opposed to biosurveillance devices? No.
Okay.
No. So again, you're trying to straw man an argument that
How
I
am I strawmanning you when I'm asking? Okay, I'm gonna just keep going. How am I strawmanning you when I'm
You know what-
asking a
you know what a
question?
straw man
How am I
is? You know
strawmanning
what-
you when I'm asking you a question?
You tried to claim that I said that these shouldn't exist.
I'm sorry, but when you mention these as a bunch of like kind of bad things, it sounds like you say they shouldn't exist. But that's why I'm asking you clarifying questions. I'm not here to strawman you. I can just shut the stream off and just strawman you, or I can shut this off and just
No,
strawman you
you're
on
not-
stream.
you're not- yeah,
I'm not trying to
you're here-
strawman you. That's why I'm asking you a question. Okay?
Okay, you're not trying to debate either. Right.
No, because we haven't gone to the debate
He
yet.
just
Because
wants to clarify.
yeah, I
Let
don't
him
even know what the
clarify.
fuck you believe about any of these things. Okay, so
I just gave you a 25-minute introduction. Did you not hear my introduction?
I heard it, but you didn't say
said.
Yeah, because you didn't say anything. That's why I'm trying to get
I
to the
didn't say
meat of
anything, but do you want me to do my introduction again and then we just close this out?
Holy
Because
Christ, no. Please, God, no. Okay? All I'm asking you is like...
Yeah. All right, listen. Here's one example. Implantable living pharmacy could control body sleep-wake cycles. Project receives DARPA contract, that's the military, worth up to $33 million over 4.5 years. Northwestern University-led team of researchers has signed a cooperative agreement with the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency to develop a wireless, fully implantable device that will control the body's circadian clock, right? So wireless, so it's controlled externally, your circadian clock. So I'm sure you think you'll be a stakeholder in DARPA's wireless security, wireless implantable device that can control the body's circadian clock and the wake-sleep cycles. This is one example. There is a myriad of these. There are implantable microchip, what's it called? Contraception. Implantable microchip contraception. Let me just pull. All right, so.
Okay, can we just focus on this one thing instead of like?
No, you asked. I'm answering your question, dude.
We're
You
not
want
gonna.
to let me answer?
We're just gonna keep rambling.
So here at the Washington Post.
Listen, you guys both did say you would have a 1 minute back and forth. It's fair to let him probe. He's just trying to flesh the position out. So
He doesn't want to hear the position. He's made it about.
But I think he does. I think just give him a minute to flesh it out. Let him flesh it out so he understands it better. Go ahead, Destiny. You can flesh the position out. That's totally legitimate to do.
So in talking about this device, do you think this device is a good thing or a bad thing?
Do I think this is inherently good or bad that this exists? That's not my argument.
No, but he's just
The
asking
argument is not
for
that this device is good or bad. The argument is a comprehensive.
Tristan, you're the professional in Tristan, Tristan, you're the professional in the room on this. You studied it. We're trying to figure out what your position is on it since you know so much about it. Take a position on whether it's good or bad. It's not a bad thing if you think it's bad, and it's not a bad thing if you think it's good.
The argument is not that an implantable microchip is a good or bad idea. This is one small aspect of the Great Reset, which is what we're here to debate, right? Now, you want to zoom in on one aspect? That's fine. We can talk about this. A microchip that is a remote control contraceptive device that's implanted under skins. Do I think this is a good or bad thing? From my position, right, I believe that morality is objective, right? So contraception, reproductive health services, abortion, we inherently think that this is a bad idea. Right, that we shouldn't be killing babies, we shouldn't be using contraception. Man is made in the image and likeness of God, and we are actually commanded to be fruitful and multiply. So this specific device, that is not my argument though in this debate, and and that is not actually important to this debate. The debate is about the comprehensive Great Reset, right? So if you actually rewind and listen to my initial opening statement.
Can I go a little bit? Can I
really quick? Let me just try and help. So Destiny. This is what he's saying.
Oh, no, wait. Yeah, I'm going to broaden this, and then I'll ask for him to clarify.
Okay, cool.
So, Tristan, I'm sorry, okay? I'm not trying to straw man, escalate, whatever, ad hominem, okay? So this was my assumption of this conversation. Now, maybe I wasn't paying attention well enough. Maybe I said, okay. So it sounded to me like what you were saying is that there is a large force moving, both in large corporations and in government and in these intergovernmental agencies and everything that are trying to enact or enforce on us this Great Reset. And in this Great Reset, they're trying to move humanity in a certain direction. Socioeconomically, politically, biologically, they're trying to move us all in a certain direction. And it sounded like the way that you were talking about this is that this is probably not a good thing. So for instance, earlier when you mentioned about redefining humanity, you made it sound like that was a bad thing. You don't want to redefine humanity. So my assumption is that you have this large migration of us into some area. And in order to migrate us, socioeconomically, politically, biologically, transhumanly, whatever, in order to migrate us there, there's going to be a whole subset of actions taken that are moving us in that direction. And my understanding is that you would be opposed to all of those minor actions because all of them lead to what would essentially be the Great Reset. So what I'm trying to ask is, what are some examples of these smaller actions that are being taken where you see that and you're like, that thing right there, that's a bad thing. It doesn't serve humans. It doesn't serve any of the greater good. That's just something that's being put in place to move us towards the Great Reset. That's an example of something malicious that's being undertaken by the government or by some large corporation that we should be fighting back against. That's what I'm probing you to try to figure out. What are those things?
You're just trying to state my position for me again. Now, I'm not here for you to make up a position for me. and then tear down that position. That's called a straw man, right? So you didn't actually listen to my introduction, which is very clear here. I believe that the Great Reset is not a good idea. I believe that the Great Reset is inherently not a good thing, right? Now you are arguing for the or for the negative. You're
So normally I would like do the analysis after. I don't know how to I don't know if I can like get through to this guy at all. I have no idea. I don't know what I can say. I feel like he's crazy, like he's psychotic. I have no idea. I don't know how to get through.
Right. So this is what I came here to debate. We're debating the Great Reset. I'm not here for you to make up a position for me and then tear that down. Okay.
Can I ask just real quick? Can I ask? Like, do Andrew or Pedro, do you guys feel like I'm trying to strawman this guy, or am I fucking crazy?
Well, here. I just read this. I just read a good comment.
Okay.
And it's saying the debate was over the existence of factual evidence leading to the Great Reset and whether it will happen or not. What Tristan, I think, while I agree, very, very complicated, was laying out pieces of evidence, like you did identify, Destiny, that will lead to that, right? So it's a matter of fact that it's happening.
Well,
right?
so the thing, so here's the interesting conversation about the Great Reset isn't like, are we changing as we move forward as a species or whatever? Because that's a process that's constantly happening, right? Like even calling it the fourth industrial revolution, is that implying that you were opposed to the third or second industrial revolution? Like, I don't understand the implication of that. If somebody is going to say, for instance, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that like, oh yeah, like nothing in the planet is changing. Of course, we constantly are. And especially during great times of crises, things will shift around more than normal. That's not only normal on a governmental level, it's normal on a corporate level. For instance, if you file for bankruptcy, you'll reorganize your company. It's normal on a familial level. If something dramatic happens in a household, family members might move out, somebody might be committed to an institution, and it's normal on an individual level. If you hit rock bottom, you might make a dramatic change in your life. So we can argue that there is some form of change happening, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's more important to look at the changes that are happening to make sure that people aren't taking advantage of a situation to pass something that we might not be okay with. For instance, like the Patriot Act versus somebody taking advantage of a situation to pass something that we do want to happen. For instance, like Elizabeth Warren strengthening the Consumer Protection Bureau to make sure that people aren't like committing as much financial fraud or something after the 2007 crisis. That's like where the conversation I want it to be at. It's like, okay, well, if you think that some things are changing in bad ways, what are those things that are changing? Let's talk about that. You know, is Soros behind the scenes, you know, pulling the trigger on some projects that are going to fuck us later on? Or is it just like naturally economies and governments and peoples like reorganize as like crises happen, because that's always what happens. That's what the conversation I would hope would be about.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is what that conversation should be about, right? And when we're talking about fundamental changes to culture, fundamental changes to humanity as are being proposed here, I mean, these people are proposing a redefinition of what it is to be human, right? Now, when I asked you that earlier, you said you think that's a good thing. I mean, that would assume...
I didn't say that. Now you're strawmanning me, okay?
No, you did say... Okay, so you don't think it... You said you think it could be a good idea to redefine
there, I said it could be, but I don't know what you mean by redefine humanity. I needed you to clarify that. You didn't want to. You just talked a million times. Yeah.
Well, this... You see, Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, when he talks about this in his book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, he doesn't actually define what we believe humanity to be initially. He just says we can redefine humanity and gives a vague statement that this is a good thing, right? This idea of a new social contract that they're proposing. I mean, they have articles where they talk about we need a new social contract.
Sure. So what are they proposing that's bad? What are they proposing that you don't agree with?
So do you think that this is a good idea to have a new social contract?
Why are you answering my questions with questions? I'm just asking you. I don't know what the fuck you even think is bad about this. I have no idea what your position is.
They don't even clearly state what they want this new social contract.
Okay, if they don't even have a clear statement for what it is, then why the fuck do you care about it? These guys sound clueless, like clueless dipshits.
Because when you actually look at the worldview that they hold, when you look at the power that they wield, we're talking about the biggest corporations in the world. We're talking about like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This includes Monsanto, Shell.
Okay, I don't need an example of everyone. So this is my question: how are they wielding that power in a negative way? Then that's what I'm asking next. Then
you want to keep cutting off. You want to keep cutting off, and not let me define these things. They want to redefine humanity. What do you believe humanity is? Now, from my perspective, man is made in the image and likeness of God. From my perspective, morality exists. There actually is morality. There is right and wrong. So if we're going to talk about is this good? Is this bad? Is this, a desirable thing, right? We're going to have to talk about how we define what's good, what's bad. If we're going to talk about redefining humanity, we're going to have a definition of what humanity is, right? So when you say something, hold on,
really quick.
Listen. When you say,
Pedro, stop cutting him off. Jesus fucking Christ, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry, Tristan. Go ahead.
So
chill, guy. I just wanted to try and put it back on track. So you both, it seems like here you
I'm
both
trying to ask
agree.
a question. Let me ask a question. So we're talking about fundamental aspects of reality being changed, being rearranged. Is this good or is this bad? Destiny. Do you believe that there is objective good and objective bad? Is there right and wrong, and are these objective or subjective?
I would say that these are subjective.
So right and wrong is subjective.
Yes, I would be considered a moral
Is truth-
anti-realist.
is
Yeah.
Yeah, is truth objective or subjective?
It depends on how deep you want to get into that. I don't know. I have to know where we're going with this. To
Are
know
there
what level.
universal truths? So like you don't believe that morality is objective?
If I'm giving you the most fleshed out answer possible, right, I would say that obviously I think that as humans we need some epistemic foundation to have meaningful conversations, but I would say that if universal truths exist, it would be foolish to assume that humans have the capability to access said universal truths. I don't know how deep of a meta epistemic argument to get into. I don't know how that's relevant to this conversation though. So
this has everything to do with this conversation.
I don't think it does. I don't think we need to get into like crazy
about
like
right and wrong, good or bad. This is a conversation.
I think
about
that we don't need to have a meta ethical discussion to talk about the Great Reset. I think it's like most people would probably.
If we're talking about Destiny, if we're going to talk about what's good or bad, right or wrong, and you don't believe that there is any inherently good or bad, right and wrong, anything, if you don't believe that there's a standard for good, bad, right or wrong, or truth, then how can we even have an argument? Do you believe there's objective truth?
I think we act as though there's objective truth. Otherwise, everything devolves into absurdity, of course. That's why I literally said we have to have some epistemic grounding for what we say, whether we can access universal truths or not.
You don't think we have access to universal truth?
No, why do you think we do?
Do you think that's universally true, that we don't have access to universal truth?
I don't think that we can know whether we have access to it. So you tell me, how do you know that you have access to universal truth?
You just made a universal truth claim.
No, I didn't. Don't.
Yes, you did.
Hang on. Let's go back to the.
You just made a universal truth claim saying
Are you a presuppositionalist too? Is that where we're at now? Jesus Christ.
This is what you just said.
No, my question to you then is, how do you know that we have access to universal truth? Can you answer this without using God?
That's the only thing that we can ground universal truth in.
How do you know?
Right? The only way we can have universal truth, right or wrong, is God.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
What? So you deny the existence of universals.
Are we gonna do presuppositionalism now? This is like an AIDS conversation. I'll bring in like Darth Dawkins, and you guys can go back and forth for 12 hours.
It's not presuppositionalism. He is actually bringing up a good argument. It's called examining the worldviews.
This is a presuppositionalist approach to epistemics, because basically what he's saying is that the only way that you can know that you have access to this truth is because it's granted to you divinely through God. And through God granting you this ability to have access to truth, you know that you have access to it because God has granted it. It's ultimately circular, like everything is, but it's a presuppositionalist argument to set up like moral questions and epistemic questions. But it's like, fuck, this is like a whole other philosophical like bullshit that we have to get into. I don't know why.
But the problem was at the beginning of this whole line of argumentation is you asked good or bad, Destiny. That was you.
Yeah, so there's different.
You said that, and now what's happening is you both agreed on a change is occurring, and now you have to examine each person's worldviews to see if that thing is actually good or bad.
Sure, but so
that's what he's doing.
So when you have a conversation of like what is good or bad, right? You're typically not asking this on the highest level of ethics. You're not asking like on a meta-ethical level. So for instance, let's say I get into a car crash out on the street, and like a cop walks by, or the person I hit is like, oh my god, like was this good or bad? And you're like, well, what do you define as the goodness, right? We all typically in society work on these shared ideas of like what goodness and badness is. We don't have to have meta-ethical debates with every single person we talk to that uses the term good or bad. This is like purely debate bro, like semantics. Like nobody in the real world actually engages in conversation. The only people that argue about meta-ethics are philosophy people going after their PhDs and masters that have nothing else they want to write about, that speak way too much German, okay? Nobody cares about this shit.
Destiny, we're talking about philosophy. I care about this. You're here to debate the morality of the Great Reset.
No, I'm not here to have a meta-ethical debate. I was here having an applied ethics discussion. We're three levels beneath it. I'm not here to talk meta-ethics with you, okay? I'm here to have an applied ethic. We're talking about the actual policies as they are applied in the Great Reset to see if we generally agree if they're good or bad.
You want me to grant you and assume all your metaphysical presuppositions so that you can make an argument when you don't even believe that there is objective truth. You want me to pretend like there is objective truth in your worldview so that you can ground that worldview. Is
The
that what you're
beauty
saying?
of normative and applied ethics is that most of us agree on most meta-ethical things anyway, even if we don't come from
That's
a
a
similar
logical
place.
fallacy of most.
It's
Just
not.
because
Please
most
stop using debate bro terms. Holy shit, it is so fucking
not debate
cringy.
bro
You
terms.
are, okay?
This is not a
Two
debate.
people,
This is
I
not
can
a
have a
debate.
conversation with a
You can't
Christian.
have a debate.
I can have a conversation with a Muslim. If they're asking me something like, hey, is me chopping your arm off good or bad? We don't have to come from the same meta-ethical position to have an agreement that this is a bad thing. That's the beauty of society. A lot of people can come together with totally different meta-ethical foundations and all function and operate perfectly fine under the same legal framework that is laid out legislatively in whatever country you're in. You don't have to share meta-ethical assumptions or agreements with other people to have the same applied ethic levels. You're being fallacious there, boom.
No, there's so many logical fallacies that you just use. And when I call out your logical fallacies, you interrupt and you scream, these are debate bro tactics. Dude, this is how a debate works. If this was a formal debate, you lost it about 15 times over, dude.
But it wasn't.
You can't use logical fallacies.
It's an informal debate that has back and forth. I do understand your point. Don't get me wrong. But how can we move the conversation forward in your view?
How
Or
can
do
we
you
move the
think that we
conversation
can?
forward about ethics? How can we move the conversation forward about ethics?
Well,
about morality?
This isn't a conversation about ethics.
Here, I'll help you do it right now. I'll help you both do it right now. Just listen. I'll help you do it right now. Instead of calling out it as just a fallacy and just throwing that out there, and I totally get what you're saying, Tristan. Why not ask a question that probes, that leads onto another question that ultimately leads to, yes, that is why this is not right, because that is what you just described, a fallacy.
He doesn't believe that right or wrong exists. This is the thing. How can we have an actual discussion if he doesn't even believe right or wrong exists, that good or bad are objectively real? This guy doesn't even believe that there are fundamental objective truths. He thinks that truth is just relative. He thinks
Tristan,
that
you're using my same jam. I'm on the same jam. I gotta say,
So
right?
why would I let him
What you have to do, your job as a debater, is to breadcrumb him into the cave of knowledge.
No.
if
My
you
job as
have
a
that.
debater is to end the debate when he admits defeat. This dude has done nothing but throw out logical fallacies.
Okay,
and
you know what? Okay, how about this? I'll be Catholic.
He can't even ground.
Okay.
He can't even ground morality and ethics.
I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic. I'm Catholic for this conversation. That's my meta-ethical position. Okay. Okay. Where do you want to go from here?
That's your see now you're clearly debating in bad faith.
I'm not debating
Why
about.
would
I went to Catholic school for 12 years. Okay. We studied the catechism. We did all of our shit. I went to a Jesuit fucking all-boys high school. Okay. I'll debate from a Catholic perspective. That's what
you argue just like a Jesuit. So, anyways, the debate is actually over, Destiny. You lost the debate, dude. This is done. You're clearly not even debating in good faith. Like there's no point in proceeding. You don't believe that objective right and wrong exists, yet you want to debate the ins and outs and the rights of wrong and wrongs of the Great Reset, which I objectively prove is real, is global in nature, right? So if you want to debate someone else in the future about the Great Reset and play these stupid little games and pretend like you can actually ground ethics and morality in your worldview and make objective moral statements and objective moral claims while denying objective morality, then you can do that. But why would I allow you to continue this? Why would I allow you? You've lost the debate. It's over, dude.
So do you think that two people can only have a conversation about policy if they have the same meta-ethical grounding?
We're having a conversation about ethics and morality. That's where the debate
hold on.
is
Did you
gone.
hear my question? Can you repeat my question to me?
This is not how you debate, dude. You don't ask somebody to repeat the question.
Because you didn't answer my question. This is insane, dude.
You
Holy
want me to
shit.
repeat your question.
Dude, I know a girl that you two would be perfect for each other. Okay, so I'll ask again. Do you think that two people with a different meta-ethical position can have a conversation about ethics or policies? Or
we're having a conversation about ethics and policies. And in order to have this conversation about ethics and policies, about morality, we're going to have to talk about the fundamental measures that we use to determine if something is good or bad, right or wrong.
Okay, so
you don't believe it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so you're saying that if two people have different meta-ethical foundations, they cannot have any meaningful conversation.
That's not what I said. I said this conversation right now. I asked you, how are you going to determine what's good or bad, right or wrong?
This conversation is not. This conversation, to be clear, was about the Great Reset. It wasn't about meta-ethics. So my conversation is: can two people with different meta-ethical foundations have a conversation about the Great Reset, or is it impossible?
Yeah, we're having a conversation.
We're not having a
and
conversation about the Great Reset. You've brought it back to meta ethics. So my question is, again, for the fourth time, we're not having a conversation. No, we're not talking about the Great Reset. We're talking about meta ethics. Okay, that's what we're talking about right now. My question is,
You're all over the place, man. I don't know. It seems you keep like moving your jaw all around. It kind of seems like you might be on some sort of drugs. It's kind of strange.
Come on. You don't have to. It doesn't have to.
I feel like some drugs would help you a great deal. You should check out some great antipsychotics that are available in the United States. Something to bridge you back to the real world, maybe. But,
you cannot ground your reality. You cannot ground your morality, rather, in your worldview. You've admitted that. You want to have a conversation about morality and ethics, but you don't believe that morality and ethics.
So
are
in the
objectively
future,
real.
you should say like, I don't want to debate you about the Great Reset because I don't even know my own shit. You should say I want to have debates about meta ethics. That's what you should say in the future. Just say that. Just say that.
Again,
just say that, and that way, because then I'll skip this shit. Go, who the fuck wants to argue meta ethics? What a pointless fucking conversation, or epistemic truth or whatever. Like Jesus fuck. Like I have philosophy friends I can talk to about this shit. I'm gonna talk to fucking random bald dudes on the internet about fucking meta ethics. Like what a waste of time. Holy shit.
Yeah, swearing a lot makes you right.
I'm sorry, is God judging me for that?
Can we get to the evidence of the Great Reset?
No, we're not talking. We can't talk about that. I don't even believe in objective universal truth. How can I understand anything about the Great Reset? Right, Tristan?
I've already laid out. The
right.
facts.
Can we get back to that? Can we get back to those facts? What do you think about, for instance, what this guy Schwab said? What are your, what's your feedback on that?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out, like, when he says redefine humanity, what the fuck does that mean? What is his definition of humanity?
Yeah, they want to move us towards a transhumanist future. I told you, this includes an internet of bodies, an internet of things where everything is tracked and traced by a central global authority run by corporations and governments in public-private partnerships, as I said in the introduction that you didn't
so my
listen to.
question to you is that you just described cell phones. So, but you don't think cell phones are evil or
I did
bad or
not
whatever?
just describe cell phones. We're talking about as well. We're talking about.
Can you tell me what you just said that doesn't apply? Wait, what did you just say that?
You just want to steamroll.
No, I'm not steamrolling. What did you just say that didn't apply to cell phones? What part of that doesn't apply to cell phones?
And in cell phone's an implantable medical device?
You didn't say
connected to the internet.
implantable when you just gave that definition, and you didn't
You
earlier.
asked me for look, dude. This is
Okay.
you're not debating in good faith. You're not even debating.
I'm the one in bad faith. Yeah.
Not even
Well,
debating, dude.
he can probe
This
the
is dumb.
evidence.
No, this is ridiculous. This guy's lost about 5 times over. I've given him examples of the implantable medical devices, including implantable birth control chips.
Yeah, and then I'm asking you if these things are bad or not, or if you think they're good or bad, or what.
Do you think an implantable remote control birth control chip funded by Bill Gates is a good idea?
It could be, sure. I'm asking you. Do you think if you think it's a bad idea, and I think it's a good idea, now we found something we can have a debate about. Now we can actually talk. But you won't take a position on anything. You just tell me what the Santa Claus guy is fucking saying.
Position. I already told you, birth control is inherently bad.
Okay,
right?
so but your
Killing
problem
babies
there doesn't have anything to do with the Great Reset or any of the technological technobabble or transhumanist bullshit. Your problem is you're just anti-abortion.
You see what kind of this is the silliest, most ridiculous debate.
This is like me. This is like you making the argument that like I think that Mustangs. You're saying this is your argument. You're saying I think Mustangs are horrible cars and they're evil. We should never make them. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? Wait, why do you hate Mustangs? And you're like, well, because wheels are bad. And it's like, wait, what? So then your problem is with the cars with the wheels. So you're giving me an example of like some implantable fucking birth control, and I'm asking you, okay, well, why is this bad? And you're like, well, I'm opposed to abortion or birth control. It's like, well, okay, so that's not.
You use logical fallacies. You just
straw men, false equivalency, ad homs, two quo fallacy.
You think those are okay? All right. Anyway, this is ridiculous, dude. You clearly come in bad faith.
Absolutely.
You said, all right. So you believe that? Hold on. I answered your question. I told you that I think that the implantable microchips are a bad idea. You think that Bill Gates developing implantable microchips that can be remote controlled are a good idea.
If you're talking about something for birth control, depending on the application, I think that could be a good. I don't know what remote controlled means. You understand that you have to.
You don't know what remote control means? Okay, great.
Do you want me to give you an example of why that statement might be a little bit more complicated? I don't know what your background in tech is, right? I don't know if remote controlled.
It's a moral question. It's a moral question.
Okay, first of all, if something is implanted in your body, it's probably always going to have to be somewhat remote controlled, unless you're going to have to dig into it every time to fucking do something with it, okay?
Screaming in a high-pitched voice without making an argument and trying to steamroll and displaying really exaggerated emotional states physically does not win a debate. That's not actually that's not a debate, dude. So you think that implantable microchips to remote control microchips for birth control could be a good idea?
Yeah.
Then the question becomes, all right, how do you determine what a good idea is and a bad idea? What's the standard for these objective moral claims that you're trying to make about the ethics behind some of these devices that you want to zoom in on and pretend like is the entire argument when it's just one little piece of what the
I can
great
answer that question without the extra rambling you want,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How do you
determine what's good or bad, right or
Yeah,
wrong?
so typically in a liberal society, we give people the autonomy to make decisions over their own bodies. As long as they're making these decisions over their bodies and it's not causing a bunch of harm to other people, I think generally those are okay ideas. So if somebody decides that their choice of reproductive control wants to be some implantable birth control thing, and I see no problems with having birth control, then I say like, okay, well that's probably not yeah.
Yeah. So how do you determine what's good or bad, right or wrong? That's
Now
my
we're
question.
back. Now we're back to meta ethics. Do you want me to tell you
That's where any ethical conversation has to go, dude. You don't.
Okay,
see
so
why
to be clear, earlier when I asked you, can two people of different meta-ethical foundations have a conversation? You wouldn't answer. So now you're saying the answer is no, they can't. Okay.
No. Look, why do you get so uncomfortable when I ask you to actually?
I'm not
define
uncomfortable.
how
I'm
you-
just incredibly bored because I don't debate meta-ethics. Okay. It's the
Why
most.
not? You won't debate. You won't debate ethics. Why won't you debate ethics?
I'll debate ethics. I just won't debate meta-ethics. Do you want me to explain what that means?
Why would you not debate meta ethics?
I don't want to debate meta-ethics because I don't believe that there can be any truthful statements made about meta-ethics, and I think it's all just a
You
bunch
don't
of
believe
people.
that there could be any truthful statements made at all?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, if you see somebody doing something that is bad, how do you know that thing is bad?
How do we determine what is right or wrong,
Yes.
good or bad?
Yes.
In my worldview, we can actually ground ethics. We can actually ground morality,
Mm-hmm.
right? What is good and what is bad are determined by God, right?
Okay, so
we're
here's my
created-
question. Okay, that's
Like,
what you answered.
You don't want to let me answer. You won't let me answer.
Jesus, dude,
You don't
take
actually
so
let
long.
me
God,
answer.
fuck, brevity, dude. Come on.
Oh, brevity. Oh, bro, you want to actually answer the question?
You're not
You want
answering the
actually-
question. You already answered. You told me that it's God. So I have a follow-up. But now you're about to say a whole bunch of irrelevant shit that isn't going to impact my next question.
man.
But go for it, dude. If you want to keep rambling, go ahead.
Come on. You're rambling, dude. So yeah, I ask you a question, and when you answer it, you're just rambling, bro. Look, in my worldview, we can actually ground and actually justify good, bad, right, wrong, logic, reason. In your worldview, you have no justification for logic for reason.
Okay, why are you
You've
talking about my
actually
role? This
denied
isn't part
logic.
of your answer now. You're just rambling. You
You've
understand?
actually denied objective truth.
So
You've
Tristan, Tristan,
denied
here's my
objective
question.
morality.
Tristan, I have just one question for you, okay? Let's say
No,
somebody
you-
else, let's say somebody comes up to you and they say murder is good. And then you say murder is bad. And then he says, well, how do you know murder is bad? And you go, because God told me. And then you ask him, why do you think murder is good? And he says, because God told me. How do you resolve that disagreement?
Dude, this is the stupidest hypothetical. That's not an argument at all. Dude. Can you do that again? That was really
Sure,
fun.
I'll repeat the
Can you-
question to you.
Do
Two
that again.
people try to resolve a moral quandary. Two people have a moral question, and they come to the answer in they have two different answers for it. But they both say that they've received revelation through God. How do you resolve that disagreement and figure out who's right and who's wrong? This is the problem with grounding your meta-ethics with divine revelation, and it's why presuppositionalism sucks. It's ultimately circular at a foundation that is inaccessible to external parties. Do you understand? I could tell you that God has revealed anything to me, and I automatically win the argument. Do you understand the problem with that? Do you see why this
the
is?
idea. You're straw man.
Okay, I'm not strong. Then can you tell me? Then answer the question. Two people that both believe in God, have a different answer to a moral question. How do you figure out which one is right and which one is wrong?
Truth isn't given to us simply intellectually. You try to intellectualize truth. You try to intellectualize morality, right? Morality is something that is metaphysical. It is something that is transcendental. We require something that is transcendental to ground objective truth and objective morality.
Just so you know, when
in.
you're done with this ramble, I'm gonna ask you the same question. So go ahead and ramble as much as you want. But go ahead.
Dude, this is ridiculous. So you're not actually letting me answer the questions.
I'm
You're
letting
not
you answer
actually-
right now. Go answer. But I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna ask the same question because you're not answering because you don't have an answer to that. And this is the problem. Fundamentally, this is the problem with people like you that try to make.
You're
Oh,
just
go ahead. No,
steamrolling.
go ahead.
Again, you're just steamrolling. The debate was over 15 different times in this conversation.
So I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that this is the final
You just wanna
question
draw
where
everybody's attention to the
Tristan will be
fact.
done. He's shut down now. This is where all presuppositionalists come. Because guess what, guys? Moral fact is unobservable. And when somebody tells you that they can know moral fact through an internal experience, and when by definition your internal experience is inaccessible, the content of your mind is inaccessible to any other party, then we can never verify those contents. So if two people have a disagreement over what they both perceive to be as divine revelation, that disagreement can never be resolved, which is why meta-ethics is a garbage fuck waste of time, especially with a presuppositionalist that thinks that God is giving them the fucking answers. There's been a number of terrorists and cult leaders and people that have raped and murdered and shot and whatever people who all say they got divine revelation from God, and every single one of them was just as right as the other person. So I will repeat the question once more to you, Tristan. How do two people that disagree on a moral question resolve their disagreement when both of them say that God directly revealed the answers to them?
See again, you accuse me of rambling. I start to give you an answer. You immediately interrupt and go on a long, methy ramble while nodding your head around like you're freaking.
This is the dodge that I told you guys about. He's not going to engage with this question because this is what shuts down the presup argument.
I don't see you keep rambling about presup arguments. You don't even let me make an argument.
You're still not answering. You're spending a lot of time talking about why you won't answer, but you're not going to answer this.
Destiny, let him answer. Let him answer to it.
Okay. Yeah.
Answer to it, Tristan.
Oh, am I allowed to speak now, or is Mr. Methy Mouth gonna be able to steamroll me again and go on an incoherent ramble while telling me that I'm rambling? Okay, so when you're talking about ethics, when you're talking about morality, when you get to the meta level, right, you can observe the systems, the systemic, the systems that one grounds their morality in, right, to see if it actually allows for the possibility of things like knowledge or ethics or metaphysics. Right? So if you inherently deny that there is objective truth, if you deny that there's objective truth, you're actually making an objective truth statement by saying that, which when Destiny lost the debate earlier, he claimed that there is no objective truth. That's an objective truth statement, right? His worldview has been shown to be incoherent. He came here to debate the Great Reset. We're getting to the question of, are these ideas that are proposed in the Great Reset good or bad? And he can't give me an answer to what his objective standard for good or bad is. Right now, from my worldview, coming from my perspective, right, we believe that morality is objective. We believe that human beings are made in the image and likeness of God, which is why redefining humanity, right, human beings redefining humanity when we are inherently fallen, right, we are inherently fallen. We were created in the image and likeness of God, and through the fall and through the noetic effects of sin, we can't just we can't just make claims about what we believe humanity is just from simply observing humanity without revelation, right? So you can't, he's not even listening. So you cannot ground you can't ground ethics, you can't ground morality in your worldview. In my worldview, we believe that morality comes from God. We believe that good and bad, right and wrong come from God. We're coming from a Christian, from an Orthodox Christian worldview that is grounded in history, that is grounded in revelation, and good and bad, right and wrong come from God. Without God, you can't have good, bad, right, or wrong, which is why Destiny does not want to have a conversation about how he can define what is good, bad, right, or wrong. He wants to talk about broad generalities and make statements like, well, a lot of people believe that you can just talk about applied ethics in this frame or in that frame, and he wants me to grant him his worldview. I'm not going to do that. Right? Objective truth exists, objective right and wrong exists. We're talking about fundamentally restructuring our very reality and our definition on what it is to be human, right? So we're going to redefine what it is to be human through this Great Reset as proposed by Klaus Schwab, and which Destiny says is just a great idea. We're going to have to define what humanity is. Right, we're going to have to define what right or wrong. We're going to have to be able to determine what is good or bad, right or wrong, if we're going to make objective truth statements. So he doesn't believe in objective truth.
Let's give him a chance to respond to that. Go ahead, Devin.
Yeah, so my question was, two people have a disagreement on whether or not something is morally right or wrong, and they both claim that they know those things are right or wrong because God tells them. How do you resolve that disagreement?
That has nothing to do with the argument that I just made.
So you told me, you tried to answer this in a very roundabout way by saying you can observe systems, but earlier you uttered the phrase, you can't intellectualize it. Now, observing things with your senses and then trying to put together answers based on those observations sounds like intellectualizing me. So I'm asking you, as somebody that has a solid meta-ethical foundation of the world where God grants you moral truth through divine revelation, how do you resolve a disagreement between two people that say that they're both inspired by God? How do you resolve that disagreement?
It doesn't
Tristan,
matter.
And Tristan, wait, Tristan, wait. Don't just respond. Take a second, because there is an answer here. There is an answer here. I think you both are just very heated and going back
I'm
and forth.
not heated at all. I just
cool. I'm just saying. Take a second. Think about the question.
He's chill. It's all right.
Yeah. So 2 Christians in a room claiming something. One has to say what in order to actually prove they're in fact the one with the objective truth.
Yeah, see, it doesn't ultimately matter what a single man says is true or is false. What matters is what is objectively true. Truth is revealed by God. So we're given truth in Holy Tradition, in the Holy Scriptures, right? And from the Orthodox perspective, we have the Holy Scriptures and we have Holy Tradition, we have divine revelation that is given to man's heart. Right? So how can 2 people argue and determine what is true within that framework? It doesn't matter what 2 people will argue in a hypothetical situation of 2 people in the street trying to say, this is bad, this is good, this is right, this is wrong. What matters is what is objectively true. And that's not determined by us. What do you think about that, Pedro?
Oh, so you're putting me in the seat?
No, you said.
Well, because Pedro, you made it sound like you knew that there was a
tag me
answer,
in.
so.
You can tag me in, sir.
You said you think there's a great answer, so like
So the
jump in.
moderator hat is off, right?
No, you stay out of it. Stay out of it.
Okay.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear what you think. Because I mean, you said you think there's something. There's a way that you could figure that out.
Oh, he's trying to get you to bail him out. Nice. You can do it if you want. He needs the help.
Well,
no. The debate was
actually, you
won.
know, I want to engage Destiny. I want you to hold this line of questioning for after the debate and run me through the same drill, and I'll show you the stark
No,
difference.
he wants the answer. He said he
No.
wants the answer.
No.
I want to hear Pedro's. See, I care about
You can
what's
stay,
true.
Tristan. You can
I
stay.
care about what's objectively true. I don't. To Destiny, this is about winning a debate. To me, it's about what's actually true. Like, I
So
wanna
to be
determine
clear,
what is
we're not debating yet. Like I don't even know what you believe about anything. We haven't gotten to a debate. None of this
Okay,
right now that we've done so far is a debate. Yeah.
Hear this? Can I just jump in?
Yeah, if you want to, Pedro. Yeah.
Yeah, Pedro, jump
Jesus
in.
Christ, holy
Okay, so
fuck.
Tristan, just take a back seat. All right, Destiny. So what I would do if I was in face to face with another Christian and they asked
Oh
me,
no! Not with another Christian. That's easy because you can appeal
Okay,
to like my
cool.
So let's say you're
Yeah.
like with a Muslim, right? You're trying to figure out like I believe in the Hadiths and blah blah blah, and you're like, okay, well I believe in Scripture. How do you resolve these different divine revelations when 2 people feel like they've been divinely inspired?
We would take them to the tenacity of the Scriptures. We have 5,400 Greek manuscripts. We have over 140 pieces of excavated, preserved papyri. We can go back and look at the original languages and see who, in fact, is actually talking about the real God, and who, really, with Muslims, it's who Jesus was, who can actually more accurately describe him. For Mormons, I would go to the Bible in the Old Testament and actually define that there is only one God, because they believe there's going to be like multiple gods, so like a pantheon. For Jehovah's Witnesses, I would just go down to the identity of Jesus Christ once again, because they believe he's Michael the Archangel. I'll take them to the Scriptures.
Sure,
Each
so
and
what
every
if
one of these
somebody-
is in the tenacity of history. I don't need tradition, by the way, to do this. I could just go to what we have excavated.
So yeah, so what
in
if somebody comes and they say, well, I'm actually a believer in a religion, and I think that a demon has revealed these things to you to mislead you, and I've been granted this by divine.
So the Scriptures talk about that. So I actually definitely believe that what's his name, Joseph Smith, definitely saw an angel in the forest. I think it was a demon, a fallen angel. So what happens there is whenever you come into contact with an angelic being who gives you another gospel, the Scriptures automatically say this is a demon before you. It's very
but
easy.
what if somebody says that the Scripture itself, the original Scripture, was right? And by the way, the Scriptures of which there were more of, right? There are multiple books that don't make the current Scripture, right? That have been gone through councils that have been voted on the past for whether or not they're included or not, right? There are Gospels that show Jesus with Mary Magdalene, and there's the different councils that have determined which books are in or out.
I know what you're talking about, the longer ending and the short ending of Mark, all this good stuff. This has all been fleshed out within Christian debates.
So, but what do you say if somebody?
What we have to do is actually look at the original languages. Goes back to the Greek Septuagint and the Hebrew languages, and we can find out who's actually telling the truth. Our history goes back into 10,000 years. We have the most tenacity of any kind of written religion available to us. So very easy. So we have history on our side.
Yeah,
we have evidence.
But what I'm saying is, this is the problem with divine revelation, though, right? So Jews are going to disagree with you, and they're going to say that, like, the coming of Jesus, he was not the divine prophet that was God, right?
Right.
And other people could come out and say like it could be as radical as these languages were implanted by aliens.
Can I
Yeah, go
take
for it. Yeah,
The Jewish question,
go for
the
it.
whole Jewish thing, the whole Jew. Okay, so what I would do is go to with the Jews and go once again back into the Torah, the law, because that's what we actually agree on. That's the Pentateuch, the first 5 books given down to Moses, and from that we can actually derive the prophecy that would give us the description of the Messiah. And then if I go just into the New Testament and then I start referencing all those passages that describe Jesus, oh look, we have Jesus who matches perfectly what happened in the Old Testament that was prophesied. This is the Messiah, Jewish people. You're waiting for, if I had to talk to the Jewish people right now, I would say you're waiting on something that's already happened. It was Jesus Christ.
What would you do if
keep
another...
Keep going.
Sure. What would you do if another Messiah came and somebody claimed that this was the new Messiah? How would you resolve disagreements over whether it was or wasn't?
I would do exactly what the Apostle Paul had an interaction with a people group called the Bereans. The Bereans took him to the scriptures and they said, hey, we need to check all this. And Paul, the apostle, who is one of the people carried along by the Holy Spirit of God, he pretty much said, good on you. You did right by testing me by the scriptures. So every single time what we do is go back to what? The objective truth, which is in the scriptures. Not my tradition, because traditions change. And not to say that I don't have any traditions. I do have traditions. I'm a fallible man. But that's where we go. Wait, no, Tristan.
So
just let me get through this line. I'm trying to get you to the other end of here, brother, because what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna hand you back the cake. I'm gonna hand you back the cake, and we're gonna go.
So okay, so let's.
Between 2 Christians.
Yeah, so
between
I'm
two
gonna step
Christians.
out then.
I'm gonna step out.
Yeah. So anyways, if we're talking about ethics, we're talking about morality, we're talking about how do we determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong, right? The debate is about the Great Reset. What is the Great Reset? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it right? Is it wrong? Right? So you wanted to zoom in on the microchips thing. You wanted to zoom in on the Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies, right? Determining if these are good, bad, right, or wrong. Where do you want to go with this now? I mean, you don't want to talk about meta ethics because you can't ground your ethics in your morality. You don't believe they're objective, right? Where do you want to go with this now, Destiny?
It sounds like an ad hom, but I think you're legitimately psychotic. I don't know what to say. Anytime I try to push you on a particular thing where I can't finish answering the question, you just ask another 2-minute question.
What is the topic of the debate, dude? You want to debate
so
the
the
Great
topic was
Reset or not?
supposed to be about the Great Reset. So I was trying to ask you
we
about...
got into ethics. We got into morals and ethics. How do you determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong? You said you don't believe that good, bad, right, and wrong objectively exist. Then you call me psychotic. So I mean, your ad hominems. I guess that's your argument, or that I'm psychotic. But do you want to debate the Great Reset? Do you want to debate the morality of the Great Reset? What do you even want to debate?
I wanted to go into parts of the Great Reset, like actual examples of things that you think are bad. Yeah. That's what I wanted to talk about. But then you wanted to talk about meta-ethics, so I don't know what we're
because
talking
when we're going to talk about what's good, bad, right, or wrong, that naturally is where it goes.
So then stop saying this is a conversation about the Great Reset. This is a conversation about meta-ethics.
Is it? Do you want it to be that? You said you won't go there. You said you won't do that.
No, I said I want to talk about the Great Reset. That's what I came here to talk about.
Okay, so anyways, do you have any more questions about my initial statement, my opening statement, which was comprehensive, which proved the nature of the.
Do you think the Great Reset is good or bad?
Yeah, I think the Great Reset is inherently undesirable, right? I don't even think you should desire this, even if you're coming from, an atheist materialist standpoint. It's not going to benefit your.
Why? I'm not asking you if I desire it, dude.
Again, you don't let me finish any statements. You consistently interrupt. You steamroll.
Okay.
You use ad hominem attacks. You make that your argument.
Fallacies. Yeah.
You think that you can use that
false
fallacy.
equivocation.
Well, do you have questions about his evidence? That's where I
Well,
would
yeah,
like
but we're
to-
never gonna get to that. Yeah, I want to know about some of these horrible Great Reset things to see if he thinks they're good or bad or right or wrong or what they are.
Right. So I see what's
It's
going
so
on.
disingenuous. It's so disingenuous the way you go about this. It's ridiculous, man.
So the problem is that, so what Tristan has done, so what I laid out at the very beginning of this debate is actually in my 30-second statement. So the problem is that people build these grand narratives around this collection of facts, but when you start to analyze these facts one after another, they just fall over like dominoes, and then the entire
haven't analyzed
conspiracy
any of the
falls.
facts.
I
You've
know, because
analyzed
you
none.
won't let me, because you want to talk about fucking meta-ethics, okay?
Oh man! So again, you straw man the position. You call it a conspiracy theory.
Straw man,
Look,
conspiracy.
you wanted to talk about remote-controlled
At home.
microchip contraception. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, and I asked you if you thought this was a good or bad thing, and you said, well,
and I
think...
told you it's objectively bad. You say
Yeah,
it's
but
good.
it's not bad because of the Great Reset or because of technology. You think it's bad because you disagree with birth control. Do you understand how that's not relevant to this conversation?
Absolutely, just like I disagree with redefining humanity.
What
right,
to
with
what?
fallible
What do you disagree to redefining humanity as what?
You won't let me finish the sentence. Just like I disagree with the idea of fundamentally redefining humanity, because I believe that it's not man's place to define humanity. Right? It's not your place to define humanity. I don't care if you believe you're a stakeholder. I don't care if you think that sitting in your coom pod and eating freaking bugs all day is going to make you a stakeholder, that using your social credits to purchase free outside time, but in the behaviorist control grid that the Great Reset wants to implement, if you think that's a good thing, how does that make it actually good, right? Like, I mean, you think that contraception is good. I think that it's bad, right? Like, we can just sit here and compare, oh, I think this is good, or I think this is bad. And if it all comes down to an appeal to hedonism, right? If it's all just, oh, well, this makes me feel good, so I think it's good, that's ridiculous. Right, so I think that the utilitarian perspective, the hedonistic perspective on how to determine what's good, bad, right, or wrong is silly. I don't think that it's a viable framework, and I fundamentally reject that that foundation for determining what's good, bad, right, or wrong.
So,
does that answer your question?
Can you give me an example of technology by the Great Reset that you think is bad because it's related to like this redefining, not because it's against like something that you already think is bad, whether it's part of the Great Reset or not?
Can you restate that question clearly, please?
So you're not opposed to remote-controlled birth control because it's part of the Great Reset. You're opposed to it because you're opposed to contraception. So can you give me something that's part of the Great Reset that you're opposed to because it's like
redefining humanity.
Okay.
Redefining humanity.
Can you explain to me who's trying to redefine humanity and what part of that redefinition you disagree with?
Well, the Great Reset represents a group of people, global in scale, right? These are a lot of world leaders. You have Prince Charles talking about a new covenant for nature, right? A new deal for nature is another one of these terms that's often used. You have Klaus Schwab. You have the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation,
not just
who
like
are I mean, like, let me just interrupt. I can't let you finish an actual.
Okay, my bad. Keep going. Go ahead.
You can't finish your actual argument. I'm not going to let you actually make a statement without interrupting.
You can finish, man. You can finish.
So again, he's not even listening now. But he asked me to tell him who is trying to redefine humanity. I just gave him a list, right? So this new digital identity system that they mean to bring in, I'm also opposed to that. I think that not only is objectively wrong. I think not only is it objectively wrong to track, trace, and control people as animals, but I don't want to give Bill Gates and Gavi access and control over a global standardized digital identification system as proposed by the ID 2020 group and Gavi. So, I mean, that's another thing right there.
Okay, do you want to talk about just that identification system then or something? Or every time I ask you a question,
You're
you
asking
mentioned.
me for a specific, and
Yeah,
I give
just
you
one.
specific,
No, you're
like,
not. You're
oh,
saying the Rockefellers did this, and this guy in Prince Charles did that, and this guy. I don't give
asked
a. I
me
don't want to.
who's trying to redefine humanity, and I just gave you a list of the people involved in pushing this idea of the redefinition of humanity under the Great Reset. And then you're like, oh, I just can't hear all this other stuff. It's like you lose memory of what I'm actually answering. Like you lose the memory of what the question actually was halfway through my answer, and then you start trying to deflect and make me jump through new hoops as you move the goalposts of your questions. So like, this is not even a debate, dude. I've got like about 5 more minutes of patience.
I mean, it's getting to the point where, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only day 2. Like,
There's a scrappy leaving from Power's base.
Catch up, brother.
We go on a
Yeah,
roll one
yeah.
night. We're back. To be honest.
What'd you say, Pig?
We go on a one roll like one night. We're back.
Yeah.
And the role isn't even if we do well, it's just if our neighbors log on the fucking game.
Yeah, but that's the thing, we're continuing. I mean, it's getting to the point where, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's only day 2.
Chat, it live, don't know?
Like,
There's a scrappy leaving from Power's base.
Catch up, brother.
We go on a roll
Yeah,
one
yeah.
night. We're back. To be honest.
What'd you say, Pig?
We go on a one roll like one night. We're back.
Yeah.
And the role isn't even if we do well, it's just
37
That
months,
chest.
my
Oh,
dude.
yeah, it's armored.
Let's have a great day. Also, when is the
Is that
smoking
it?
stream?
No, there's more.
Next to you.
You just killed all of us. You just killed.
Bro, this dump buck just moved right in front of me at the last second when I'm about to shoot.
Yeah,
No, I was shooting at the same
Yo.
spot the entire time, and somebody moved right in front of me.
Yo, me.
Oh yeah, it's armored, bro.
What is he posting this? What is this?
I'm gonna come check you out, man. I can't let you go. You were literally choking in your sleep. Somebody flagged me down about it.
Oh, I have sleep apnea. I'm sorry.
Well, and then you have a crack pipe in your hands.
A city councilman in Cranston, Rhode Island faces a drug charge after a police officer finds him sleeping in his car with a crack pipe in his hand. Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. That Cranston police officer's body camera recorded the interaction he had with Councilman Matthew Riley earlier this week. Take a look. You can see Riley sleeping, his mouth wide open as the officer approaches. Riley has a lighter and a pipe in his hand. The officer rouses him from his sleep.
Do you have any weapons on you?
No, not at all.
Bro, out of all things, why crack though?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
You're gonna stop trying to.
That's the thing about like Sneeko, and it kind of hurts me a lot too because I initially had like a really bad view of the guy. Because I was like, oh, this guy's just Andrew Tate light, and then I did the Destiny thing where we interacted because of that. So I was like, okay, he caught me off guard because I was like, dude, I don't know what to say. You just caught me off guard in the middle of the night. I'm playing Factorio, so I go to his older content.
Oh no.
And the thing is, it's like there are moments where like I can kind of see a kid that wants to try and critically think. You know what I mean? But then like nowadays, it's like, oh shit, you just became like the bot that you're calling everyone, right?
Yeah,
And it's like,
it's actually so sad because his older content is not. It's not even good. It's like great. It's like he's got a lot of really amazing older videos, and he's making these and editing these. They're shot well. The message is cool. The writing is done well. The comedy's there, and he's shooting and doing these when he's like what, like 21 years old.
Now you're 20.
Yeah, and then to see today when he's just like towing the line, like it's funny as much as he says like NPC bot and Matrix, he is like 100% stuck there. And the problem is like the whole world keeps pushing him in that direction too, right? Yeah. Ban him off YouTube, For sure. deplatform him, push him away. All the people in the left are just like, yeah, I understand why. Like there's no way, like it would take an insurmountable amount of like personal personal dedication to actually like move himself out of the circle that he's in now, because look at how much he got rewarded for everything, right? He's hanging out with people in Dubai. He got to hang out with Kanye West. Like why the would he ever believe anything anybody on the other side says, you know?
well, now it's always like this is what the canceled life is like, and then you see photos of him like, you know, having a good time in Dubai or whatever. And it's like at the end of the day, like I don't know how long that's going to be sustainable, given the fact that, you know, he's been banned off a lot of the mainstream platforms, but we'll have to see.
On the one hand, you can flex, right? You can flex that you're hanging out with Kanye West and you're hanging out in Dubai and all that fun stuff. But on the other hand, he's not practicing what he preaches, right? He wants you to become an alpha and have a good life and all that and be happy. This is a dude who's not happy, who's constantly crying about people canceling him, who's not happy in his relationship either, because he's not happy that he's getting cucked, but he has to make believe it's good for him somehow. Like, this is someone who's destroying and burning his future, even though...
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Chef, and we can't have shit. So SM2, one of, if not the biggest modded client that we were looking forward to, that had a combination of every single Call of Duty, all of the old classic Call of Duty smashed into one game. Kind of like COD Online, but honestly better just from the looks of it. It turns out that, well, we're not gonna get it. Today, a team member received a cease and desist letter on behalf of Activision Publishing in relation to the SM2 project. We are complying with this order and shutting down all operations permanently. Thank you for all the support over the past 2 years. So in typical Activision fashion, they're just gonna completely get rid of anything that's cool and nice and anything that we actually want. They're just gonna continue force feeding us the gruel that they make and want to act like they're still making the best content that they can. It's so crazy too. Now, I've been seeing a good amount of people saying stuff like, oh, I expected this and all this other shit. Like, I mean, I expected it too, to be fair, but just because I expected it doesn't mean that, like, I'm still not disappointed. I was hoping, since things like Plutonium and X Labs and all that other shit are around, I was hoping that it would just be fine. This connection is so shit in this lobby. The worst snipers possible are killing me. Never red gun much on this game, but also yesterday, I'm sorry, everybody's telling me that I'm like telepathic or some shit because I had to sit there and replace the gameplay and it wasn't matching up with. I'm sitting here lifting my hands up off of the controller and they're seeing me still play. They're like, dude, what the fuck? Make sure you're recording gameplay today. Hey, good one. One of the most annoying things possible, man, is seeing the people sit there and defend Activision in the process of them taking this whole thing down. They're like, legality-wise, they definitely are able to do it. I'm not saying that they're not able to do it. I'm just saying, like, they care so much for obvious reasons. They're scared. They're intimidated by it. They're literally scared. They're so scared of a little modded client. And here's another thing. I'm just gonna say it how it is. They're like, well, it is Activision's property. Can I just say it like this? I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's their property. I don't care. Oh well. They don't use it anymore. They don't support it anymore. And instead of allowing people to enjoy it, they would rather try to shut down every single way that there is to possibly play it because they know that their current games are worse. They literally know. It's so insecure. Companies like Activision, no one should care if they get stolen from, straight up. They make plenty of money. They steal other people's shit all the time. Fuck them. I'm not even saying this as a joke either. Like, straight up, fuck them. They wouldn't notice millions of dollars missing. And even then, they could chalk up millions of dollars missing to their own investments. You guys are more wasteful than us. We're using your shit, your assets better than you. We are better at your jobs than you. It's a fucking joke. Pussy. I know people are like, oh, you're gonna care when that cease and desist comes. It's just like, you can actually make the argument that every single developer that ever worked on any of these games is not even currently working on the current games. So we can make the argument that you guys wouldn't even be able to use any of these assets in any useful way. You guys are perfect at just being a complete fucking waste on everything. Dog shit. Fuck you. Also, on the bright side, Ed Boon with Mortal Kombat ended up tweeting a couple hours ago and saying to keep an eye out this week. Now, I'm looking at some leakers and stuff, and they're saying that potentially tomorrow there's going to be some kind of trailer for Mortal Kombat 12. Now, I don't know if that means like full-blown trailer or if it's just a teaser or if they're gonna do a thing where they do a showcase of the characters. I don't know. I assume that there would be some sort of teaser slash trailer, then followed up by, you know, character roster and all that other shit. It does make me worry though about things like Plutonium and X Labs overall after they're going after stuff like this. I mean, these could be next. The Black Ops 3 client, other things like, I don't know. I obviously don't know all the inner workings of like all of the development and stuff of all this stuff, but it's just sad as fuck and also kind of cute. I knew they were horrified. Fucking pussies. You can make the argument a completely different company made this game as opposed to the company that currently owns the rights. As far as I'm concerned, you guys didn't even make these games anymore. You just own the rights to it. And good for you, but it's not you. Anyone could pay for anything with billions of dollars. Not impressed. I'm really, really hoping that Ermac makes a comeback in Mortal Kombat 12 or Mortal Kombat 1, whatever you want to call it, man. The new Mortal Kombat. I hope Ermac comes back. Some people asking what ninjas that you would want back in Mortal Kombat. I think it was between like Smoke, Rain, Reptile, Ermac. Surely Ermac is like the most popular one, right? The other characters are cool, don't get me wrong. But I also liked Reptile a little bit more when he wasn't really a reptile. Does that make sense? Like a more human Reptile, also a more human Smoke. I know that technically Reptile has always been a reptile, blah, 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 but I mean like overall his look wasn't always like a full-blown lizard face. Or at the very least, if he has a full-blown lizard face, at least like make him look like one of the ninjas, you know? Smoke, Rain, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, all those guys have like a similar look about him. Reptile was no different earlier when he was, you know, initially introduced. He was just a green version of them with a different moveset. How much you want to bet the devs that actually worked on this game love seeing their work still being enjoyed to this day? Because I know none of you are left. Hey, the guy that made the textures and stuff on this game, I appreciate you. You do a better job than them. Absolute shithole company. Some people were saying that it's a possibility that they ended up getting the cease and desist because they decided to switch the engine over to something a bit newer. I think they switched over to the MWR engine or something because the Modern Warfare 2, the old Modern Warfare 2 original, had some limitation issues. So maybe when they swapped over to that new engine, that's what made them move forward. I don't don't know. It could be anything, really. It could just be a matter of time, and they just finally did it. I don't know. I saw even across, like, the company, I mean, I saw that Overwatch 2's PvE mode was getting scrapped, even though that was kind of the point, at least the way that they advertised it. We were like, I remember everybody going, like, why would we need an Overwatch 2 if it's literally going to be the exact same thing as Overwatch 1? Like, actually not different. And they were saying, like, stuff about the infrastructure and that they had all this other stuff planned to expand stuff, but now they just scrapped the main thing that they were expanding on. Now, I'm not saying I was extremely excited for this PvE Overwatch mode or just Overwatch in general, but I'm not that excited in general for what was coming to Overwatch. But did you guys get rid of one of the main reasons why you even switched over to begin with? That's kind of silly and really stupid. Why am I not surprised? Too busy taking down small modded servers. I just realized my microphone was literally on the wrong volume this entire time I was talking, so I apologize for the dog shit audio quality, man. I always forget that these old games, including things like CS and other shit like that, automatically adjusts your microphone levels to 100%. Like, just 100%. It's disgusting. I'm done. I'm getting annoyed. Sorry about the audio. I'll try to edit it the best that I can, but yeah, fuck them. Straight up, fuck them.
The moist meter is a proud partner, and it did. This is a banger. It did not disappoint. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give real quick thoughts before getting into the meat of it, because I just want to get the quick and dirty out of the way immediately. Most astute observers will notice that this game isn't some kind of incredible graphical update or wild departure from Breath of the Wild. It's very similar. And that's true. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. They're not playing tricks on you. Tears of the Kingdom is very similar to Breath of the Wild, but it is a better Breath of the Wild. It is an improved Breath of the Wild. And that being said, that doesn't mean it's just a $70 DLC. This has so much more content in it, as well as entirely new creative systems with all of the, like, Ultra Hand abilities, and everything that you can do in this game is shit you couldn't do in Breath of the Wild. It is substantially more content, so it is just the better Breath of the Wild. The map is the same for the most part, yes, like the actual core surface map, but they added the Sky Islands as well as the depths, both of which are huge, and they offer a lot to do. So it's not like it's short on content. It took me like 25 hours to beat start to finish without doing most of the side quests, by the way. So, I mean, that did mean I was getting one shot by like every enemy ever. It turns into a goddamn fucking Soulsborne challenge fundamentally for me, but that made it even more fun for me. But the point is, it's a long game. This isn't just a $70 DLC, and I want to make that clear. There is so much they added to this, and it is all incredible. It makes it the best version of Breath of the Wild possible. Now, I want to go ahead and get some of my big complaints out of the way, really my only complaints out of the way immediately as well. All of the complaints I have, really, are because it's on the Switch. I can't even really hold it against the game itself. It sucks playing a game this beautiful, a full-blown, full-boner Red Alert masterpiece at 30 frames per second. That is a crime. To take something so beautiful and spit on it with 30 frames per second because of the Switch's limited capabilities is insulting. I know you can't see me right now, but I just slapped my chair. I'm getting so animated and heated about it. There is no excuse for 2023 gaming to have 30 FPS. That's just a fucking Switch classic, because Nintendo is an archaic group of fossils that refuse to upgrade and get with the times and make modern hardware. So the Switch face fucks it here with 30 frames, which sucks. So it doesn't really get a chance to shine in a modern light, so a lot of people immediately write it off as being dated and not worth $70, which is so fucking silly, but it is a legitimate complaint. To want 60 FPS in 2023 is not something that's unreasonable, and it's not entitled gamer shit. It's just the standard that you would expect from AAA quality, especially at the $70 price tag, by the way. So yeah, that is absolutely a big problem. And of course, because it's on the Switch, the visuals can only be so good. The graphics can only look so nice. Luckily, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, much like Breath of the Wild, is carried heavily by its art direction. It does a lot of heavy lifting for its visuals in order to mask the limitations of its hardware. So thanks to very good choices with its art and visuals, it's able to transcend the stinkiness of the graphical fidelity. Like, it's not a big complaint for me, but I understand people that are used to modern games are once again gonna be like, wow, this looks like shit. I mean, and that's just the Switch, baby. That's that goofy, quirky little thing doing what it does best. reminding us that Nintendo is very out of touch. It's fucking running off like 50-year-old hardware. It was dated when it released, and now it's even more dated now. I can rant about the Switch all day and night. I'm still shocked it's not using dial-up. I can't believe they even have a model that has an Ethernet port on it. I wouldn't even think they'd bother. But yeah, those are my main complaints. That it's 30 FPS, and yes, the graphics aren't amazing, but I really do think that when you're in the game, there are breathtaking moments. Like, I think it looks beautiful a lot of the times, and it's complemented by an absolutely spectacular soundtrack. So now it's time to start going gushing granny mode here. Tears of the Kingdom it's probably my second favorite Zelda game, just behind Ocarina of Time, and the only thing that holds Ocarina of Time over Tears of the Kingdom for me is the nostalgia. That is a game that is so near and dear to my heart that I don't think any Zelda game will ever beat it, but Tears of the Kingdom is, I think, the best Zelda game, like, really. The amount of freedom you have in this game, not only with exploration, of course you come to expect that, but also with the way you tackle everything. Puzzles have even more freedom for solving. Like Breath of the Wild, you can solve them in crazy ways, but in Tears of the Kingdom, it gets even fucking wilder. The tools they give you to play around with are just a joy to experiment with. So I'm sure you've already seen a lot of the memes and a lot of the videos created using one of the powers called Ultra Hand. In this game, you get powers that allow you to do things in the world, such as manipulate objects, manipulate machinery and technology. So you have like fans, you have rockets, you have all kinds of cool things at your disposal. And with one of the abilities called Ultra Hand, you can pick it up and move it around and stick it together. So you can build entire houses out of it. You've probably seen people build a functioning mech. So you could put together a bunch of different materials, a bunch of weapons as well, and turn it on, and you can control a mech and wander around the world in a goddamn fucking Gundam. It is so fun. And when you're solving puzzles in this game, it's always like enjoyable, because most of the time, you're probably not even going to do it the way they intended. There's a set path for a lot of them, but you can tackle it however you want. They don't punish you for it. You can get as wacky as you want to get. I think 90% of the puzzles in this game, I did not solve the intended method. I used all kinds of stupid shit, like putting two fans together and then a steering wheel and then just flying around on a little like hoverboard Segway. It's just so fun what you can build with all of the tools here and how you can approach everything, including combat. So there's another ability called Recall, which is you can use Recall on certain objects and certain things, and it'll just take it back through the process of wherever it was moving or whatever it was doing at the time. So you can even make traps out of this. You can take like 3 logs and a wheel, stick the logs onto the wheel and spin it around in a circle with Ultra Hand, and then drop it. And then you can recall it, and then it'll start spinning all on its own, and you can take that, and you can lure enemies into it, and it'll just start beating the shit out of enemies. It'll be like a wipeout thing, or like a fucking MXC, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge, Takeshi's Castle type of obstacle course you can make them run through this gauntlet of traps. It's so fun. Like, it never gets old experimenting with it. You can make an Apache helicopter. Like, the possibilities are truly limitless. So I cannot praise that system enough. I think it is so fun. And of course, it also has fusing, which is its core gameplay mechanic. So fusing allows you to take these objects in the world and you can fuse them to weapons. Pretty much everything is fusible. Like, if you can dream it, if you can touch it, you can probably fuse it. So like, for example, if you go to a bomb flower, you can fuse the bomb to your shield, and then when you do a shield surf, where you jump onto your shield and surf around, the bomb will blow up and give you a giant boost, a giant jump, which to me honestly reminds me of old Legend of Zelda speedrunning with bomb boosting, so that was a cute callback. I don't know if it's on purpose, but like, there's just so many capabilities with fusing. You can fuse bosses' toenails to your swords to give them an attack power boost. You can fuse different gems to your weapons in order to give them different qualities like lightning, fire, shooting fireballs. It's so good. It's so fun, and it makes everything a really great experience. Until, of course, your weapon breaks, because the durability in this game, you'll swing it 3 times and break it on a fucking log or something. Durability system's back. I'm not mad about that. It's the only thing I really didn't like about Breath of the Wild, like, as a core mechanic. I just find, and this is across the board, not just Legend of Zelda, that durability systems are kind of an anti-fun mechanic, where it's just tedium for the sake of tedium. Yeah, like, I understand there can be a durability system. Like, for this game, I think the durability system would have made sense on weapons that you fuse, that when you fuse a weapon, it has a certain amount of hits before the whole thing breaks. That would make sense. But there could still be core weapons that didn't need to break, or at least not make it so harsh when it comes to how quickly a lot of these weapons break. Because what ends up happening is, this is a personal preference again. There's many people that like the durability system. I'm just voicing how I feel about it. For me, when there's a system like this, I end up hoarding so many weapons thinking I'll use them later, and I ended up finishing this game with 10 weapons that I'd been saving for like 12 hours, just waiting for the right time because I was afraid to lose them. Now, there's a way of repairing these items, but it's really convoluted and tedious once again. You have to feed it to an octo rock. I guess it's not the most convoluted thing, but you feed it to an octo rock, and it's a process that is kind of a headache. So, the durability system, I'm not a huge fan of, but many people will be, so I'm not going to necessarily chalk it up as a negative. I just wish it wasn't so cutthroat. I don't like cycling through weapons that frequently. Now let's move on a little bit here and talk about the narrative. It's very standard, generic shit. It's not going to really blow you away. Granted, I haven't got the true ending yet. I haven't finished all the memories, so maybe there's a lot more there that really fleshes it out. But it's not a whole lot to it. And it's also following the same Zelda formula we're all used to by now. So you're going to these temples, you're talking to these sages, you're fighting a boss at the end of the temple after setting up 4 or 5 networks that connect to the center platform to raise you up. Pretty standard stuff. But one thing that I actually didn't like at all is that when you do a temple, no matter what temple, you get the exact same ending to the temple, verbatim. You get a cutscene after defeating the temple boss, and they say the exact same shit with the exact same words, and the only difference is the race of the person that you have saved here or brought aboard your team. So that was a little frustrating that it was literally verbatim, so you kept getting fed the same fucking cutscene over and over again throughout the game, at least in the core story components for the main objectives. But it's not that big of a deal. That's a bit of a nitpick. I just would have liked them to maybe do something a little different there, but again, most people I can't imagine are actually playing Zelda for like an incredible story. I actually like most of the lore to Zelda, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend that the games are extremely well written, because half the dialogue throughout the main objectives is them repeating everything they've said a million times already. Oh, the imprisoning war is when this happened? Wait, Link, you're telling me that the imprisoning war is when this happened with Ganondorf? The Demon King? Wait, the Demon King and the imprisoning war, so you're telling me that this is what happened? And they'll say that a million fucking times. And no matter who you talk to in like the towns, they all say the same shit. Like they're all just fucking like cursed to have the same thoughts. But again, that's not a huge deal, because that's not what the game is really focusing on. But I will say, even if the writing isn't like incredible, the story beats are really fun, and they lead to really great, spectacular boss fights, as well as really pretty moments that I really had a smile on my face for. Even if some of them were outrageously goofy and silly, they were still very fun. So that's what's most important here. Zelda is just all about the fun, and this is like the most fun Zelda they've made so far. I think it just goes so hard. I think it is just truly spectacular. Now let's talk a little bit about the Sky Islands and the depths. So most of the marketing material revolved around the Sky Islands. So that you would expect to be really great. And it is. I really like all the Sky Island components. I actually didn't spend a ton of time up there, admittedly, but all of the stuff that did filter through it was a lot of fun. And they give you a lot of tools to make it fun. Like, you could make an entire fucking airplane up there if you wanted to and just live in the Sky Islands. You never even have to touch the surface world. It's really pretty, and there is quite a lot to do up there. It adds a lot. And then, of course, the depths. The depths, you go underground, and it is a huge network of very powerful enemies, as well as something called Gloom, where it'll start taking away hearts. Not permanently, it just restricts your access to those hearts, so you can't, like, eat and get that heart back. You have to remove the Gloom or go back to the surface world. And there's a lot to do there. They have powerful weapons, they have a lot of stuff, there's whole quest lines that go through there. So, both the Sky Islands and Depths offer a lot of content and a lot of exploration and a lot more to do. So, again, it's not just the same Breath of the Wild map and nothing else. It is the same map with some tweaks and some additions to it, as well as entire new sections with the Sky Islands and the Depths, which are just as big, if not bigger, than the stuff you can do on the surface. So, I just really like the game a lot. I'm trying to talk about it as much as I can without spoiling a lot, even though I feel like I've already told you a lot of the mechanics that many of you probably haven't seen before, but they're just so fun I can't help but just bring them up. So sorry for any minor spoilers. But anyway, let's plug Tears of the Kingdom into the Moist Meter. I'm going to give this puppy a nice clean 90%. I think the game is spectacular, and it is only held back by the platform that it's on. If this game was on anything but the Switch, it would be hailed as one of the fucking crowning achievements of gaming. The Switch really holds this fucking thing back so much, and it's really upsetting. But overall, I really do think this game is a must-play. It is so fun, and it is just something that you will constantly be wanting to play this game. Like, even once I'm done here, I'm still going back and playing more of it, which I don't do super often anymore. Usually I don't engage with too much post-game content in most single-player titles, but this one I absolutely will be. And I do plan on at least trying the speedrun, assuming it's not too difficult for someone as dumb as me. So, we'll see. But I love the game. I think it's great. That's about it. So, yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. Godslap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah.
Destiny, why do you hate Andrew Tate?
I wish that when we talked about delivering like purpose to young men, it wasn't wrapped up in such a materialistic package. I agree. It feels like that's what's led to a lot of like, so I'm a big capitalist and I'm a big liberal, but arguably one of the largest criticisms you can launch at liberalism and capitalism is this hyper-consumerist, hyper-materialist mindset.
Agree with you. How can someone get to that place where they're influential like he is and garner that interest from an audience the way that he did without flashing all of those materialistic things?
I think you can do it, but I think a lot of people don't try. The reality is that Andrew Tate is a really funny guy. He's very charismatic, he's very charming, and he can do a lot of really funny content. I'm welcoming a little bit of a snapback on something because there are some things in this country that are insane, okay?
Everybody thinks you died for the crazy stuff.
Nobody thinks that because I...
No, casual viewers. Casual viewers.
I'm literally banned on Twitch permanently that I streamed on for 12
I love
years.
it. I love it. Destiny, why do you hate Andrew Tate?
Why do I hate Andrew Tate? One is because I don't like the message he sells people. Two is because...
What's the message?
I wish that we could sell self-improvement without making everything so narrow in scope. Like, there are so many different paths to success. And to be fair, I've seen him give kind of contradictory messages on this. I saw him have a conversation with Sneeko, for instance, where he was very open about, like, it's not every man's life journey to become, like, the CEO of a major company. Some people need to be plumbers, whatever, which is good. But then in other videos, it always feels like the markers for success are the most materialistic, like, bankrupt, like, spiritually bankrupt things in the world.
I agree.
You know?
Right.
And that bothers me. And then two, assuming that he's not lying about everything he said online, he is undoubtedly a sex trafficker, which I think is kind of shitty, so... But there is the chance that he has lied.
Gotta back that up.
That's a
we can talk about it all night.
Big accusation. That's a huge accusation. That's a huge accusation.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
go into it?
he's been investigated by the authorities and they didn't find any.
He's still under investigation.
Wait, to be clear, it's not true they didn't find any evidence. They found enough evidence to continue to detain him while they finished their investigation. To be clear.
Fair.
Is that true?
Yeah, that is true. That was going on in Romania, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, plenty of people have done crimes that get away with it and don't get convicted, which is fine. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't say...
Can we back up? What was the evidence that they found that justified continually
No, it's
detaining
not
him?
publicly stated yet.
Don't believe it's public yet because that's part of the investigative process, right? So they've had to show stuff to a panel of judges, and they have to make the decision. Do we think you have enough here that there's likely to be charges coming at the end of it? And so far in Romania, the court system has said, yes, we do believe that to be the case. And I think they've got 3 months left to finally press charges, and if they don't, then the charges are dropped, or the case is dropped, and he's free to leave.
Don't they only have like 1 or 2?
They might have 1 or 2 months left.
I think it's in December. Madison, do you want to...
So, no, let me ask, can I...
Actually, Madison, just stay there.
Can I build on something like that with him? So, what is the overarching message of Andrew Tate that you don't support?
I wish that when we talked about delivering like purpose to young men, it wasn't wrapped up in such a materialistic package.
I agree.
It feels like that's what's led to a lot of like, so I'm a big capitalist and I'm a big liberal, but arguably one of the largest criticisms you can launch at liberalism and capitalism is this hyper-consumerist, hyper-materialist mindset.
Agree with you,
You need to buy the next iPhone, you need to buy the next car. I really wish that like for Andrew Tate, if he wanted to sell this message of becoming like a fulfilling person, like show yourself working and doing honorable things.
Yeah.
Show yourself having a virtuous life, right? Show yourself building a real business, not doing like cam girls and getting rich that way, or not doing casinos. Show yourself having like a virtuous life, not bragging you've got 20 girlfriends. Show yourself like engaged in virtuous activities that people can embody, that can be the embodiment of what young men should pursue, rather than constantly bragging about how many cars and women and all that shit you have.
So that's a great point. I totally agree with that. And a follow-up question I have is like part of Andrew Tate's appeal is he's speaking authoritatively about all of these different things when it comes to masculinity, the way the world works, so on and so forth. And there's a lot of people that are doing that online. But Andrew Tate is constantly flashing his wealth, his cars, his houses, the girls he's with, so on and so forth. How can someone get to that place where they're influential like he is and garner that interest from an audience the way that he did without flashing all of those materialistic things?
I think you can do it, but I think a lot of people don't try. The reality is that Andrew Tate is a really funny guy. He's very charismatic, he's very charming, and he can do a lot of really funny content. He's done a lot of the video where his brother is like, I'm gonna break the Red Bull record.
Kristen Tate broke the Red Bull drinking world record.
Why?
Are you?
Eight cans. 3 minutes. He's the real Red Bull world. This is the actual king. Posted in 2013. The sports come always. What sport? You can taste it.
What the their accent? What is this accent? American / British? American / bonger? US, half US, half UK? Okay, this is a problem. These guys are probably like creepy sex traffickers, okay? They seem like they'd be a lot of fun to hang around. They really do. They really do seem like they'd be a lot of fun to hang around. I'm gonna be honest with you, when I look at like leftist people, I think about hanging out with them, or I have hung out with them, it's miserable, okay? You guys are losers. You're antisocial, you're too uptight about everything. Not cool, okay? Figure your
This is important. This is a world record attempt. The world. This is. The world wants to know. Best in the world. Who's the best? All right. Rules. No making me laugh. Ruin the fucking record. Cool. Come on, you can do it. 145. You can do it. 35 seconds left.
This
The ninth can.
It's over after this.
It's done.
There's no way that last guy had the world record. I was gonna say it didn't look like much, but there's no way this guy just randomly clears a world record in 30 seconds. Or maybe it's all a game, I don't know. Is there a world record for most Red Bulls drunk in 3 minutes?
Finish it, finish it. Come on, shit. Done. He's the best.
I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Or the one where
That's
he was saying
funny.
he was going to make Meghan Markle make him some chicken.
Sure, yeah, there's like, I haven't seen that one, so I don't want to co-sign. There's videos that he's done that are really funny. I think he probably could have gotten relatively big doing that, but the problem is that you're making a deal with the devil when you say, I'm going to sell my soul a little bit to gain some level of popularity. Because what happens is on your journey to becoming that person that's getting popular enough to sell the message you want to sell, the message is going to get lost.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, when I look at Andrew Tate and I'm talking to a young man, well, how do you want to be successful? I want to be successful like Andrew Tate. What do you have to do? You've got to start a cam business and do gambling and sell alcohol and drugs and shit, right? Because that's essentially like what his whole business revolved around, was like casino stuff, working with mob people, and then doing like cam girl stuff. And so what kind of message are you actually selling, right? To young boys saying that's the path to success.
So in his defense, he was doing the Hustlers University, which was 18 modern wealth creation methods, which was like copywriting, drop shipping.
But that's after he made his fortune.
It was after he made his fortune. So what's the message?
So I agree, but that's like during his upwards, like, you know, I think it was during summer of last year, during his meteoric rise, he was constantly saying like, you know, join Hustlers or University where you can find these 18 modern wealth creating methods. So I understand that you're saying like, because you have to factor in some things too. Like, he was saying those things intentionally, knowing that they were inflammatory in order to go viral, which is part, I mean, you're streaming, you know, this is part of the game, right?
So this is what you have to be really careful about. And it's something I think about a lot too. Like I said, you're trading parts of your soul every time you're trying to achieve a certain level of fame. And if you've traded away too many parts, there's not enough of you left to sell the message at the end. There are things that you can do to achieve a level of fame, to enact a good message, but if you've sold away too many parts of yourself to get there, you kind of lose the ability to sell the message at that point, right?
There's a Bible verse.
I agree with you on that statement too, in regards to that, but I don't necessarily think he was saying like, sure, one of the modern 18th, wealth creation methods was start a cam business, right? Manage your girls' OnlyFans. He went viral for saying.
And he had, before Hustlers University, there was the
PhD
in trafficking women, basically.
Well,
I mean, like, it kind of was, right?
I don't think...
And then when him and Tristan are openly bragging about, like, oh, this is how we get these men, and we make them come back every time by scamming them with the cam girls, I'm like...
So that's also a cultural norm in Romania. Like,
absolutely is not.
No, well, I mean, sorry, not cultural norm, but in the sense, like, it's commonly known as the lover boy method to, like, get these
and prep
girls,
women from Western Europe, and to bring them over and do shit.
I wasn't talking about that, but like, just in general, like getting a girl to like you, and then also like fleecing pathetic men who are coming through.
Sure.
These chat groups.
What's your point?
The point I'm trying to make is that he is not necessarily saying that that was the primary and only way to become this high value man, but it was one of the 18.
Yeah, but I don't think he's ever like
The point that Destin is making.
Usually, like if rappers get big, I think that generally they're not going to say like, "I'm really glad I sold drugs to get here," right? They're not telling kids like, "Listen, sell enough crack and one day you can be a rapper," right? Usually, they're like, "Well, we shouldn't have been involved in that. We shouldn't have, like been doing these things as kids. Like there were other options that we just didn't explore."
Fair play.
So on this subject, I'm kind of hearing from you that it sounds like you're saying Andrew Tate was filling a niche, imperfectly so, because of all of the immoral things that he did to get there. He's filling a niche that a lot of men in the world need in terms of teaching them how to become successful, how to like climb the ladder in life, so to speak. Do you see there being a void in the world in terms of like righteous masculine leadership that like more men need to step up to the plate and fill? Is that something you think is important?
I think the issue is we've spent like the past like 20 years especially, I say that probably recentism because I'm young, but like we've spent a lot of time building up women in a lot of really phenomenal ways, and women have made a ton of progress in terms of education, in terms of earning potential, in terms of like control over their lives, that I think has been really phenomenal. But again, and Andrew Tate does this as well, and feminist people on the left do this, it feels like we can never have anything without demonizing the other side. So a lot of the gains that women made, not physically are at the expense of men, but at the very least socially they're at the expense of men. Men are pigs, men are dogs, blah, 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 blah. And what that's created is made this weird world where now, in some places, women are starting to dramatically outpace men. In college, it's getting insane.
Yeah,
I think that college education right now is like more unequal in favor of women than it was in favor of men like 50 years ago. And now we can't even have the conversation of like, what do we do about men? Because in some ways, that patriarchy thing that we mentioned earlier, there are aspects of patriarchy that still carry over. For instance, a man is expected to provide for his household. Well, what happened in the pandemic? Even more men dropped out of school to provide for their households while women continued their education. And at some point, that's going to reverse like women's earning potential. Are we ever going to be able to talk about like, hey, I think we actually do need some representation for men. It's not just enough to expect them to rise up and overcome everything on their own. And we've had a really hard time doing that.
If I may, follow-up question.
Sorry, I cut you off like 3 times. I just want to finish up.
You're good, man. You're Gucci. I love you.
Follow-up question. So you're saying, in the effort to elevate women throughout society, men have been largely left behind in a lot of ways. What do you think is the message that a lot of men should be hearing in the world? What can we do to support men, Des?
Oh man, here we go. Okay.
I got my prescription whenever you're...
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so this is where I'll fight against a lot of like the red pill spaces, right? So I think that the number one explainer for women's success is women historically have been very feminine because they're females and biology and blah, 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 blah. One of the things that women have done over the past like few decades is they've incorporated successfully a lot of aspects of masculinity into their character that we previously thought weren't possible. We didn't think that women would excel at school. We didn't think that women could participate in certain STEM fields. We didn't think that women could start to make all the gains in a lot of these peripheral industries that they've started to. And for a lot of places where they have, right? So places like being like lawyers and stuff, not necessarily in STEM, although that's starting. So as that's happened, as women have made those gains in masculinity, we're kind of like looking at men. Men have basically they're kind of still masculine, but we haven't worked on kind of like rounding out like how men navigate the world at all, which would probably be the incorporation of some feminine features. So being emotionally intelligent, being able to communicate with people on a better level, having some level of like measured control of themselves.
Probably decrease the suicide rates among men.
Potentially, yeah. So what we've done is we've kind of like shit on men completely. So the left will say like, men figure it out, and then the red pill comes in and it's like, you need to be even more masculine. But it's like, the reality is 50, 60, 70 years ago, if you wanted a wife, all you needed was a paycheck, because she's not not going to school and she's not working. Now that they're going to school and working, you got to have more. What's the value proposition for a woman to get into a relationship? It can't just be that you have a job anymore.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add, yeah, you're absolutely right. I do think that men are, like, I don't want to say oppressed, but yeah, pretty much nowadays they are. Like, you see people saying men ain't shit, men ain't that. And you wonder why the suicide rates are so high, because we don't give the same amount of support to men as we do to women. There's women's support groups, there's women this, women that, but we need to focus on men as well.
That's true, but arguably one of the impediments, to bring up the patriarchy thing, one of the impediments to that, I think, is this idea of like, what is an ideal man, or what is a man supposed to be? Because suicide rates for men have always been high, but so have things like violent crime rates, so have things like homicide rates, so have things like incarceration rates. And it's not just because the judges are unfair. In some cases they are. It's because men are the ones that are out in the streets, like, getting work done when shit is falling apart.
I think Andrew Tate is the response too, because like,
I agree 100%.
He's 1,000%. Like, that's why, like, during World War II, like, everybody suddenly voted someone into power, right? Because he was very extreme on the other side of things. So I think he's just representing a gigantic vacuum that's needed, because you know, I left America in 2012, right? I haven't lived here consistently since, like, you know, I lived here for like 11 months, 2016, and I saw enough writing on the wall to get out of here. But when I come back to America, it's just like consistently this, like, how can we put more accountability on men, and how can we take more accountability away from women? And then, like, the mainstream media, the music, the video games, like, you're in the gaming industry too, you know, like, everything is just like piling on to shit on men and like endlessly jerk off women. And guys are kind of just like, all right, like, it's kind of gotten to this point where it's fucking ridiculous. Like, guys absolutely have issues too, but men are just not going to sit around and cry and feel sorry for themselves. But women will, 9 times out of 10, they will do that. You know what I mean?
I mean, men do that too.
They will, but I agree with you, but there's not a social stigma around men crying about the bullshit in their life.
Instead of crying, they just kill themselves. Right?
Fair play compared to women. You know what I mean? So that's why I think this Tate thing is like a giant pendulum swing back.
It is. Jonathan and Steven, I want to get back to the original question. Asking in terms of your prescription to help support men better in our society so we can restore male greatness. I know. And I also want to hear from John on this too. We can go Steven, John, and then John. You mentioned better emotional tools for men. You also mentioned men. It needs to be clarified what men are bringing to the table beyond just a paycheck, because now that we're past the 1950s, as you were saying, that's not enough of a value proposition. So that needs to be clarified. What else would you say needs to be added to the equation to best support?
I feel like the spaces that are designed right now for men, I'll broadly say like the manosphere, are not doing a good job. So the only space, if you are a man and you're looking for support, and then you come to these spaces, personally, I feel like they give like some of the worst advice in terms of like how to succeed, right? I'm going to be really cringe here, and I'm going to borrow from Ben Shapiro. I think he has like 3 classic points.
Not a high value man.
Yeah. I think he has 3 classic points for have at least escaping poverty. I believe 1 is don't have a kid before you're married. I think 2 is graduate high school. And I think 3 was get a job, wasn't it? Was that number 3? But these are like really, really
common
basic
sense
things.
indicators.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I feel like, so for instance, when I come to Red Pill spaces, something that's really in my opinion, really sad is the constant shunning of like college and higher education. Yeah. Because that is when you look at all of the successful people, I don't know if I can say it, but like in these red pill spaces, there's a lot of like wealthy controllers of society that people are like, oh, these guys run everything, they're doing everything, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, okay, well, fine, let's say they do that. Well, what do they do with their kids? Their kids are like a guy whose name is Goldstein. He's not training his kid to be the best drop shipper, okay? He's not training his kid to get into crypto. He's sending his kid to the best fucking universities in the world to get a high quality education, to graduate and do shit with his life. And it feels like in these spaces, you demonize the fuck out of college education. Now, if you want to say that there are things like apprenticeships or going into trades, which is good, I fully agree with that 100%. But oh my God, if there's like one piece of advice I can impart that you would care that a blue-haired cuck would tell you online, if you're a man, you're trying to make it in the world, you are way better off becoming an electrician or a plumber if you don't want to go to college, because fuck school. I flunked out of school, okay? I understand, fuck school, okay? Or I quit school, right? If you want to do that, at least pick up a trade. Don't try to make it in this fucking crypto drop shipping world, because you're not going to make it.
Based recommendation of the trades. Give me some. I learned a couple years ago that like if a young guy wants to get into welding, for example, he can be making over $120,000 a year.
2 years.
From the start of his education, 2 years into it, he can be making 6 figures. and like there's not enough of that being preached. So I completely.
And you don't see, and the problem too is that when it comes to crypto, you can see all the winners, you don't see all the losers,
which are huge, like 90% plus.
Yeah, and even a lot of the winners eventually become losers.
Yeah.
Did you ever see? I don't want to call anybody in particular. I'm so sorry, but like
Call
one
him
of the
out, call
funny.
him out.
Do you remember? Do you remember when Boogie 2988?
Yeah.
He made a video about how happy he was that a huge crypto investment paid off. Was it 2 months or was it a year later or whatever? He was like, guys, listen up, I'm selling the Tesla because my shit got fucked. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I
got
think,
rugged.
Yeah, I think it doesn't help that. Well, I love Andrew.
Hold
Tate,
on.
but-
He's been waiting to speak.
Sorry.
I want to go to him.
So yeah, no, my thing is I run something called the Masculine Empowerment Network, right? MEN. And so I tell guys like it's
a good name.
The general, the rule of life that a man should focus on, I call the core four, which is make money, make muscles, learn game, and hold frame. That's my prescription. I know you don't like the general red pill prescription. I'm like, the red pill's kind of like adopted me as one of their spokespeople, but I'm just my own thing. And I will say to the red pill community too, which camera is it? This one? This one? I don't know. That one? that one right there. So I will say this in Destiny's defense, guys, for you guys that are red pill and jumping on Destiny's, back for bullshit. He's his own man. He's made his own money, and he's decided to live his own way of life. If that's not red pill, I don't know what to say it is, because he's not like a slave to the system. He has his own things, and that you guys have to learn to be okay with encountering people in life who don't agree with the way you live. And I think it's pretty obvious, you're clearly, if we were to categorize it like a high value man, objectively speaking, I mean, yeah, no, I know. I'm not.
Take it, Chad.
I'm talking to the chat, not you. You already know this, But multiple women having, autonomy, having a good amount of financial income. So, anyways, going back to the thing, my thing is just simply this. I tell them the exact same thing you say. I say make money, which is have a career or skill that will.
The moist meter is approachable at badegg.co. Link in the description. I am. Imagine you all can guess why I'm so sweaty right now. I just got home from watching the new Fast and Furious movie, and the testosterone that was pumping through my veins watching that bad boy had me perspiring like a Redditor on OnlyFans. What a journey. I felt like the movie turned the NOS canister in my soul at full blast. Had me, fucking firing into the theater seats there. I saw it in an empty theater. I went to a little matinee today at 2:30 p.m. and no one else was there. I felt insulted on behalf of the whole family behind the movie. How could you show such disrespect and not show up to Fast and Furious at every single showing throughout opening day? But regardless, I think that is just despicable behavior. There's just some swine out there that can't appreciate high quality art like Fast X. I can. But honestly, the serene masculinity that washed over me in this completely barren, empty theater was actually wonderful. I feel like it was the optimal experience. It felt so personal, as if I was able to connect better with all of these very well-rounded, beloved, deep characters. It felt as though Dominic Toretto lunged out from the screen, opened up his arms, and invited me, Charles, to suckle on his bosom, and then pulled out a chair at the barbecue and handed me a Miller Lite to join the family. And it felt good. The film is exactly what you're expecting. Fast and Furious is a franchise that just keeps trying to ramp up the ridiculousness. It started with Fast 5 and it's never let off the gas pedal since. So they've had, of course, the nuclear submarine shooting into space, all of that shit. This one, once again, tries to go fucking hog wild, and it does. But I will say, this doesn't have any of those moments. Like Fast 5 has the vault, the space launch, the submarine, all of that, iconic moments. This one doesn't have anything like that. Instead, the whole film has moments similar to those moments, but nothing like one particular instance. The biggest scene by far is kind of an homage to the vault scene from Fast 5, where instead of a vault going through the city and blasting through cars and people and shit, it's a giant bomb that's rolling around Rome and about to blow up the Vatican. And it's hype, it's cool. And that's all these movies are about. It's very self-aware. It knows it's cheesy. It knows it's ridiculous, and it embraces that with a smile on its face. And I appreciate it. I definitely did have fun and giggled to myself at the like absolute outrageousness of a lot of the scenes. But even with that being said, there are some things that are just downright shit in the film. Like, there's just some like awful moments that had me rolling my eyes. But before getting into that, let's talk about some things that I enjoyed. I liked Jason Momoa's character. He plays Dante. This isn't a spoiler, it's in the trailer for the movie. He's the son of the big bad from Fast 5, and he's out for revenge. The very cookie-cutter, formulaic, Fast and Furious plotline, every single person in the world is out for revenge on Dom in some way. The entire criminal underworld wants to fuck Dom in the face and his whole family because they don't like him. Or he's done something to someone that is somehow connected to them because everyone in the Fast and Furious universe is connected to Dom. He's like Genghis Khan, where Genghis Khan like populated half of the planet or something during his heyday. That's Dominic, but with like criminals. Every criminal in the world somehow ties back to Dom in some way. For example, in this film, Dominic goes across the fucking world and somehow runs into someone that is related to someone that Dominic used to fuck. So like the Toretto DNA is spread very far across the globe. Like, he is this singularity that pulls everyone in that universe towards him, which is of course goofy and fun. But regardless, let's get back on track. The main villain, Jason Momoa, son of the big bad, wants revenge. He was a cool character. This is a Jason Momoa I've never seen before. He really tried to like channel some kind of Joker character for it, and it was so silly that I loved it. Like, he just goes really outrageous with the whole performance. You know, he'll be like, Dom, you ever heard of Mozart? Well, you best start believing in ballet, Dom, cause you're in one. And then he starts like busting out ballet moves and then directs a sniper to start shooting at him. Like, there's even like a Joker moment where Dominic's beating the shit out of him, pops one of his teeth out, and he's like, ha 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 ha, Dom, you're punching me just the way I wanted you to punch me. Have you ever heard of birds, Dom? Do you know birds? Like, he just like comes up with like the stupidest shit, and he's always talking to, like, he talks to corpses. He's very quirky. He's the quirk master, and it's so stupid, like in the best way. It's very clear Jason Momoa is just having as much fun as possible. Like, he stabs someone and then starts like sucking on the blood like a popsicle. It's so dumb, but I really liked it. There's even moments where he reminds me of Maximilian Pegasus from the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because for some reason, Dante, that's...
Oh, we passed it.
Is that it?
Oh my god.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Oh my
I see
god,
it.
I want
big
it.
red, big red.
Oh my god.
All right.
Guys, we have a little bit of scaphitis. Look at the gates. There's a little bit of scaphitis, John Paul.
I got a plan. We'll be fine. I'm gonna use my car as a ramp. We drive it over my car as a ramp.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right,
Look,
hold on,
it's
let me
not
set it up.
flipping. I got it. I got it.
You got it? Dude, this thing's a beast. What the fuck? Look at this thing.
This thing is the future of the city. Dude, I think we are the pioneers of crime with this thing.
No. You see, it has. Oh shoot, my bad. You see, it has a gray pad on the other side. I think that's its like magnet pad. If you understand what I'm saying.
A magnet pad.
I think that's where you find the center of gravity, where the car's perfect enough where you don't fall off.
Oh, what?
We're gonna have to.
Oh my god, I can't.
Drive up my car as a ramp to drive over the fence. It's the only way.
Yeah, or.
What's the other plan?
It's gonna crush
I
me.
don't have another plan. At least we
we'll
somehow
just
flip
ramp
it.
up the car.
crush
I've
me.
done this in a getaway once.
If he flips this, we probably shouldn't be on it.
Yeah, don't be on it.
That's part of the
Also,
fun.
do you need you know how much this costs? Because I think we need maybe a small or bigger.
Small or big what?
Perhaps.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you just back it up over this road.
man.
Just back it up over here.
Yeah, you
Oh, I
could
got
just
a
try and
hack
back it
I got
up
an
over
advanced if you need it, but I only have
Yeah,
one
try-
use
try-
on
try-
mine.
Let's just try and advance, see if it works.
I don't have anything to protect, so
The one
Yeah,
of
I
you guys
got it,
looking
man.
up?
No more. No more.
Okay. It's just drive it backwards over that wall.
I don't think the lockpick is gonna be good enough for two though.
Yeah, you gotta ramp it. You gotta ramp it on top of the Sultan. It's the only way.
Well, no, you see, there's just the wall back there.
Oh yeah, it'll
You
let it
just
go
have to
above
drive
it.
it over. Yeah. Dude, this thing. Do you think you can get inside the back?
I guess we'll
I
find
hope
out.
so. If you can't, it'll
This
be...
car looks like it's
Wait,
full
how
of
do you
tricks.
even-
It's nice because the tires are concealed.
Oh, my
I'm in, boys.
God,
I'm in.
dude. Oh my god.
Maybe it's got some customizations. You can,
Brother,
like,
there's two exhaust pipes at the top. Look at it. It's like a. It's like a.
I think it's more like.
I guess we'll find out when we actually use the thing, man.
It literally says power metal on its windshield. This is better than the what's its name? I got a contract for a Wastelander once, and then I had to decline it though because my head was having too many problems. Well, the whole city was just having problems.
It's too fast. I can't control it. Dude, what?
Careful.
I'll meet you guys at the spot.
I think this might be the future of. You left your friend. You left your friend. You left your friend. You left your friend. You left your friend.
No, he needs to get his car.
Oh, okay. I came in a stolen car. Is it good? Does it drive like a boat?
Drives super well.
Really? Well, I think we may be very lucky then. What's the scratch location that will fit this in there, though? Oh, this one will. Perfect. Oh, no, it won't. It's gonna have to be courthouse, I think. Or airport.
But Abba's like... Abba was so mean.
What Destiny is doing, he's gonna end up.
He's up. My problem is so important. If you don't pay attention, it's gonna kill me. I am dying right now. If you don't take my problem seriously,
killing somebody.
I think about that. I think about that a lot. I think
Yeah.
about
So all the
whether-
ban them. Somebody has to stop this before somebody
dies.
I mean, not even before somebody gets hurt. People are already getting hurt. Mr. Girl, did you see how quickly Abba collapsed the moment Destiny pushed back after calling him self-destructive? Cowardice or another victim of the orbit?
What?
I saw people talking about this on the subreddit.
Oh, I
feel
remember what he's talking about.
People said like he just didn't realize how upset Destiny was gonna get.
People think I was really upset. My gym was closing in like 50 minutes and I had to leave. And I just lost game of StarCraft, so I was piecing out. I had nothing. There was nothing wrong with what Ebba said. I'm not. I think I said that, but I don't think anybody believes me. I can't say anything. Now that's like a conversation now that'll just never happen on my stream again because you retards like can't believe a single thing I say about anything.
And when he realized he was getting really upset, he was like, "Oh, never mind." I don't know if I'd call that cowardice. I think he thought that Steven was a lot more open to criticism than he actually is, because he says he is all the time. So it's an understandable mistake to make. But he's really not open to criticism at all. But you wouldn't know that. You could make a lot of content with him without like realizing that.
What was the conversation topic about? I think it had to do with whether or not like a hedonistic lifestyle was okay, and then it pivoted into my lifestyle. And then people project that like, well, if somebody's talking about my lifestyle, I'd be like super upset. So everybody thought I was like super mad because at the end of the convo, I had to take off because my gym was closing in 50 minutes and I want to work out. So then everybody in the server was like, oh, Destiny got like super ass mad about Abba talking about his life, which it is not. I have no problem talking about my life. My lifestyle is super public. If I didn't want to talk about my life, I wouldn't be public about any of it. But I'm public about everything I do, obviously. Like, it's insane that people would think that I would give a about Abba having comments on my life, and then I would go on to Fresh and Fit and talk about being bisexual. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, if I cared about one thing, I obviously wouldn't do the other.
Hi, Kilo.
I will release the article.
The article will be released, and I am the mastermind behind all of it.
Yeah,
I am
really...
holding the puppet strings. I am the villain. I'm writing it.
Basically, through me. I'm just a pen. Smith said I'm the fucking star now. It's the men's turn.
No.
Oh.
Never gonna happen. But as I was saying, I almost joined a panel on Wick's channel because I was looking to self-harm. It was one of those nights, and I heard Steven say that oftentimes the women who hate men are the ones that want to get dominated in the bedroom. I think that's so wrong.
That's not what I said. Nobody can quote me, Brittany, or nobody can quote any of the shit that I say about anything sexually. I feel like I'm lost at a sea of virgins. What I said was that even the most like ultra feminist people that are pro SJW values and all of that still like to slip into traditional roles in the bedroom. Seems to be the case. And that's only from my personal experience. That's what I said. I didn't say women that hate men love to get choked in the bedroom. I just said that even people that are pro like everybody doing everything and eliminating gender roles and blah, 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 blah in the bedroom still seem to like to slip into those traditionally feminine and masculine roles in general. But that might not be the case with all women. That's just what I've seen personally. That's still like a fun thing to do. That's all I said. Holy fuck. I get misquoted by every motherfucker on the internet about everything I say. And I add like 50 million addendums to everything I say too. I don't know if you guys are like intentionally misquoting me or if you're actually so retarded it's that hard to understand like the simplest of things I possibly can say to people. Oh my god. Ugh.
If a man tried to dominate me in the bedroom, I would laugh. Like, I would genuinely laugh and be like, get the fuck off of me, you're disgusting. And I think that is true for a lot of women. I think the weird, peddling the weird, like, no, feminists actually want this and they want it hard is f***ing weird.
God, it's so cringe, dude.
Okay, do you want to say what you're going to say about the panel? But listen.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, if you start... I have my finger on the mute button.
What?
Dancing women.
Oh,
Let
wait.
her speak.
Wait,
Let
also,
her speak.
I think, can we change your noise, your sensitivity in Discord? When
Wait,
you talk
why?
Quietly, it's like
What is he so scared of?
What if I just hold it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so you almost went on a panel.
Yeah, I just said it. I just said the whole story. I forgot why I brought it up, though.
I think the topic of the panel is what you were trying to talk about.
I don't know. I don't know what the topic of that panel was. I just know that I almost went on it. And then I didn't.
You're saying you almost got baited into going on it.
Well, they were talking about feminism and everyone was retarded. So I was like, okay, well, there needs to be not a retarded person here.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, and then I asked, well, this is what I did. I asked Wick. I said, hey, Wick, am I on Destiny's blacklist for the stream? Because Wick will have like blacklists for his streams so that streamers feel comfortable, which I think is great. So that they can't come on when you're streaming. And I asked if I was on Steven's blacklist. So then he asked Steven, and then Steven goes on his thing and is like, I got Lav, boys. Lav is coming on. And then I was like, and then I looked at his chat and I was like, it was like, it was so gnarly.
Well, I mean, what do you, well, no shit, you're trying to jump onto a stream with me. I like how she tries to dance this line of like simultaneously really wants to do the content, but then is pretending that she doesn't want to. Like, so I saw Steven on a panel talking about feminism, and I really wanted to jump on. And then, oh my God, his chat was like totally acting like I was gonna go on and talk to him. Like, what do you pick a side? What the fuck?
Everyone was like, dude, and it almost like all the people in the chat were like, Lav, our queen. It was like really overwhelmingly positive, which almost fucking got me.
Holy shit.
I could taste it. I could taste my comeback story. I could taste my stocks rising. I could taste being valiant and winning favor. And then I was like, I know where this ends. I know where this ends.
Where?
It ends in public humiliation if I say the wrong thing. Like unbridled public humiliation from some of the worst people on the internet.
The worst
So I was
people on
just
the
like,
internet.
I can't fucking do
True.
this even though I want to.
True.
Even though I want to. But it was hard. I was like ready, and then, yeah, and then he left, and I was like, that was a God shot. That was a sign from God. He saved me. And then,
You think you were gonna actually go on?
yeah, I would have.
What was
I don't
compelling
think so.
you to do that? Just the
comeback story. Everyone loves a good comeback. It feels incredible to get positive attention from Steven's, like, orbit.
No, Lav, you're just obsessed with any positive attention, period. You've conducted yourself in the same manner through your entire TikTok life, and now you're doing it in your streamer life. And right now, the person that you really want positive attention from is Max. It's not positive attention from my community. My community isn't a special giver of positive attention. She just wants positive attention from any possible place she can get it.
From, like, it feels
from him.
incredible. Yeah, from him. For him to, I mean, because after that, he was like, Lav is so close, like, I can taste it, like, she's gonna be back on stream soon, I can feel it.
I'm joking when I say these things. Well, like half joking. But I feel like when I say these things, like even when she said, like when Chad is saying like, oh, our queen, does she really think that people are like, oh, like we miss her so much, like we love her and cherish her, our queen is back? Or does she not realize people just mean like, holy shit, it's content time? Like what is she thinking there that the people are meaning with what they're saying? Like, I'm so curious where in her mind, where she's at for that.
And I was just like, you know what this has done to me, and you are still trying to get me. Like, it was just...
Me trying? You were the one that... How does the responsibility shift to me here when she was the one that wanted to jump into the stream?
Just, I would have made such a brutal choice for myself if I would have gone on. But I almost folded. I almost folded.
God, it's so dramatic.
Yeah.
This is so sad. Like, part of me, at that moment, I was like, everything's gonna be okay. I was like, all of this, I like will gaslight myself into thinking that this was all just like a big misunderstanding constantly. I'm like, we all love each other, really. Like, everything will be fine one day. Like, we'll all just be fine again. We just had a really bad fight. But we can persist, and we can just hear each other's feelings, and it'll be normal. But that's also the relationship I have with my mother, and that has yet to happen, so.
Jesus Christ, what?
It does suck, though, because I miss Steven. Also.
Not good.
I
Red
miss the
alert.
attention, but I also miss Steven.
Red alert. Don't let her get away with that one, Max. You gotta bring her back into the fold.
Is that... are you about to mute me? Too deep?
I mean, they're gonna talk about you. I don't know if they're gonna dogpile you. But yeah, I'm ready to mute you.
I'll lock up the sharps just in case.
Well, that's a question. How bad of a place do you think it would put you in? Say you chased the high and then you were excoriated again. How much of a self-harming place does that put you in?
I think when I look back at the worst times of my life.
The worst times of your life were petty internet drama with me? Is that really
being
possible?
Sent to the cult when I was a teenager.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Jeez.
And
Yeah, I was gonna say.
November of last year.
Oh, okay. And oh, it's the same. It's a tie.
Each other. I was the worst I have ever. I was so. I mean, it was bleeding into my relationship. I had like a panic attack where I was like, sitting on the couch with Connor.
Poor Connor.
And just
Wait, stop.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
On a scale of 1 to 10, if 10 is suicidal.
10. Absolutely 10.
What?
I want to read you a quote from a conversation between ABBA and Destiny on October 27th. This is 3 days after our big argument where you brought up Anna.
Yeah. What happened?
Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
We were talking about moderation, not protecting people. You brought up Anna. There was a Reddit post about you that got 1.3 thousand
upvotes.
Wow. Titled "Fuck Lav." What a piece of shit.
Oh my God.
because you mentioned Anna.
I wonder if this was around the time when I sent Lav a message because I saw that she was getting a lot of hate from my subreddit, where I sent her a message explicitly saying like, hey, you're getting a lot of hate on my subreddit, are you okay? And then she DM'd me back and she made it sound like a joke and she was like, yeah, I'm fine. And then she started tweeting out, the more you guys hate me, the more I'm gonna keep coming back, to play it all off as a joke. I wonder if it was around the same time she was doing that.
ABBA called into Destiny's stream doing an impression of me. He's like, Destiny, I have to have a conversation with you. You and I need to talk, man. Destiny. That's my impression of ABBA doing an impression of me.
Pretty good.
I was doing ABBA impressions a lot yesterday, to the point where Shaylin was like laughing, and then she was like, I think this is racist. I think you're being racist. And I was like, that's actually what he sounds like, though.
It is. No, like it is. Yeah.
Okay.
You're putting on black voice though, which I think is unethical.
You think so?
No.
Okay, I didn't think you really thought that.
Yeah.
Okay. He was putting on Jew voice.
Yeah. Which is worse.
It's always worse to be racist to a Jew.
Yeah.
Okay, so he called
I
in
like
and he was
how the implication here is that Mr. Girl and Shaylin are having like somewhat explicit conversations, redeemable conversations with me when they're not streaming.
Did this whole speech, and he said that it was wrong for Destiny to platform us because we're mentally ill, and people are gonna think it's okay to have relationships with people like us. He's setting a bad example by putting himself in these situations. And he asked for a rebuttal. Destiny's response was, so for the first part that has to do with bringing quote-unquote mentally ill people on stream for their protection, if I feel like the person possesses sufficient adult faculties such that they can make their own decisions, I'm not going to super baby them. So for instance, there have been people I've dealt with in the past who it's like, okay, maybe this person doesn't need to be coming on stream anymore because they don't possess the necessary faculty to keep themselves safe. For people like Lav and Mr. Girl, they're both healthy, quote-unquote, adults. They should be able to make their own decisions about what's healthy for them and not healthy for them.
Well, I have to be healthy. Like, I have to be healthy. Anna has to be healthy because he's having sexual relationships with us. We have to be healthy.
To be clear, and I know Lav likes to fudge the timelines on that, but I think I hooked up with Lav months before she ever started regularly coming on stream. If she wants to challenge that timeline, she's free to do so, but I was not hooking up with her. We weren't sexting, trading nudes, or anything, even remotely in that time frame when she was coming on and she was fighting a lot on stream. That was not happening. I know that she likes to say this over and over and over again, but to be clear, between me and her, I was the one who was sexually abused. If we're gonna go by the fact that she leaked our sexual interactions, she made fun of me to a fucking weird Nazi dude online, and she continues to perpetually talk about it in discourse. I've never leaked anything regarding our sexual interactions, and I could. I've never said anything embarrassing about her in our sexual interactions, and I could, but I haven't done that. She's the one that said it. So if anybody was sexually, and she arguably leveraged that sexual interaction as a bigger TikToker, because I don't have the following she does. She has like 600, 700,000 people on TikTok. She arguably leveraged that to get on my stream, if that's where you want to go. Like, I could remember this whole fucking narrative. The idea that I was being abused this time, or because we had hooked up in the past, is so fucking stupid to me. And to take it one step further, I think I've leaked the messages on stream. I explicitly DM'd her and I said, hey, I know we've hooked up in the past, and I know you're starting to come on my stream now. I know that we haven't sexted or anything recently, but just so you know, nothing we've done in the past or any sexual activity we have isn't contingent on you like coming on stream or anything like that. I would never make that type of deal. I explicitly said that in DMs to her. I don't know if I think I leaked that message. Somebody might have it in chat. I explicitly said that, but now she said in the future, she said, well, he only said that to further manipulate me, which is like bizarro, but yeah, it's like such a weird, it's so weird that she was like, I feel like I made all the right steps here and she made all the wrong ones, but somehow in her mind, she like backwards rationalized this to like me being the bad guy. Nice covering your ass? No, off. Hold on, I never cover my ass for like sexual assault shit. I don't care to cover my ass. I just don't want it to be weird. Like I would never want somebody to feel like in order to come on my stream, they have to do it. It's not fun sexually. It's not good content on stream, and it puts everybody like in a really weird spot. Like if there's a girl on my stream that's like dog shit content, I want to be able to kick them off because I don't like them. I don't want them to be some weird like, well, you know, you fucked me 3 times. I said you could have at least 2 hours of content if we fucked. I get so not like it's just a bad deal all around. Destiny, he was joking. You guys can't joke. You're not allowed to joke because you fucking retards turn every joke you have into something serious 2 weeks later if I don't say anything about it. Hold on. Like at least 30% of my audience that's in here right now, even right now, 30% of the people in here think that the only reason Lab was on my stream was because we were fucking. 100%. 30% of you still believe that. Even to this day, 30% of you still believe that. Even though we weren't hooking up at all when she started coming on stream normally. Like, hold on 1 second. Random statistics, let's, oh god, all right.
Regardless of whether or not we actually are, we have to be for him.
Look, here's a guy. This guy's serious. The only reason, no, but if you weren't looking to do it in the future, I don't think she would have come on. Like, there are a lot of you people that actually believe this. The reality is that 1, Lab is content, and 2, there are a ton of people I can fuck. Why would I leverage my stream to fuck somebody? I could have been meaner there. Why would I do that? It just doesn't make sense. Why would I hold my content at risk when I have so many random girls that DM me on fucking 12 different platforms? It just doesn't make sense. The only way that can possibly make sense is if you think I'm so fucking desperate for some fucking mid-Jewish pussy. You think I'm so fucking hung, like, I'm never gonna fuck a girl if I don't bring her on my stream, and blah, blah, blah. Like I'm literally have her on my stream and fucking bullying the and you think I'm actually so desperate for this person that you actually believe this. It's like so fucking frustrating to me. What was that guy's name? Fuck you.
To look like the good guy.
Yeah.
So for you, I don't know. Maybe it's because
well, I'm sure if we take a poll
closeness.
If we take a poll of his audience of whether you and Anna are healthy or mentally ill, I'm sure that they'll all say that you're healthy. They're big boys, big girls, and the stakes for them are relatively low. If it got to the point where Mr. Girl or Lav started DMing me or making statements like, I think I'm gonna kill myself, or I'm feeling super suicidal or stuff, then I might intervene and say, okay, well, I'm no longer treating you as an adult human. I'm going to treat you as a child and tell you that you can't do this anymore because you clearly can't engage in a level that's mentally healthy.
Crazy you have that.
It's
Out
because
of- It's crazy you have that because of the way that he treated me after I told him that I was feeling extremely upset.
Except you didn't say that. She didn't say that. What she said when I specifically, did somebody, I wish I'd have the logs for this. I explicitly asked her if she was okay, and she said she was. Oh, this is referring to our past conversation, but I thought I posted screenshots of this past conversation where I tell her, you literally admitted to lying to me when checking up on you. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do, treat you like a 4-year-old. And then she said, no, you haven't. You asked once, I have to take responsibility, but you also saw the state I was in the diary entry, but that happened after everything else. It was clear I was not handling things well. You never communicated any of that to me. What am I supposed to say/do? You're so smart, you knew. I'm smart, but I'm not a mind reader, and I'm not here to revoke all your autonomy. You knew because I cried on stream to you. Bro, you're literally hopping on stream every day to get into more conversations. How the supposed to know you are suicidal / destroying yourself doing this after checking in and you say you are fine? Was I just supposed to say, okay, Lav, sorry, I know you said you're okay and you want in, but I'm just gonna cut you off? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know.
Because you clearly can't engage in a level that's emotionally healthy for you or psychologically healthy for you.
This is one of the reasons too why I have to start wondering from Max, because my assumption with Max is he's NPD. I don't think he's like bad faith spiteful. But then when I see him do stuff like this where like it's clearly these are just lies, and it's not even like I can understand you can come to that interpretation. It's just like wrong, like on an accounting of the facts. Then I have to wonder if it's like a tad more insidious, I guess. Like the movie.
A few minutes later, Abba said that he was addicted to hate watching you. And Abba said, bruv, I'm bonding with the other nerds in chat because of how much we hate a particular person. It's so addictive.
It is.
I was just sitting here being like, man, remember when you called her a dumb... And then...
I like how he censors out
the viewer's
bitch.
Experience.
I like how Max censors out bitch. Remember, keep in mind that the only reason that Max and Lav are currently in this incestuous relationship is because I repaired their bridge at Lav's request after Mr. Girl had one conversation with her, called her a manipulative pedophile, and then made her the first person that he ever banned from his Discord server. Remember, that was Max's very first introduction to Lav, and I'm the one that repaired the bridge between these two people. Keep that in mind throughout all of this, okay?
Sorry,
And I was... And I was like, I understand why they all got so hard off that. And Destiny replied, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. He really just said that? He just said yeah? No shot.
Crazy time.
Yeah.
It's really hard to place anger in this whole thing because it
God.
feels like
it's all your fault, you fucking dumb fuck.
a lot of the like outward vitriol was from people like Abba, right? Who were like, fuck Lav, or like his audience who were like, fuck Lav. So it's like, for some reason, I'm like not mad at Steven. Like I'm like, well, it's not him. It's not him.
That's what he's saying. He's literally explicitly saying that to you. It's not me.
Yeah, and so now I'm like, fuck Abba, which like still fuck Abba, obviously, but it's like really strange to have this like anger that like I can't place, this like sadness that I can't place. And
Have
also
you
like,
heard of the psychological term Darvo?
Oh my God, kill me! They're not gonna do this, are they? Are they gonna go down the Darvo road now? No shot is this about to happen.
That one?
yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, rewatching the October 24th stream, it's over and over.
Wait, but it's okay.
Over and over again. You're like Steven. you call me a dumb bitch, and I get this like wave of hate. And he's like, but that's not me. I can't control that. It has nothing to do with me.
Have I ever said it has nothing to do with me? Of course, some of it is going to come from me, but like, my main point was that she is intentionally antagonistic, and she loves it. She jokes about it. She was literally, does anybody have a picture of her old tweet where she's like, I'm gonna be the villain, and the more you guys hate me, the more I'm gonna come back and keep being even more of a villain. Like, she's like literally thriving in this hatred.
Yeah, I think I believed him for a really long time until I saw on your subreddit that person who posted the video of him banning the copium emoji from his chat, and like a simple, just the copium emoji. Like he was banning people who made him even look like slightly bad in a conversation. And I was like, people were telling me that I was a dog and to kill myself and that I was just like my mother, and you like, there's nothing I can do.
Doesn't she say she's just like her mother literally all the time? The kill yourselves, I'm pretty sure people get banned for shit like that. I don't know if she has examples of people saying kill yourself and nobody getting banned. I'd sure like to see it, but lo and behold, she probably doesn't have any examples of that because she's just making shit up.
Which would, like, given the relationship we had, felt so.
The relationship we had was basically platonic friends that had hooked up once in the past. Barely.
Oh, wrong. And then I felt bad because I was like, because then he made me feel bad. He was like, oh, just because we're in a sexual relationship, I'm supposed to act like a simp.
We were in the past. She makes it sound like she was like bouncing from my bedroom to the subreddit. Bro, you're so unhinged. Oh yeah, and she's tweeting stuff like this. As long as y'all hate me, I'll keep coming on Destiny streams. Bro, are you serious? Like, she's tweeting stuff out like this, expecting me to, pull her off my stream, and I'm checking in on her privately, and she's saying that, like...
and give you special treatment. And then I was like, oh, wait. Yeah, why would I was like, yeah, why would I want, like... Yeah, why would I want you to protect, like...
Might she be talking about sexting/nudes? No, we weren't sexting or trading nudes either! I think we sexted barely or traded nudes, like, twice. Like, 2 times. I think both happened before we hooked up. It might have been one time, like pretty shortly after we hooked up, but by the time she was coming on stream and everything regularly, we were like months past like any sexual relationship. Like, we weren't actively sexual at all, even in DMs. That's why I don't know why she keeps saying this. Her timeline is like super fucked on this.
That's such a, I'm so sorry I asked. Like, I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, so Alright.
Tell us, Mr. Girl.
I can't. I don't know why I started crying when you were talking about ABBA. ABBA's like ABBA's like the big one for me, and I know it is Steven. What? But ABBA was so mean.
Oh
like, just
my God.
Like, just so mean for no reason.
No reason?
And I'm like a big girl. I can handle a lot.
You're not a big girl. You're a f***ing child. A petulant, spoiled f***ing child who picked up way too many negative traits from her abusive, narcissistic mom.
And then you told me before we got on the call, like, because I couldn't watch most of that video, most of the video he made.
Yeah, ABBA, so 3 weeks after this conversation, ABBA made an entire video just attacking you. And
yeah,
then
and this whole narrative started around me being like a liar. That's what everyone says. I'm just like this big liar.
You are. She's known as a liar. Oh, and he's muting her now. Uh-oh.
Sometimes I be talking and a lie just and I'm like, girl, did you really just, we didn't mean that? That's not real, sis. You're crazy though.
Sorry, lad, we can't talk about all the lies you've spun that like the entire internet knows you so well as having spun, even before you made the bullshit claims about Hassan, even before you made the bullshit claims about me.
Mute you. Yeah, I can feel you starting to slip. Don't explain yourself. Don't argue.
True. Don't ever justify.
The point I want to make is that you have said publicly that dogpiling from Steven's community and harassment from Steven's community across multiple different platforms has driven you to the point of being suicidal.
That's good. He's just trying to establish a narrative for his article.
still gleefully giggling, baiting you.
And he knew
While
that.
also, and he knew that. Of
course.
He knew that.
Still, and
That's
he still
essential.
knows it.
Yeah.
And he still
Encourages it.
And he has made public statements saying that he would not do that.
Wait, he would not do what?
So I guess I just want to make it clear what's happening when he's trying to bait you.
Yeah, let's just sit here in silence again. Will he ever release the article? I mean, I'm sure he's working on it someday.
Should we go back?
These guys are so dramatic, dude.
Wait, is it?
I wish we could go back to like November.
And do things differently?
I wish my life
Yeah,
was
I
so
wish I would've
cushy
done
that
things
these were like the most traumatic moments. Is like this kind of like funny internet drama. I'm actually like envious of these two.
Yeah.
Still feel like this is like all my fault.
It is. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes you have to be a big girl, take responsibility for being a total piece of shit, but you know.
Happy because, you know, I made it through. Like, obviously, we all made it through. I'm so grateful to have a relationship with you. Like, so grateful. And I think that, obviously, you know, everything happens for a reason, maybe. I don't know, but I just think, like, if I would have just shut up, if I would have just silently bowed out, maybe I could have avoided it all. If I would just would have been like, if I would have said nothing on stream,
Just
if I would
taking
have
it.
just moved on, doing my little stream, like where I would be. I think about that, like.
You had the opportunity to, but you were so hungry for the attention. That's why you were literally running away from other streams to come back and be on this one. Holy shit.
Did you make a pre-existing commitment to go on that panel?
Yeah, he asked if I would come on and I said yes.
Okay.
So when you said you weren't shirking commitments, that was a lie, right?
It wasn't, sure. Yeah, I lied. Datum's not mad. Datum gets it. Datum, the
You
person
seem
who
kind of
hosted
surprised.
it.
You seem
Datum,
very
who
shocked,
hosted
I
it-
would say, that you left. You didn't even message him about it.
Yes, I did.
Not, well, you didn't message him when you left, did you? Because he didn't notice you'd gone and then said, you know, oh, I'm sure she's coming back.
Is a pre-arranged guest on this panel. As you've just seen, Lav is protected from voting, so she is going to stay on for the next round. So get ready.
I'm at 3%. It's GG.
Camera goes off. Lavloon's camera goes off. You can see here, camera's off, okay? She's not said a word. She's not said anything. She's supposed to be staying on to the next round.
To use hypotheticals in your
Well, there's no hypothetical.
She
man.
leaves!
You're making it about.
She leaves! She leaves without saying anything! She's just gone! She's been protected from the voting in this panel, from being voted off, right? But she just fucks off and doesn't say anything.
What's going on?
What a fucking what a.
They noticed.
She is replacing. She is replacing.
Wait, did Lab disconnect?
I have no idea. Lab.
I'm sorry.
Listen,
I can't help if people are intimidated by me. That's not my
No one
problem.
make it about
No,
yourself.
she's coming back. She's coming back. Don't worry.
And then he says she's coming back, she's coming back. So, not only has she left without saying a word, she's not even messaged the guy that's hosting it to say, well, I tell you what we'll do. Why don't we... I've got an idea, just randomly. Just randomly, guys. Let's look at Destiny's stream. Should we have a little look at Destiny's stream and seeing what's going on over there? Obviously, this stream at this point was probably at like touching 10,000 viewers because you've got the big names on, Sneeko's jumped on. I wonder, let's see what happens.
So I would encourage them all to vote if we already allow a group of them.
Are you Canadian? Why are you guys trying to get more people to vote when, like, didn't last year that was like the most people that...
There she is. There she is.
Yeah, but it's still what, like 65, 70%?
There she is. Fucking degenerate, clout shark behavior. She's got a pre-arranged agreement to go on a panel. She's got protected from voting so she can go on to the next round. Okay? Right? And without saying a word, not even mentioning it to the panel host, she leaves the panel. She just walks away from the panel. Okay? And then comes on the Destiny stream.
That's where I'd be right now. Not trying to, like, rebuild.
Hallo? Gibt es Ärger?
You'd be. Like, I feel like I ruined your career. Like, I feel like I ruined you.
Oh my god, this is so dramatic. What are you even talking about?
And, you know, all these... Oh, God. I don't want to give any merit to these fucking comments, but all these people were like... You tying yourself to laugh. I won't even say it. But
yeah, that was pretty bad. You should probably feel bad about that too.
People say it.
But Mr. Girl has to tie himself to laugh because Lab is like 50% of his fucking hit piece on me.
How do you not believe it? I don't know. Obviously, you're a big guy. You're a big boy. You can make your own decisions, but I don't know.
That's what I think. I think you don't really believe that. I think you feel like you're in control of everything.
True. You know me so well.
I don't know.
It's like you're in my brain.
I obviously don't know the extent of everything. Like, you haven't told me anything about your other interviews or whatever, but where I'm standing...
I feel like I'm a big part of what you're doing.
I think I'm overreacting.
Yeah, from where I'm standing, I'm like, I made something out of nothing.
True.
I
You
should have
did.
just grinned and bared it. I should have just moved the on.
True.
Even in the most abusive relationship,
you still feel like it's your fault.
With, say, some man that gets drunk and beats his wife into a coma every week.
That's me, guys. I'm the wife
There
beater.
is a way that she could act, that she could tiptoe. She did everything perfectly, where he probably wouldn't hit her. And the way we talk about abuse is like, no, there's nothing you could have done. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. But to be in a relationship where you can't do anything wrong
that means no agency.
Is abusive.
True.
So I just feel you thinking like, there must have been a way I could have acted that would have not revealed Steven's abusive nature.
Yes.
He wouldn't have had to abuse us.
That's me.
I
am an
feel like
abuser.
I am
Yes.
signed up for it. Like I'm so nervous for. You haven't finished my part of the article yet, or let me read it. But I'm just like so scared because obviously I gave you everything. And
has he finished anything?
I feel like it's just gonna show that I was just like a clout-hungry slut.
Come on.
And then I didn't understand the deal. Like I got back on like.
What's the implication that Destiny isn't a cloud-hungry slut, or that I'm not? Like, or all cloud-hungry sluts?
Maybe, but I traded this like relationship for like airtime, and I think
I don't. I mean, people might say that. I think it's pretty clear that you care deeply about her.
Of course, but that's the confusion, right? Like the confusion is that I'm supposed to treat it like that's what it was, but it didn't feel like that.
Who says?
But on its face, that's the plausible deniability, right? I mean, I bet that was like, how could Steven not go to that? She knew what it was. She knew what it was.
It's like, it's so wacky. I think I got bit by a spider. It's so wacky. Can we think of like, is there a single DM, a single conversation, a single anything ever where it seemed like I was ever trading sex for airtime? And why, no offense, but why do you think you would be the one that I would do it for? Like, it's such a wacky, wild proposition. Like, we knew each other for like, I think we knew each other for over a year. We knew each other for over a year. She was the one that was reaching out to guys in DMs for clout. She messaged Hassan first, trying to f him. That was literally their DMs.
How does he like? How do people not?
The part that he's saying you knew is gonna be that people get attacked. I mean, even right, if you're surprised that Steven will ban everybody for using a copium emote while he's defending his lifestyle choices, means that you still don't really get it.
Wow.
Watched 2 Destiny streams before being his friend, and I never watched them before.
Me neither. They're boring. I never want to watch his I've never watched his content. I only watch him when he's talking about me. That's interesting. It's very
the only
interesting.
ones I watched was when he was talking to Anna.
Yeah, so I don't fucking. And people are like, he's been like this for years. I'm like, yeah, I don't watch streamers because they're fucking boring.
Thank you, Lav, for saying that, because I'm pretty sure Lav watched the entire Anna arc. I don't know why she's saying I've never watched a stream before. There were a lot of girls. I don't know why you women like that shit, but a lot of women really like the Anna arc. But if she wants to pretend that like she never watched anything, I don't like. But she just kind of told on herself there by saying it. The only thing I watched was a stream of Anna. That wasn't just one stream. We all know that.
Why would I ever watch a streamer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing though. It's embarrassing because the whole thing is really fucking deeply embarrassing. Just
my point is that I think you don't. I still don't think you have a full picture of what it is you did sign up for. And that's that's really what the article's about. It's just providing people with the full zoomed out.
Oh shit! Oh, RTB has got the link for me. I didn't even see this. I'm sorry. Oh, these were the logs of me. You guys can go check in on the timestamps or whatever. These were the logs of me originally checking in on her. August 11th. Oi, hey. Just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past. That means we're not currently in the past. So by August, this had already ended for, I think, at least a month or two. I know we had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way I interact with you never had anything to do with that kind of stuff, just being clear on that. And then she's the one that even makes it sexual. Oh, so you don't want to fuck me. And then I'm like, oh, and then obviously I'll flirt back. Shut the fuck up, obviously, duh. But I'm just saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. Haha, thanks for saying that. I feel like I have to keep my distance because there's like crack in your dick, to be honest. There are too many women who fall in your wake. What if I'm not strong enough? LOL, you're fine doing whatever. I just don't want you to feel like I'm keeping you around for anything like that. Okay, damn, I really do appreciate that. I think our friendship has happened like really naturally, and I think it's beautiful. How do you go from this to like actually he was being super manipulative the entire time?
This is what the platform is. This is Destiny's platform. This is what it is. This is what he uses it for. I want people to see, and then we'll see.
Yeah, this was just me setting up an alibi in advance. True.
Maybe people will still sign up for it. Some will jump ship. Some will be enticed. I don't know. I don't know what people will think.
I just want it all to go away.
And here I am talking about it every single day.
Go away. I just wish.
I wish it would stop.
I could exist in this space.
But I can't help talking about it all the
wish
time.
That this
I just want to.
Gonna follow me everywhere. I should have thought about how it would follow me before I said anything. I just should have.
I love talking about it. Over and over and over.
I should have thought about it. I just should have. I mean, I saw. I just thought. Shut up, please. God. Come here, idiot.
Wow, abusing animals now too.
Should have thought about the
Pretty gross.
consequences of being that girl, of being the girl who, I don't know. Just wish I could go back and say nothing. And never reach out to Anna, and never have done it at all. Some part of me wishes that I was still sending feet pictures and fighting about gender.
Just doing the OnlyFans.
It was comfortable. Yeah, I didn't realize until after I'd gotten out of the whole orbit. Like, there were people from Cozy even who were like, yeah, you got caught in the Destiny meat grinder. Like, I didn't even know it was this like crazy turnover. Because also how I found Steven was watching the Anna stuff.
There you go.
And even during the Anna stuff, he was framed like the victim. Like, during the Anna stuff, he was framed like the victim.
But now I know that's not
So I was
true.
like, oh, like, you know, this poor guy who just like can't be friends with the right people. But like, I'm the right person. I could be friends with this guy, and we could talk about politics. And
yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
I
we
had
could be
I had a
friends.
similar experience of like, I'm not gonna be Posh, I'm not gonna be Hassan, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be Anna, I'm not gonna be any of these bad people.
Yeah.
And here you are, the ultimate baddie.
Now that I trust you, like, oh my god, we can share in these experiences. Like, I'm about as willing to engage in any experience somebody wants to, assuming I'm not going to get, like, destroyed or something. Like, I'm not going to buy a house with you or something. But, you know, basically everything else is on the table.
I think that's a great idea. Then we would have to trust each other.
Okay.
Get a vacation house?
Yeah, what may be.
Yeah. Just let me save for 5 years.
Gotcha.
Okay. So yeah, that makes me sad.
Well, I'm sorry. Don't be sad for me.
Because I actually trust you.
You should. I'm a pretty trustworthy person. I have a long history of I don't f people over unless they attack me publicly. I'm like a pretty helpful
well, yeah,
person.
but it's
like,
pretty.
yeah.
It's one way though, right?
I mean,
like I trust you in the definition of even if you had a lot to gain by f***ing me over, I don't think you would.
yeah, I don't think I would. I think I'm a pretty trustworthy person.
You know what the problem with your calculation is?
What's the problem?
You only you're assuming everyone is a sociopath because
no, I wish they were.
Let me explain. Because when you weigh what I have to gain versus what I have to lose, you place nothing on the emotional pain it would cause me to hurt you. You place nothing on me caring about your well-being. You place nothing on morality. That is not factored into your calculation. It is subscribers, money, social standing, things like that. That is the only thing that factors in. So you in your evaluation of who to trust, you assume everyone as a psychopath.
I think that morality is nothing. Nobody thinks about morality. They might have like an intuitive feeling of what might make them feel good or bad, but nobody's thinking of like morality when they're thinking about somebody over.
I think I do.
I think at one point in time I considered this. You might, but you'd be the exception. So at one point in time I considered how I associated with people, because when I associate with people, something that I've learned through my 20s is I have to kind of make a lot of guesses about the emotional states of people and how that'll influence how they make decisions, because I think I don't make decisions in the same way sometimes, but a lot of other people seem to. So for a while I think it led me to be a little bit people acted in ways that I didn't expect. It's like, well, hold on, how can this person f me over? Like, I haven't done anything like that f***ed up to her. How can a person do this? This is like really weird to me. I feel like I've done so much. But I think what I've kind of learned recently is when somebody's f***ing somebody over, there aren't any bad feelings that they have to deal with, because in everybody else's mind, they've always convinced themselves that they're in the right for doing so. So they don't actually have to deal with those types of bad feelings, because they're always the hero of their own story, and they always have good justification for the reasons they're acting. So I think it's a little bit of a waste of time for me to try to guess, like, okay, well, objectively, I've done like a decent amount of shit for you. How the f can you do this to me? Because in their mind, they've already convinced themselves, well, Destiny's a horrible person. He's done this horrible shit. Like, I can do this, and it's actually okay.
Can you?
I don't know. But even if everything you say about the article is true, and you make a great case,
What if it's not enough?
it will not matter to the people who are harassing me.
Oh no, he's gonna save you.
The only thing that will make them stop harassing you is giving them more victims to harass.
What the hell?
I mean, yeah.
Or if they truly become disillusioned with Destiny, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of people do. Like, you know, a lot of people leave his audience.
You're talking about that.
Yeah, one person I interviewed was like, you might have noticed that there isn't really many people around from like 5 years ago. Like, he's been streaming for a long time, but like every person you meet or talk to, or, you know, there are a couple long time friends, but
God, it was also crazy. God, it was just so crazy. It's like crazy to think about. It's crazy. I've never been in a situation like that before in my life. Like, it was so strange. It was like I would come on and I would be encouraged to come on by Steven, by the audience, by my friends even who watched.
I would say even baited.
Baited, sure. And then I'd come on and then it was like normalized that his like wife would denigrate me and Abba would
That was after she attacked Melina, by the way.
denigrate me and but then it was framed like I had the chance to prove myself, and you know how addictive that is to me. It's like I need to prove I'm not a bad person because I think I am a bad person.
What the fuck?
And so it was so attractive to me to keep coming on. And it was just so gnarly, dude. Like, I can't even... It's like hard to... Like, I can't even process it.
Gnarly, dude. Dude, so gnarly, dude.
It's a kind of bullying that I've experienced a lot in my life, where the bully wants you to play along and act like you think it's funny.
Yeah.
And then you're like, you're not just a wimp if you speak out about it or say that you want to stop. You're like, you're ruining the fun. You're like, you don't have a sense of humor. And I mean, I think both you and I have like very self-deprecating senses of humor. And so like, you don't want to be the one to make it not funny. So even when I'm watching myself, I'm like watching myself confront him. But even still in those streams, I'm still memeing about how I interrupt or how I go on monologues or how I tell him what to do, or I'm controlling, or just whatever. I'm still acting like I'm in on the joke,
even
about
though it's
myself, even if it is
all
like
against
totally
me.
undermining everything I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Self-abandonment.
More psych terms, yes.
Well, because you have to. Because why would Steven have you on if you thought that
You're gonna make me
you
look
were better
bad.
than him? I was friends with
Who are you friends with?
like Jackson Hinkle, who he talks about sometimes. He's this
Yeah.
like super arrogant kid that went on and like debated Destiny, and Steven doesn't want people like that on. Those people don't become orbiters.
She's
The people who
defending
become orbiters are
Jackson
people
Hinkle?
who are self-abandoning, self-deprecating.
Nice one.
Steven still
Wow.
gets to be the king. It's why you have people like Erudite, Pixie. It's why you have people like Wicked Supreme. All these people who like will back everything he says with very little pushback. Those are the people who endure the longest.
Yeah.
And I think
Should be in the
that's like
side pocket of my
by
backpack.
design. Like everyone's just side characters to make Steven look better.
Yeah. Right after my parents told me they were getting divorced.
Oh, then nope. Rip.
I was in. I was like devastated.
Rough age.
And my father had some friends over. I think it was his poker night. And they asked how I was doing. I was there, and he said, Max, you know the divorce was your fault, right? You know this is all your fault. And I said, yeah, I know. And everybody laughed.
But I wasn't laughing.
And so ever since I was a kid, been taught to self-deprecate, to be part of the only way. What's funny about the joke is that the implication is that we have such an honest, open relationship with each other that even as a 10-year-old, a couple months or weeks after I'm finding out my parents are getting divorced, I can take a joke that it's my fault. And the implication of that is that, of course we talk about his real feelings, and we talk about, as real anger or guilt or about all, but we've processed all this. That's the implication, but none of that ever happened. Wasn't true.
I think that's funny. Not funny, but it's like, yeah, the parallels are.
Yeah, it's a very familiar place where he makes a lot of jokes like that, where he says something mean about you, or deeply, deeply cutting, but implied is, I mean, come on, you're okay with me saying this, right? You're okay with this, right? Because if you're not, just tell me.
I think this run is pretty dead.
Well, that's his whole thing.
Yeah.
Tell me if you're uncomfortable at any time. Really, I want to make sure that you're super comfortable. Please tell me if you're comfortable.
Yeah, and then as soon as you say like, okay, I'm actually not comfortable with this or what's going on, then he
says we're darvoing. He says that we're doing darvo.
That's not true. If somebody says they're uncomfortable, then we pull back. What do you mean? Like I've had these conversations with people a ton, where it's like, oh, okay, well, either you're not going to come on my stream, or we're not going to allow these threads, or like we do this all the fucking time. Remember, keep in mind, Max's original statement wasn't just that he was not comfortable. Max's original statement was, I want to change the entire way that you moderate your subreddit. That was actually, I don't know how many people remember that. That was actually his statement. He said he didn't like the way that I moderated, and he was going to come and change everything. As a streamer with zero fucking background on anything having to do with moderating communities, like, Jesus.
Yeah, he completely loses his shit and then tries to destroy you.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened. I saw that clip of ABBA, where of ABBA being like, "You guys live in hedonism," and then Stephen was like, "Wait, no," like he just a mile a minute, and ABBA's like, "I mean, yeah, actually, you're fine,"
Yeah,
and it's like
a bit, or I don't know. He confirmed.
Does he think ABBA was gonna get banned from my community?
Confronted Brittany Simon.
Oh, I didn't see all that, but I heard of it.
Yeah, he confronted Brittany Simon for saying that he was implying that conservative women getting raped is worse because of their conservative, or more traumatic for them, and that because of their conservative beliefs or the way people react to it, and then also saying that getting jumped is more traumatic than getting raped. But she characterized what he said in a way.
Nice. I think that's what I said.
That he didn't like. And then in their conversation, she was like, I'm just trying to make sure you're not like burning the bridge with me. Like, I'm worried you're gonna stop talking to me. And I just keep thinking with all these orbiters, like, yeah, ABBA, like, oh man, ABBA's like victory lap after I left the orbit. He like.
So he does watch your streams, true.
A post on the subreddit that got like 3,000 or 5,000 upvotes about how that. Yeah, he was like, I'm ABBA, and I'm very.
And I was like, why are you congratulating this this relationship that was important to Steven? Why are you like congratulating and happy that like this very real relationship was decimated publicly? I think, and then I got shit on. And then the target moved to me.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm just like, that's another thing I wanted with this article is to tell these orbiters, like, I emailed ABBA asking for an interview, I think like 4 months ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, listen, I know you hate me, and I know we have our differences, and but has it started yet? Like, it's gonna happen to you. I swear to God, it's gonna happen to you sooner or later. You're gonna say something that's gonna stick in Steven's craw, and it's nothing you can do after you do that. Like,
This was it. This was the hedonism thing. It was it.
it could be. It could be. I don't know. There is something.
Keep in mind that Max made a victory lap on my subreddit saying that he was right about Nick Fuentes and I didn't know what I was talking about, and that I'm not properly equipped to have those conversations. Even after Max made that post, I still unbanned him from my subreddit. Like, but okay.
Like, eventually, only the most careful of people can avoid, or I don't know, the most subservient or something. But Abba's not one. Like, Abba, I'm sure they'll have a falling out because he's going to say something that he won't want to totally retract or back down from. Unlike, you know, most of the orbiters are willing to totally prostrate themselves and beg for forgiveness after they say, like, make the slightest infraction. But yeah, somebody like Abba, like, yeah, of course, their relationship is totally doomed. Because once you say that one thing that he, like, can't stop thinking about.
The projection is real.
I think for me it was the Fuentes thing.
Did I unban? But I unbanned you for that. I unbanned him. I personally unbanned him from the subreddit even after the Fuentes thing, though. So it doesn't even make sense.
Not that he's unethical for platforming Fuentes, but that his explanations for it don't make any fucking sense.
I don't know what it was for me. Maybe it was that I called his audience like a bunch of incels.
Yeah, for you, I'm pretty sure it was when you said his audience were groypers and misogynists.
Yeah.
Because he confronted you about that like multiple times. And then, I actually think the dumb bitch thing, I think you saying that he did something wrong by calling you a dumb bitch, and then you
I don't even think there was a termination moment for Lav. I don't know if we ever even had that for her. I'm pretty sure she just left because of the Max shit. Actually, yeah, what an interesting rewrite of history. I never actually kicked Lav out of my community. She had that stream with Max where Max was like, I'm not telling you to leave, but I think you should. You left.
I can't though. I can. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'll leave, but I think I'll leave, but I don't want to make like a stink of it.
That's impossible.
Yeah. I do like Steven a lot.
Me too.
And I like his message.
He's a lovable guy.
He is.
Uh-oh, but I'm an abuser.
This is a lot though. The whole thing's a lot.
His public stance was that he didn't do anything wrong because you call people a dumb bitch, so it's fine for him to call you a dumb bitch. But then in private, he apologized to you, and then you publicly stated that he apologized to you, and then he was really upset that you...
I posted the apology.
Yeah.
I posted the apology, and I remember him being on stream or something and being like, being like, I didn't actually apologize. That was...
She said that this might have been a genuine miscommunication, but I don't even remember because these timelines are so... She got into a fight with somebody, and I think she said publicly that I'd apologized for something that I don't think I had apologized for. And then she posted DMs of me apologizing, but the DMs of me apologizing were when I was talking to her in that conversation. I think I said, if there's something that like just genuinely bothers you, like, I'm sorry for this. But she tried to say that I apologized for something that I didn't apologize for. It was something different. I don't remember what it was exactly. But like, again, the idea that I would like publicly lie about something that you have DMs for. I know that like Fedmeister or whatever, that people do shit like this. Like, I'm not gonna lie about something that you have DMs of. How retarded would I have to be to tell a lie about something you just posted DM and prove me wrong on? It's so stupid.
Wasn't me actually apologizing. Like, he wouldn't even concede. Like, it was just so weird.
Yeah, he said that you were making it sound like he apologized for a different thing.
Yes.
Than...
Yeah, I was
whatever.
All I do is lie.
Yeah, you do. We know.
I think in a way that the article taking a long time to write is actually a good thing because of this. We're like
yeah,
all these relationships, all the relationships with all the orbiters. I think his relationship with Erudite, with ABBA, with Brittany Simon, are not in quite the same place that they were in November. And I don't think they're like in tatters or anything, but I do think that there is more critical thinking happening.
There's just not much going on stream right now. We haven't had as much to talk about. That's it. I think Abba still pops in sometimes. Like, sometimes you go through periods of time where a whole bunch of people are jumping in Discord and chatting all the time. We had that period that happened, I think, a couple times last year, and then sometimes it's just not. It's just, we just go through periods of shit. You're reading way too much into things.
About how he... Because I know how it